Hello there. Welcome. My name is Lise, and I have been trying to make a Puyo Puyo-like for a long time. For several days, all I want is the basic, foundational, fundamental mechanics for my Puyo Puyo-like. And let me tell you, it's not so easy. At least not for me. I am learning game dev here publicly, and that means that I fail. I fail a lot, but that's okay because failing is learning, and I am so glad to do that. Why am I making a Puyo Puyo-like? What is Puyo Puyo? Puyo Puyo is a game released in 1992. And it is the theme game for our Game-like Jam. This is the third Game-like Jam. The one before this was for Bloons Tower Defense, the first Bloons, and that was also very challenging. We had some awesome winning entries. I was really proud of what I was able to put together. We only make these in 1 month. Only in 1 month. I've got about 8 days left to finish the one that I'm working on right at this moment. And Frogger was the one before Bloons. Again, amazing entries that you guys made. So proud of you. I'm proud of myself. This is one of the most complete games. The game that I made for this is one of the most complete games I've ever made, which is awesome. I don't know if my Puyo Puyo-like is gonna fit into that category. So yeah, I've got 8 days and 8 hours. I'm gonna be streaming a lot leading up to the end of that so I can get my game done because it's really important to me that I finish this. It has been the greatest learning experience of my game dev life, and I'm fairly new to game dev, but this has been a great opportunity. So what is the problem? What is the problem? Well, it's actually working kind of okay. You've got this little squirrel that comes out. That's great. We can spawn pieces. Now I do have to click the pieces to spawn in, which isn't my first choice. But today, that won't be true anymore. By the end of the stream, I'm gonna fix it. Right? Or else you might see me here tomorrow. So yeah, we can put the pieces down, they break apart. Just getting pieces to like rotate and freaking land and line up, that in and of itself has been such an amazing challenge. And matching, that's part of it. So I don't know if you've played Puyo Puyo. It was also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Kirby's Avalanche, Kirby's Ghost Trap. It goes by many names. But they're all the same fundamental gameplay. And the idea is that you match 4 Puyos together in a row, 4 or more. And when you do that, you get points, and your opponent has a harder time playing their game. You can see mine doesn't have quite an opponent in that traditional way. There's all kinds of fun ideas I had about making that. We're gonna see if I'm gonna pull that off. I'm gonna try. Don't get me wrong, I'm not giving up, all right? So you can see I'm putting these pieces down. Let me see if I can get some. I don't think I can do a combo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm only so good. Bam! 4 in a row. Pop, right? So, and you can also see there's garbage falling down. I'd love to implement that, but I gotta get this fundamental piece placing and piece matching. That's the most important thing, is that my pieces match if they're of the same color. Did I just get a combo? Bam, 2 in a row, right? You see that? I did the purple and then I did the red. Okay, very good. Good to know. Now, in mine, we can match a set or one chain. It can happen. So you can see I'm about to match all these stone colors together. Bam! Look at that! Look at that! This is a victory, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you to everyone who was just keeping me company yesterday. I got it somewhat together, and that clears, and it's wonderful. Now, we need the combos. Just like the purple Puyos and then the red Puyos, right? I need to be able to have tiers break down. That kind of works, it kind of doesn't. And I think I know how to fix it. We just gotta do it. So I'm gonna be spending the next, let's see, 12, probably 12, up to 12 hours working on it. So yeah, this stream is gonna be very long. So, you know, feel free to skip around to see what we got up to if you're watching it after the stream. If you're here with me live, hit that like button, thumb it up. It means more people will find out about it later and right now. So thank you for willing to do that. All right, let's see what happens if I pop these. Okay, so it kind of settles in. It's looking okay. It's looking all right. Hey, what's up, Andres? Welcome. We also have Timeless in the house. Good to see you all. Let me see if I can get a combo here. Timeless is multitasking, editing, recording, and listening, and game deving. That is, we are the ADHD family up in here. ADHD got me, ADHD got you. It got us all. But even if you don't have ADHD, you're welcome here. It's just a place where I share my game dev learning journey, and I love to hear about your game dev learning journeys too. So let me know what you're up to. Okay, so this, it looks fine, right? It looks fine. Sometimes it isn't quite right. So we're gonna find out the things that aren't quite right and get it right. I think what I'm gonna need to do primarily is just like, cause here's the thing, so that's an interesting little bug that I just had where I pressed the next piece and the next piece didn't load. I have a feeling that's got something to do with it. So I think what I got like a good, also yeah, that's it, right? We're co-working. I'm here doing my thing, you do your thing, and we'll hang out together and we'll share notes and share our losses when, oh no, I forgot to save. And I'll be like, oh no, I'm so sorry. And I'll forget to save and you'll be like, I'm so sorry. And we can just support each other. And you can be like, how does this work? And I'll be like, I don't know. Maybe I can tell you, maybe someone else can tell you. It's a wonderful, it is. Great. What were those words? Love to hear it. Making art and sounds. Nice. Nice. For your Puyo Puyo-like? Love that. I mean, everything's looking good. I still haven't gotten a combo, which is, I feel like, what I really need to see here. If I could get a stone, let me see if I can orchestrate. I was going to say organize. Orchestrate. We are organizing the pieces. Okay, don't put the purples on there just yet. Well, you could. Okay, you messed that up a little bit there. Wait, no, you didn't. You didn't totally mess it up. But put the okay, we got a stone. Okay. Oh, look. Oh, it didn't click. Oh, it did. I was like, that's a bug. I mean, the timing was definitely weird. So here's the thing. I got set up a flood fill algorithm. I was trying to make my own algorithm from scratch, my own match algorithm of my own design from my little brain. And it was very interesting. I was very proud of myself. I drew some very serious charts and wow, look at that. What is that? Chaos. And you know, the idea there was going to be some numbers and then things were going to place and it was going to change and then it was going to iterate through and it was going to, whatever. You know, and so then I started looking at some like flood fill algorithms and like figuring out, okay, how am I going to use this flood fill algorithm? I came up with traversal. I didn't come up with it, but I saw the word traversal. I was like, yes, traversal. So I started coming up with that, but it still didn't work right. So I had to get some help from the Vibes. And I was like, hey, Vibe, can you please help me understand what I'm missing in my flood fill algorithm? And it was like, well, for example, I never kept track of visited. So I didn't know if something had already been checked, if it matches with something else, so it would be checking things multiple times, just like silly kind of oopsie redundancies and stuff. So I got some of that kind of fixed up, thankfully, and then it worked pretty well. However, I left behind some like code trash from my previous system, and I think what I need to do is go through and clean up some of that code trash so that way I can, you know, have a happy experience. Okay, let's see if we get this combo. I'm gonna put these two obsidian. They're gonna break. Okay, see? Not quite right. What? Why are you behaving this way? No. What? So yeah, so there's something going on. And here's the thing, like I never really designed it properly to work with combos. Like I got it all set, I built everything for one clear, right? And then you move on. which in retrospect was a mistake. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was. I don't think there's any retrospect mistakes. To me, the mistakes are the point. The point is to make mistakes and learn. And so now that I'm adding in the combos where we get one match and then we get a second match, things are getting strange. So you guys may be familiar, maybe not, if you've been hanging out with me, co-working with me. You may know I was trying like something with like numbers, where like numbers would represent the colors and they get multiplied. Yeah, I'm throwing that all in the trash. I'm just gonna burn it all down. So I have already burnt down a lot of it, but we're gonna burn down more. So I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna start coding. No more explaining and hype. I gotta dig in, cause there's not a lot of time left. I'm gonna keep it really real with you. I kind of wish I could put like a timer up here just to like put the pressure. There's 8 days and 8 hours. All right, there's 8 days and 8 hours. Let's freaking go. Link in the chat, by the way, if you would like to join up in the Game-like Jam. There's only 8 days left, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what you can come up with. And I think that the competition's going to be low. We did actually get a really nice, legit entry. I can't show it to you guys because it's private for now, but it won't be private once the voting begins. But I will say, I think you have a good shot if you just put something together and join in. You might get that first place. Okay. So I'm gonna actually examine what's happening here. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print the array, and so there are gonna be a little bit of colors being tracked here, but not in the same way. Not like multiplying by 3 and doing all this weird stuff. That's not gonna happen anymore. So what is it? So what this little array table represents, if we think about the board being like that, right? There's this long space with the grid in the middle. Rotate it like this. That's what that is down there. So that means this is the first column. This is the column on the left. This is the column on the right. Okay. This is the second column. This is the top row. And then this is the bottom row. That's what that means. So we have nothing in that row, in that column, which makes sense. Now, it's interesting because look, it's actually correctly seeing. So if it's 0, that means there's nothing there. It sees a stone, which is represented by the number 6. It sees nothing, and it sees another 6 and another 6. So it does seem to be, I mean, to me, it has to be something with the timing, the physics collisions, and different signals that are flying around about when to do things. And I think that when it repeats multiple combos, it's not executing the same code every time. The code is like a little different when it does the combo, and so everything behaves differently. That's what I think is happening. Even if you don't learn through the way, and next time you are educated on what mistakes not to make. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, totally. It's like I'm going to remember the next time I have like a grid-based matching system of any kind, right? And there's all different kinds of games that could use that, not just like a match 3 or a match 4. Mini games or something, right? And next time I have to do something like that, even like an inventory, a crafting system or something, right? I am going to know, all right, we need visited. I need to make sure that, you know, are you going to be able to do multiple matches after that? How is that data going to be updated and executed over and over again? I'm going to have that experience of those mistakes that I made. I'm going to be able to come back and look at this project. So I'm going to know exactly where there are things that I'm going to need to jog my memory about. Yeah, exactly. I love making mistakes. I love it. I do. I mean, it's a complicated relationship, right? Because I get excited, like, oh, we're gonna make something. Oh, it's getting good. And then it's like, oh, it sucks. But that's okay. That's okay. Because it is great gains. And I've learned more from doing these last 3 Game-like Jams than I have any game dev that I've ever done. So definitely all good, and yeah, it'll help in the future. Exactly. What's up, Rolrick? Welcome. Thank you for being such a great supporter of Hyper Game Dev. You gifting stuff yesterday. You just being so generous. I appreciate you, Rolrick. Hope you're doing well. Great supporter of this channel. Wasn't expecting a live today. Nice surprise. Yeah. So I have my public schedule up on the Jam page, although well, if I do extra ones, I'll probably do that for mega hypers, but there's also the Monday stream, of course, for members. But yeah, so this is today right here. I am I'm doing extra streams to get this game done because the showcase where we play everyone's games on stream is in like, oh wait, that says 26th. Oh, that's an error. Oh no. Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta edit something. Oh, I better fix that. Oh, honey, that's supposed to say, I believe June 6th. Forgive me. Yeah, that's supposed to say June 6th. That is an unfortunate typo. I have a feeling that's a recent typo, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. But it's supposed to be June 6th. All right, but that's coming up soon. That's coming up very, very soon, which is important. All right, scroll back down. Here we go. Now it's accurate. Okay, June 6th. June 6th is the showcase, and that means I have to have my game done by then. That's the deadline. That's the deadline. Now, technically, we have to have our games done by the voting period, right? I'm not submitting mine for ranking. The voting period ends on the 31st, right? So once the 31st is over and we're on to the 1st of June, you're not going to be able to upload a game or update your game. So get your pre-submissions in, please. Just put them in there. Just put them in there. Even if it's crap, just put it in there. So that way you got something. And then you won't be able to touch it all this week until Friday. So right before the showcase happens, there's going to be a window, a couple-hour window, where you can update your game. So you can work on it throughout this week and make little changes to it. And then by the time the showcase happens, where we show it off on stream and play it and everybody gets to see what you did, that is going to give you an opportunity to make sure that work you might have done in this time, bugs you might have found, can get added for the showcase. So you can update your game at that time. But yeah, so I don't have a lot of time. So I'm streaming extra streams so I can get this game done. So I'll be doing 2 next week publicly as well. Obviously, there's the Monday stream for members. And then I'll probably, most likely, wedge in a Mega Hypers stream too, which is another membership tier. But yeah, I gotta do a bunch. I'm glad it was a nice surprise and not like, here's Liz again. Talking to Timeless, love that. Last jam, I learned to organize my 7 million things I have to do, and I gotta say, stuff is way easier. What? So this jam is helping you grow too. Okay, I love that. Hey, Bards, welcome. H. I like the H. Okay. All right. What the heck is going on here? So it's just the piece. Oh, I meant to make the screen big, but I got big. That's okay. So the piece is in the right place. It just fundamentally didn't know that it was supposed to fall. So it did like say, oh, I'm not a piece here anymore. It cleared. I mean, actually, I feel like this stone was here and then it fell down there. But the problem is that could potentially miss a match that is necessary, which isn't ideal. So here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, the code that works. The code that works, I'm gonna go through the code and I'm gonna try to understand it a little bit, and then I'm gonna make sure I go through the code that did not get updated, that was pre-existing, and to try to understand the flow of logic and time and when signals go off and be like, wait, why would that work? That doesn't make sense. So yeah. All right, so this is like the brain of the game. It's the main scene, stuff like that. We've established some things up here. I don't really care, it doesn't matter. We set up some signals, doesn't really matter. This physics stuff, it's actually interesting. If is checking for floors, I actually didn't really even notice this. What is this? Game scene, everything is on the floor. Wait, there's a thing for that? Wait, I didn't know that I even had this. See, this is why we look over the code. Last night, Dungeon Martian, another awesome supporter, mod of this channel, thank you for being such a great mod, was helping me make this design pattern, which let me check to see if all the pieces have fallen. But I didn't need this. I didn't need this. I didn't need it at all. It already exists right here. So what this is doing is it's iterating through all of the nodes on the grid, or all of the pieces that are on the board. It's iterating through them, and it's checking to see if they're on the floor, and this is running in the physics process. And if they're not on the floor, it just returns. And then if it does manage to get past it, then it, oh man, it's like, but you know, at that point, I had been working for 11 hours, which I love. I love hyper focusing for hours on end. I love it. I got no problem with it. But you know, there's a reality to the human mind, and that's that it gets tired. And so I don't think I was even capable of like stepping back and getting an overview of all the code. So you know, better now than never. Oh my goodness, let me get a cuppa here. Cheers. Okay. Now, it's then going to emit checking matches. Now, I think this checking matches signal is, I think there's problems. I think this is being just like emitted where it doesn't belong. I mean, we got these random booleans. I think this could be a crux of the issue, of the timing. So, if you think about it, right? Once the pieces land, we want to check to see if there's matches. Once they resettle, we want to check to see if there's matches. So it makes sense that this is central to the problems that I'm having. And then we set is checking floors to false. So what makes is checking floors true? Where's that? Where's that? Okay, one place. When a piece is placed. Okay, this is interesting. So a piece is placed when there's a pair and you're spinning it around and we're getting it down on the ground. But that's not the same moment that combos start happening. Okay, so what is this signal? On adjusted piece fall. So this is running every single time a piece, so like once a combo hits, and probably before that too, but once a combo hits, or a chain, let's say one chain hits, and the pieces start to readjust, this signal gets emitted every time one of those pieces hits the ground. Every time. So you know what I would think makes more sense? We could say that this makes it true. Yeah, just have this, we could just literally put 100% of this in the absolute trash. Now, I do have this timer pop countdown start situation, and that's very important, because that's what actually goes through and clears the pieces. So there's the checking for matches, and then it clears the pieces. So I'm going to look for where that gets started. On the piece placed. Wow. That's the right. So on checking matches. I'm telling you that on checking matches, it is the thing. Okay. Got it. So I'm thinking we just let that run. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to go back to the game scene. Instead of... This is probably causing like multiple... This is such a mistake. Okay, we're going to come back right here. And we're just going to say... Just throw it away. Here, I'll put it on the clipboard. All right, I'll put it on the clipboard. That's the best I can do. And then I'm going to say is checking for floors becomes true. Right there. Now, I would be curious to know if that is only running at that time, right? Because it would kind of suck if it was running more often than it should. So let's see what happens. I was planning on just looking at code, but that was just, it just immediately jumped out as something. Okay, it hasn't run it yet. It never ran it. Okay, good. Ran, okay, it did 2 times. 2 times it ran it. Right? I even think, let's get another print message up here for if this does, oh great, bam, beautiful. Love it. Yeah, I think a lot of these could be useful, maybe, on checking matches. If not is checking and not is rechecking. So the rechecking thing was me kind of trying to compensate. I actually added this after the stream ended last night. I was just like, oh, furiously jam ratting. And so, yeah, I don't know. Oh, but this isn't even, this actually isn't running at all because I disconnected this signal. So this technically is just nothing right now. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna comment that out so I don't get confused, because that's no fun. Who wants to be confused? Okay. Let's see what we got. I don't know, I won't add any, I don't think there's any others to add in just yet. The code better not be 300 plus lines already. Is that like a measure of code length that is ideal? I'm pretty quiet. I think that's a you. I think that's a you thing. I think that's a you thing. That's what I think. I think my volume is normal. I can turn it up. I can turn it up, but I think that's a you thing. You have your PC in full volume, but is your YouTube player at full volume? That's what I would want to know. Okay. So this ran on adjusted peacefall, ran on adjusted peacefall. I don't know, does anyone else think I'm quiet? I don't think I'm quiet. I'm looking at the levels. I think it's okay. Spam the up arrow. Yeah, I think my volume is good. Ran on adjusted peacefall, ran on adjusted peacefall. Everything is on the floor. It thudded. So this runs twice, right? Of course it makes sense that Jonas, hey, welcome Jonas. Thanks for being such a great supporter. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I'm a normal volume. Now I feel like I'm too loud. I'm gonna turn it down. Thanks for letting me know, Roger. I always appreciate you guys like letting me know if things are weird. So it ran twice, which is good. That means that, and thank you Jonas and Bart's for letting me know that it sounds good. It ran twice. That means there's 2 pieces. They both were saying, now it says adjusted, which is not true. They're not adjusted pieces. The adjusted pieces is supposed to be like the combo moment. So there's already kind of something weird going on there that's even happening. I'm not even sure what to think here. Roger, I'm almost worried about your ears. I'm almost worried about, you gotta go to the ear doctor. Let's see. Adjusted peacefall, emit. Adjusting is true. Wait, what is the message that comes out? Ran on, oh, that's from the game scene. Gotcha. But okay, so then it would just be here. If make peace fall, if not just fell, just fell. Oh yeah, that's gonna run. It's gonna run all the time. So if you would want to say if adjusting, do that. If adjusting, right? And I don't know if that's gonna have unintended consequences. Hopefully it has intended consequences, which is that it doesn't run more than it needs to. Okay, so I'm gonna put 1 piece down. Okay, it does check that everything's on the floor, because it's going to check that, because as soon as a pair of pieces are placed, it checks if everything is on the floor, and it is now. And then this it thudded just means that a sound effect was played. Okay, so now we're gonna put this down, and I'm not even gonna slam it. I'm gonna let it, the timer's a little slow, but it's gonna break apart. and fall down. Okay, no adjusting. That's good. Everything's on the floor. Okay, it's looking good. It's looking good. Now I'm gonna try to go for a combo. It doesn't really matter what it is. I'm gonna spawn a pair so I can just cheat a combo here. We're not getting any adjusted stuff. Okay, now we're gonna put this. There's really nothing to adjust. Now it's interesting because it readjusted everything. But if you think about it, nothing really... Like, okay, we cleared some things. And here's the other interesting thing, is that Game Scene did not run it didn't run the adjusted function. So what is, so okay, so adjusting is true. What is on any pieces popped? So this is happening on every single piece. Come on. I guess that makes sense. No, I guess that makes sense, right? Because because what, it's gonna know if they need to readjust? No, I guess every time any piece is popped, all of the pieces need to ask themselves in physical space, hey, should I be readjusting myself because something popped underneath me? I don't know. So actually, it makes sense. It worries me a little bit, right? So if what happens if adjusting? If adjusting during check, so here's the thing, right? That's never becoming false, for whatever that's worth. That seems like a mistake. I think I would like to see it check if everything is on the floor again, so we can lock it in, right? That would make a lot of sense to me. Okay, and then when we emit the adjusted thing up here, make piece fall. If adjusting, move and slide. If not on floor, make piece fall. So were they on the floor? I'm very confused, like what exactly is happening here. None of them thud, right? The only thing that's happening is that their adjusting is set to true. And I think because they were on the floor, they didn't actually need to move. The only thing that's true is that adjusting, that's all that's true, is adjusting. Well, I would think that adjusting needs to become false again. So when does that happen? Why would that occur? The only place where adjusting becomes false is two places. One, I do kind of feel like there's a potential for an enum here. On checking matches, well, I mean, to be honest, we should probably recheck the matches. But that would require us running checking floors, which requires that any piece adjusted signal. Adjusting goes to false if we are not separated yet. So that is, say it's a pair of pieces. Yeah, I mean, this is just an error. This is not supposed to happen. I don't think this has ever happened. This would be very not good. In fact, I would even say you should add a breakpoint in here. would be a good idea, because that should not be a thing. And I mean, that's a little risky. You probably would want to say and is debug build just to like make sure people's games aren't gonna freeze. Okay, so pretty much the only place that it happens is on checking matches. That's the only time. So we kind of need on checking matches to run. So I think what I do need is that adjusted signal to run. But that's only, so if we are adjusted, right, so we will be adjusted if not just fell. Right, so it won't have fallen yet. See how confusing this is? See how freaking confusing this mess is? This is what I need to understand and make sense. You know? I think this needs to, I think an enum is necessary here. Separated should be a boolean, but this whole just fell, not just fell, and adjusting thing is very confusing. So I'm gonna actually draw what the heck this is supposed to be, because I'm very confused. Okay. So when a piece pair falls, that's two single pieces, and the single pieces are controlled by this script. That's what this is right here. Okay. And so it has all that stuff on it, but currently it is not separated. So separated is false at this time. You can tell because they're together. Now separated becomes true when separate from pair runs. This is once it gets placed on the ground. It actually hits the ground. Let's see where separate from pair gets called. That gets called in the game scene. Clear old pair. What calls clear old pair? On piece placed. What calls on piece placed? The piece pair. Physics process. So this, right, there's the couple different scripts here. There's the single piece script. These both have that. If we can just, single piece. And then within that is the piece pair script, right? So this is one unit. From the piece pair script, it's once it's on the floor via the physics process, it is going to can also say if OS is debug build. This is not necessary otherwise. If it's on the floor, this is like a debug thing. I don't think I'm even using that anymore. I could probably just get rid of it. Maybe I'll just get rid of it. Debug, don't spawn. We're just gonna burn it down. Yeah, we're just gonna burn it down. Don't think it's necessary anymore. Debug, don't. On stop spawn pressed. I don't think we even show that anymore. Yeah, we're commenting that out. I might, who knows, maybe I'll end up wanting it back, but right now, not interested. Not interested. Would rather just clean up. We're cleaning up right now. That's what this is. Wow, that was like the first button I made. Okay, back to the game scene. Or the pair? Is that where we were? Yes. So if it's on the floor, and if slamming down is when I hold down and it goes really fast. That's what slamming down is. It's gonna emit that a piece is placed. Apparently I was doing a sound at that point, but we have decided not to. I guess I'll leave that. If we're on the floor and it isn't slamming down, okay, now we got just fell. So there's two just fells. There's a just fell on piece pair, and there's a just fell on each single piece. Which is fine, but it just makes it all a little confusing if it wasn't already confusing. So I'm just gonna note that exists in all these places. See if I can get some inspiration for where an enum might become appropriate. Okay, let's do it like this. Oh no, this is, you can group all this. Oh, but not that. Group. It's important. It's important. Ungroup. Group. Alright, now we're cooking. Okay. Then it's gonna say if we're not slamming down, it's gonna make sure it didn't just fall. What the hell is just fall? So it's gonna be false by default, right? And then if we don't slam it and we just let it fall on its own, just fell becomes true. Meaning this isn't gonna run multiple times because we're in the physics process. So really this is just making sure, it's just like a flag to make sure that we don't, it's saying do once is really what this is keeping in control. Then it prints piercing thud. So you'll see if it's still here. Well, there's thudded, it thudded. And then there's thud for the piercing. It's interesting, and I guess that's why we don't need the sound. So thud was just supposed to mean audio is playing. So it seems to me like it's actually playing more audio than is necessary, if I were to guess. It makes me think I can probably comment that out. Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna try something. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the code here. So if I slam it down, we get a sound. If I let it fall, we get a sound. If I come into the code, comment that out, save it. Probably don't need to reload it, but let's reload it. Do the sounds still happen? Yeah, I'm just trying to examine it, understand what's going on. Okay, I'm just gonna let it fall on its own. No sound. So that thud is indeedness. Oh, so that's the lock-in. I know I actually had a lot of trouble getting the sounds to run when I want them to run, probably in part because this code is crazy. But also because, note to self, have placeholder sounds as soon as possible. Because I am like going back through the code and trying to find where to put audio cues, and I'm like, oh crap, I have to code in when these cues should fire, because they don't exist on their own. So yeah, that's something that in the future I'm going to try to remember. Think about where the sounds are going to be. Have placeholder sounds as soon as possible. Don't wait till the end to do sound stuff. And I can wait until the end to get the correct sounds in, but not to know where they're gonna go. Okay, so if I have that extra thud in there, we'll hear a sound here and when it locks in. So that's actually a lock-in sound, which I would love for that to be a different sound, if I'm being honest. So if I slam it, it'll get the sound right away. So it's kind of hard to say, you know, and I could put it in both these places. Then it's probably just going to be extra loud when I slam it, because it's going to play like 3 thuds all at once. Rorik avoids using events, and at the end of the day, I always need them, especially for audio. Always, right? Oh, you actually can hear the delay, which is also very interesting to just kind of understand the timing of what's going on. It goes... So when I slam down, that plays an audio effect, and then after that, we get the P single. So I guess I could say print slam thud if I really wanted to study what's going on here. which I do. We're in it for the thud haul. So we get a slam thud, then it checks if everything is on the floor, and then both pieces at the same time do their thud sound. So I have a whole issue right now with figuring out when to say do let the single piece thuds play, don't let the pair scene thud play. Do let the pair scene, don't let the it's like that is like stressing me out so much. Random uses the darkest magics and ritualistic sacrifice to make my code work. It be like that though. It be like that. You've got some crazy solutions. Sounds like a great piece of feedback. Much better than the console in these situations. Right? Dude, that's a great point. That's a whole other reason why it's valuable to put the sounds in as placeholders early. Dude, I didn't even think about that. That's such a good point. I did think about it, but I didn't think about it, like, deeply. That's such a great point. Like, wow. I've never felt more convinced that I need to make sure I've got my sound cues as soon as friggin' possible. Okay. All right. Right, because it can just like, tell you, wait, there's a problem with the timing. Okay. All right. And then if I don't slam it, if I just let it do its thing, thud 1 and thud 2. So, yeah, it's a tricky situation. So that's what just fell. Well, yeah, just fell is just making sure that it plays the sound once. So I don't even think I'm even using it for any other reason. There's one other place, and that is if it is not on the floor, then just fell goes to false. Why? Why would you do that? I don't really understand why you do that. Well, I guess that makes sense. But that's the piece pair. Why would the piece pair? Oh, I see. I know why that would be. So that would be if we're like dancing on the bottom with the piece and like flipping it around. I think that must be what it is. Because you have some time to correct once you land. So it's like, if I'm here, see, that's what that just fell allows for, is constant thudding. Okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, I feel like this could be renamed to, like, if not audio thud cued, then audio thud cued. It's actually kind of the opposite of that. It's kind of like, right, well, audio thud would be cued. It's kind of confusing, isn't it? Like, you get kind of audio thud not cued. I hate that. I guess I could just do this and then make this false and then make this true. I mean, at least it makes more like logical sense. Right, but it's not cued anymore. Why is this so confusing? Technically, we are uncueing it here. We're saying, no, it is not cued. Here we're saying it hasn't been cued yet. Here we're saying it is now cued. And therefore it's going to happen. So actually I think it is correct. Why is that so confusing? Okay, just to make it all a little bit easier to understand. Parts of my code use duct tape and stick. Maybe I should try out the magic rituals. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a place for both of them, you know? I mean, let's be honest. A weird thing about me is I used to be in, like, an occult cult. Just weird Lee's lore, okay? Just don't ask. Don't ask. And let's just say, a lot of those rituals, they were held together by duct tape and sticks. So, Sometimes literally. So I think they can complement each other. Gotta get used to debugging by audio, just in case you ever lose eyesight. That's right. That's right. Very, very practical, very pragmatic of you. Welcome, Entropy. How you been? Good to see you. You're not the first. I've been seeing a couple dreams people coming through. Not that you're a dreams person, but folks who were here back when I was doing dream streams. More so. Is something dreams? Do some kind of dreams news going on? I'm seeing like things on my feed about dreams. There must be some dreams news. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. All right. So audio thud queued, great. I haven't changed the code, but I at least understand a little better. And since there's a just fell on both, now I'm actually going to remove this from here. Now I have it only in one place, so it's just a little easier to understand. All right. I'm going to put the music back on because we're good. We got it. What's next? What was I even... Why did I even find the just fell in the first place? Entropy's been good, been busy. Haven't seen a lean stream in a minute. I'm glad you made it in. You know, I'm just here, 12-hour grinding, making a game, specifically a Puyo Puyo-like for the Game-like Jam. It's a new game jam that we started here on the channel. It's the third one, and we try to make games like other games. In this case, Puyo Puyo, a game released in 1992, also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Kirby's Avalanche, Kirby's Ghost Trap. It went by many names. All the same game, just a different story. And I thought this would be a really, really easy game. I thought it'd be super easy. It's not. It's not. And that's okay. That's all right. And that's a great learning experience. I love it. So the whole idea of the Game-like Jam is to have known scope. So you already know what the game is gonna be. You don't have to, you know, come up with the idea. You're just focused on building and making the game the best you can, something similar to it. And I have honestly grown more as a game dev making these 3 Game-like Jam games than I have in any other thing I've ever done with game dev. I mean that. Like the 1 hour jam, it wasn't helping me grow at a certain point anymore. So that's why I stopped that jam. And I'm doing this jam now because it's so much better. And we have a month to make it, not an hour, which is much better. And you know, my game's coming along. You know, we're getting there little by little. It's very little by little. Oh, look, a bug. What did that do? It is super helpful. The last one we did was Bloons, the first Bloons tower defense game, which also was difficult, but in retrospect, you know what? It wasn't as difficult as this, in my opinion. I mean, they're difficult in different ways. So yeah, we had some really, really amazing entries in that one, as I love to say, because it's true. And then before that, we did Frogger, which was by far the easiest. The next one, I'm gonna make, guys, the next Game-like Jam is gonna be a layup, I'm telling you. I've got a list of super easy ones, I'm pretty sure. But I'm gonna actually try to make a little prototype this time to test it out before I commit to it for our jam, because man, whoops. Puyo Puyo is hard. But it's fun. Yeah, it is. It's a really, really great way to learn, and I love it. Derek's computer went kaput, and sadly had to drop the Puyo Puyo project. Oh no! You're gonna still play the Puyo Puyo games. You are not the first person to drop out. We've had a few dropouts from this jam, and what I wanna say is the game is too hard, but sometimes your computer goes kaput, and it has nothing to do with the difficulty of the game. So let's say that. I'm sorry to hear that, but because you were really instrumental in helping me figure out like the base mechanics of Puyo Puyo. So I feel for you, but it sounds like you're okay with it. Yeah, come through, play the games. June 6th is gonna be the showcase. We'll see. I think I'll be surprised if we get 10 entries. You know, we had 30, nearly 30 in the Frogger like, and we had 20 nearly in the balloons like. I have a feeling we'll have, I think it's just gonna we're just keep taking 10 off. But I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, because we got a submission today that isn't somebody who comes through the streams or says anything in chat anyway. Nobody I recognize, let's put it that way. And their game looks awesome. It's super Puyo Puyo-like. So who knows? People might come out the woodwork in the next week. It's hard to say. It'd be cool if they were all uber simple. Pong, Asteroids, Pac-Man, Class. It's like, yeah, I feel you. Frogger's a good one. So here's the thing: is I don't want to just do arcade games. You know what I mean? Just like arcade game, 80s 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 arcade. It's just like, okay, I get it. 80s arcade games. So I do want to mix it up and have some variety in there. But yes, super or simple is good. But you know, I think there's a flip side to that too. So I'm saying that I want the next one to be super simple, but that doesn't mean I want the next one to be super simple. I kind of think like it's nice if once in a, just like 80s arcade, it's just like it's too many 80s arcade games. So I'm probably gonna try to keep it to like one 80s arcade game a year. You know, like it's just too many. I don't want to be the 80s arcade jam. Like that's so boring to me. But yes, I think, yeah, Frogger. So we did that. Maybe I'll do Pac-Man next year or something. Totally. But hey, what's up, Reactor? I think it's good to have some hard ones. I just fell off my chair. I was just like, maybe that was like a bodily slip, a Freudian bodily slip for. Do you really want to do hard ones, Lise? I do, because I learned so much from that, you know? And here's the other thing, is we can always make the hard ones simpler, but with that said, I want a balance. I want some to be hard, but maybe most are not hard. As long as you can see there's something new you'll have to learn, can't go wrong. Yeah. I mean, I understand your opinion. Okay. But there are very simple games that aren't just 80s arcade games. They exist. I just passed on them because I thought they were too simple. In retrospect, maybe that's okay that they're simple once in a while. Okay, so I do have a little buggy bug here. This piece, when it's separated for some reason that I don't understand, I don't know if you can tell, but it is floating. What's it doing? Why did that even happen? I don't remember why that happened, when it happened, what the situation was. I'm confused. If I look at the array, it thinks that they're right on top of each other. Obviously, they're not quite. Genuinely, I don't know. Oh, this was one, I think that was when I was just like maybe kind of like spinning it around to try that sound stuff. I think maybe that was when it happened. Okay, so that is another bug. That is a bug. That is a known bug that I need to fix. Oh, I forgot to bring this in. That is a known bug I need to fix, which is that you can rotate a piece, not only clipping into other pieces, but you can clip out of bounds, which just causes the game to crash. So I do need to fix that, but it's not really my priority right now. So that's just the truth. I wonder if it has to do, oh, interesting. I wonder if it has to do with the timing, because there's, so, okay, that's actually very interesting. So there's like a timer that once that cuts, that is it, that cuts you off from spinning it around. And this is true in Puyo Puyo as well, the original. And I don't have to make it like the original, but you can still adjust your position of your piece for like a few seconds. Oh, I thought that was a match. Interesting. You can still adjust your piece's position for a few seconds before it locks in, right? So that piece just got flung out of here, which is wild. What does it think? So it thinks there's a stone there. Sand, grass, stone. It has actually all settled into a reasonable array. Okay, so it turns out, I think some of the, because one thing that we've added that wasn't there before is like a new like move and slide or two. And that new move and slide or two is to help the pieces slide down once they're placed. And I think that there's some more timing issues there that started to interfere with that system where we check if the player is allowed to still move around because the timer hasn't ended yet. So yeah, there's something with that little timer. And again, it's not a feature that I like really need to keep, you know? Like it's like a key feature in the original Puyo Puyo, but I don't have to make a key original Puyo Puyo. You know, I just need to make something that works. And, you know, if that mechanic is gonna lead to issues, maybe it should kind of go. Or study the timing and get it working right. So you can see all of these are just kind of floating. If we print it, it seems like there's something kind of weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2. Also, welcome dungeon. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it thinks there's an extra piece here. That was probably the one that got yeeted, that got thrown up. Squirrel, it is. It's just a supervisor. Yeah. Yes. So in Puyo Puyo slash Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Kirby's Avalanche, there's like kind of like the story concept where you're battling against opponents, and traditionally there's two sides: the player side and the AI side. And I didn't particularly want to do the AI side, not because I didn't want to figure out how to do AI. I did have a plan for that, but it's stretch goal. But because I wanted to make it more for mobile, and I wanted to try to fit it into just a vertical space. So I just decided to have it be only the player side. So that squirrel is kind of like this guy right here, these characters, and your opponent, if you will. And so what they're going to do, which I haven't gotten to work on because I'm trying to get my friggin' placing working and my matching working, which is fundamental. But what's supposed to happen, so you see how like these little garbages fall down? There's where they're called trash, garbage, nuisance. What happens is the more combos your opponent or you get, then you send garbage over to the other side, which is a way to slow down your opponent or make the game harder for them. So, because those pieces they don't clear from matches or a specific color match, but you just have to match near them. So that squirrel would be throwing these nuisances, these garbages, at you, and instead of it being based on the performance of the AI, in my version, I want them to be, you know, just make my own little simple algorithm with time and difficulty, you know, scaling factors and stuff like that, that determine how often it just throws garbage at you, and then if you send garbage back to it, you would just like knock it out. It'd be a little dizzy, and there would be a delay before it was going to throw garbage back at you. So that's what the squirrel is for. Is the idea is that you're digging through these like domains of these creatures, and then you're gonna go deeper and deeper underground. So this would be level 1, right? So if I defeat the squirrel, the idea is going to be that there will be a bunch of pieces already on the board, and those are like the squirrel's pieces, and once you break through all of the ones that are already there, then you will actually skip down to the next level and dig deeper. So the ground falls out and a new character comes in, and then you defeat this character's level, right? And so on and so forth. Whoops, I broke it. Let me start it over. And you just keep getting deeper and deeper underground, getting to creepier and creepier creatures until you beat the game. So that's what the squirrel is for. I have like more characters I want to make. So that's a squirrel. This is a long-eared jerboa. This is a tarantula, an underground fleshy spider. And then I've made this like sand earthworm kind of thing, sandworm earthworm thing. And then ideally I'd make more, but I haven't made more yet. And it's set up to be able to just keep digging infinitely, basically. We can just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper for all eternity. So, yeah. The Puyo Puyo playing when starting the game has been stuck in my head for a month now. Same! Pyong pyong! Same! And the original Japanese one, it's different. Like this version is kind of obscure. Like, it wasn't released for friggin' years, like decades. It didn't come out. And then, but it was like here and there, but nobody really played it. And then like more recently, it got dug up and shared. But the one that's like more recognizable, if you will, arguably, but to us, it's that one. I just talked over it. For us, it's pyong pyong, but for some reason, this one is different. It's different. I don't know what to say. It's different. Even though this one is like cuter and I kind of like it better, I now have this like false nostalgia for this one. And I like this one. It's the one I want. It's the one I crave. It's the one I need. It does sound sad. Pew pew. You're right. It does. Pew pew. Pew pew. Isn't that pew pew? We're burrowing. Exactly. Alright, so that's the story of the squirrel. But I'll be lucky if I even get to really flesh all of that out. I will. So I just, I gotta... I gotta figure it out. Okay, so those pieces separate. So there's something weird, and I guess I'll just like take a note down somewhere. Yeah, it sounds goofier. The English one sounds goofier. Yes. Meow meow. There's a charm to it, right? Timer or extra time timer. So that's in the piece pair. I think this is something that just needs to be looked at as something that's causing problems. Is kind of what I'm taking these notes for right now. Okay, back on the piece pair. I'm gonna keep examining what we got. Thud stuff, peaceful, extra. Okay, so this is the extra time right here. If not, is extra time true? So same kind of flag to make sure it only happens once. It starts the extra time. So that is to say, if we slam the piece down, then we don't get extra time and the piece just gets placed. If we don't slam it down and we let it float down and hit the ground, we have time to adjust, or this extra time timer starts. I think that extra time timer, it needs to end on a very specific frame or something, so that way it's synced up. Otherwise, it's not synced and we have issues. So that's something to think about. Oh yeah, that would be kind of nice to have a print. So I'm gonna say pair scene, extra time started. Okay. So then there's that else. If it's not on the floor, yeah, exactly. It's some out of sync. But it kind of didn't matter before we started doing the combo adjusting, because I think I started adding in like new move-in slides, and I think that ending on a specific frame is dangerous. Okay, maybe next. Oh, I see. Okay, maybe not ending on a specific frame, but I guess I mean making sure that the timer ending is syncopated with whenever, or at least preceding whenever the physics changes are happening that causes those to separate. Something like that. But okay, noted. Okay, so the audio thud cue will be off, and it'll allow it, so if it's not on the floor, make sure it's falling. So clearly something weird is happening. Well, because they probably become single pieces at that point. I would actually love to know when it is no longer a pair, you know, when that is actually getting cue freed. Let me just look for all my cue frees, because it does get cue freed. That's old. Pair controller cue free right here. I would love to know exactly when that happens. So I'm gonna say print game scene. I like to always say like what script my prints are coming from. Game scene, pair controller or pair scene freed. It's free! Yay. You know what else is free? Leaving a like. Pressing that like button. Some of y'all are members. Dungeon Martian, thank you for being a member, supporting the channel. Means a lot. Some of y'all give donos. I don't expect any of that. I don't even expect a thumbs up. But the nice thing about the thumbs up, hitting that like button below this video or to the bottom left if you're on mobile. The nice thing about hitting that like button is it's free. And it's a way you can support and help this channel grow. So if you haven't yet, hyper smash the thumbs up. Thank you guys. Starting on a specific frame is safe time. Frank. Thank you, Frank, for the thumbs up. No, it's safe. Appreciate you, Frank. And thanks for being a mod for so long. You might be one of the longest mods still here. Cheers to you for that. Okay, so you finished your add-on update, back to game dev? Nice. Oh yeah, you do like bounce around. I feel like that's when you first came through these streams, you were talking about how you made add-ons, like as a bit of a distraction from your main projects. But that could be nice to mix it up and do other things. Nice work. Now you've done that. Okay, unchanged level. Right, what are we doing? We're not here. I'm like reading it like right where I left off, but that's not where I was. Right. So right, if it's not on the floor, it keeps falling. If you press down, slamming becomes true and we go super fast if we're not on the floor. That makes sense. So that's how you can start slamming in the middle of falling. Nothing weird there. Don't really care about studying that. And then move and slide runs just in the physics process. It's chilling there, physics processing its life away. We also round the X position constantly. I'm not sure that that's necessary, but it's probably not causing any trouble, so just to make sure we keep that grid-like thing. Your add-on had a feature, but the merge deleted it in GitHub, and now you're sad because it was a fun feature. Oh. The merge deleted. Oh, I did that. I did that on my Bloons Like. My Bloons Like, I merge deleted something. Ugh, I hate that. I hate that. It makes me so mad. Oh, it makes me so mad. It does. No, it sucks because it's like I'm supposed to be using version control to help me. Sometimes it hurts, but usually it helps. Usually. Remove the limit on what types of signals that let you connect to functions for the animator. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know what that means. There's a lot of context I'm missing to understand that. It sounds like a bonus, like a total bonus thing. Okay, so when the extra time times out, then it says piece placed. So this is potentially where some issues are happening, right? Because if you think about it, the other place was if we slam it down in the physics process, that's when piece placed was emitting. Here, it's not on the physics process anymore. Now it's happening when this timer times out. So I'm not saying that it's as simple as putting it somewhere else, but I do wonder. I mean, crazy idea. Crazy idea. Okay. What if it just makes slamming down true? It's a crazy idea. But when the timer times out, what if it just drags it down? That way, it'll definitely be on the physics process. Now, that doesn't mean that that's going to fix my problem, because it could be something else. But I do wonder, like, what would happen? Okay, it placed it. I didn't see any problem. Huh? Huh? Come on. Kinda seems okay. Now, it was an edge case situation, so I have to try a bunch. Now, we still have the clipping. That is a separate problem that I need to fix. So, but as long as they're not floating in the air, I'm happy. Nice. So that's what when I said on the same frame, that's what I meant. Like that the timer, it's not, the timer isn't working against the physics process. Generating a list instead of being a preset list. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. Okay, so we need to get the clipping thing fixed. I acknowledge that. But we're not gonna worry about it. I feel like there's probably some way to change like the mass or some kind of collision density situation. Dude, I think that fixed it. Let's go. Squashing little bugs. Yes. We'll see. You know, I'll keep playing and we can see if it comes up, but I think that's it. I think that was it. Let's go. All right, so I'm actually even going to take that off of here because I don't care about it anymore. I'm calling that fixed. Okay, and so now, bug. Oh, poor little ladybug. Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta get squashed. I'm just gonna say, piece placing no longer has floating, probably. No, let's say that. Let's not say that. Extra pair place timer synced, or extra pair place timeout synced with physics process. Okay. Excellent. What's next? What you got for me? Rotational movement. Yeah, so okay, yeah, there's some things. I mean, I could right now think about that clipping if I guess I could. We'll see. There's easy stuff. So the piece pair is made up of character bodies. So it's not like a rigid body. It's not even a static body technically. So I don't think I have like a mass. Collision safe margin. Extra margin used for collision recovery when calling move and slide. If the body is at least this close to another body, it will consider them to be colliding and will be pushed away before performing the actual motion. Oh yeah, that's it. A higher value means it's more flexible for detecting collision, which helps with consistently detecting floors and walls. A lower value forces the collision algorithm to use more exact detection, so it can be used in cases that specifically require precision, such as at very low scale to avoid visible jittering or for stability with a stack of character bodies. I'm actually concerned, because it's already at a very low amount. And based on those words, I'm just gonna jack it up. Based on those words, it kind of made it sound like lower is more what I want. So I don't, maybe this isn't it. Maybe this isn't it. Let's find out, let's find out. Now wait, you only changed that on the top piece. Actually, the top piece is the only one that matters. Oh look, I'm not clipping through. Where did it go? Where did the piece go? That was unexpected. Oh look, and now it's, so down here at the bottom, there's like buttons, and these buttons only appear, I don't actually remember, but they only appear based on something happening, and it didn't happen. That's actually something else I should probably fix. We got problems. We got some problems. Checking matches. So checking matches never ran. Still trying to quite figure out what the hell makes checking matches happen. We've only got one place for it. If checking floors. Right, and what makes checking for floors happen again? Checking for floors becomes true in two places on adjusted piece fall and when a piece is placed. So the piece is, here, we should add this in. The piece is never getting placed. Okay, all right, cool. I was very hopeful for a second there. But, you know, it seems like the collision is happening differently. But let me try this. Let me try putting multiple pieces next to each other. Oh no, we're still clipping right through. I mean, it is behaving differently. That's gotta, dude, that has to be the safe margin. I feel like, cause you can still see it. You see the long shadow? It's still up there. I feel like the safe margin is literally like placing it like way out there. I think I know what might be happening though. I think because I only set it on the top piece, and the top piece collision isn't relevant until the piece controller gets removed. So I think that's why they're separating. Okay, this makes more sense. So what we want to do is not have the top piece character body have this huge safe margin, but instead have the top level. So the way that this works is that there are 3 character bodies in the piece pair. There's the top level here, that's just like contains everything. And then within that, there's another character body, which is a top piece, and then another character body, which is the bottom piece. Both of the top and bottom collision shapes are turned off. They're not actually active. Until this gets removed. So what happens is when the piece gets placed, these two get pulled out of the piece pair and added onto the grid. And then that's when that safe margin for the character body was going into effect, and it was just like padding it a crazy amount. So I have a feeling this safe margin is a risky proposition, but we'll see. And then this piece pair just gets deleted after they're separated from it. So, technically what I'd want to do is I'd want to experiment with the safe margin on this, but I'm a little concerned, that it's going to take us off of the grid or something. So I'm just gonna put it at 0.1 on that top level and see what happens. Okay, so really it's if, oh, interesting. So it's a little stickier, and now we got pieces separating incorrectly again. So that's interesting. But you can see it's landing. So it actually literally, it's almost like it extends the collision to be larger around the block, which is quite amazing to think about. I think that the collision might even be, it's not. So it is, I was gonna say, maybe it's like a little smaller. It is not a little smaller. It is full size 111. So that's interesting. Okay, what if I make it 0.01 instead of 0.001? Right, because we need it to be small enough that it'll still slide past, but thick enough that it won't clip through. I don't know if this is actually going to fix anything, but I am curious. Oh! Yes! Oh, dang! Let's freaking go! Squashing bugs, baby! Wait. Oh, still a little too big. Don't party just yet. Okay, let's make it 0.05. Very small. Gotta try all the little edge cases. I mean, it does, like, seem to be helping. Will it be enough? I don't know. We're not clipping through. Wow. Awesome. Such a tiny little change. Oh, we're clipping. We're clipping. All right, we'll try 0.06. Now, even though we're clipping, I wasn't landing in weird places. I kind of have a feeling, just like a little feeling, that this is not going to be enough. Because I feel like it's just gonna either get stuck or it's gonna clip through. I have a feeling we're not gonna avoid both of those problems. But, you know, I'm holding out for hope. Oh, clipping. Alright, let's make it 0.07. Run it again. Probably don't need to run it again, because since we spawn a new one, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, just drop the first one. It's really piece-to-piece interaction. That's the biggest issue. Okay, alright. Not getting clipping yet. Oh, there we go. Yikes. So, I mean, if... Oh, well, wait. Weren't you doing 0.05? I think you're making it really a bit too small. It's okay. Just keep doing it. This is it. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it 1.001 bigger. I'm here for it. Okay. Let's make it a little taller. Seems to be that often. Nope, there we go. Probably can do 0.01 at this point. Probably would be fine. Make it taller, that's where it gets weird. Oh, we're clipping, baby. We are clipping. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it 0.02. I'm gonna jack it up a bit extra. Maybe that's too much, but I'd love to establish the upper limit before it starts snagging where it shouldn't. Okay, it is snagged. Alright, 0.01. I don't know, man. You know, we're just getting in this, like, little doop, 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 doop. I feel like getting in those tiny little adjustments is not a good sign. To me, that's like House of Cards, where even if it gets just right, any little different condition will cause it to fail. Alright, let's do 0.015. So I wonder if this could be combined with something else to help it work better. Now I think maybe Camwin had a solution to this. I think I need to ask them what they did. Oh, 0.015 is not enough. So if 0.2 is too much and 0.015 is not enough, that is not a great margin. Okay, I'm doing 0.017, so I skipped 0.016. Guys, I don't think this is gonna be it. I think in combo with something else, it can, like, help, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, now we're snagged. Alright, back down to 0.016. That's okay. Again, I wasn't expecting to, like, solve this right now. It's just something I've been meaning to try. Okay. Oh, it's snagged at 0.016. And I think 0.015 didn't snag, but it, at least not in my previous test, but it did clip. So that's kind of the threshold. Oh, it snags! Oh, it snags! Hey, Jay Jordan, what's up? I have started to build the matching stuff. Not much, because this has been very difficult. I mean, I've changed a lot of how the general algorithms work. And so that's been very good. The general, like, sorting and matching algo. That's mostly what's changed. Because, unfortunately, it's crazy difficult. Okay, so now we're clipping. At least I'm finding it very difficult. But are we snagging? No more snagging. So the threshold is somewhere between 0.013 and 0.05. So there it's not. Oh, it is snagging! Dang. 1 step forward, 2 steps debugging back. Yeah. Something like that. I think it's mostly forward, but, like, you know, it always causes, I mean, there's truth in that, right? Because every fix is gonna lead to more problems. That's not always true. That's definitely not always true. Oh, I saw it snag just like a little bit. It kind of sorted itself out. I think this is probably doing more harm than good. Look at that. I think this is doing more harm than good. I think I would rather not do this safe margin. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I would rather do something maybe that's like, I don't know, adjusting the position based on stuff. So I'll show you, Jay Jordan, I do have some matching that's possible. So we can get all those. It doesn't do score, but it does detect if there's more than 4. And it does combos. I'm still kind of fixing the combos a bit. They're a little broken, which is part of what I'm here to adjust and improve. So there's a combo. 1, 2. So that looked pretty fine, actually. The combos might actually be a little better now than before. Although I have a feeling. I just have a feeling that the code still needs some work. So I'd love to add some effects. Oh, breakpoint. Oh! Unseparated caught adjusting. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. That's crazy. So wait, what makes adjusting true? See, that's how I know that there's timing issues. Interesting. I mean, certainly when I spawn pieces, which is right now a button, I have to press the button for a piece to be given to me because I haven't figured out the moment that should automatically spawn a piece. I think that would be a good next task to figure out here. Because it would help me continue forward on fixing the timing, and we could see if we can avoid that breakpoint statement from occurring. Because here's the thing, if it's adjusting the piece pair, that means the piece pair is going to be like moving sliding when it's not supposed to be. And well, we don't want that. And this is piece single. So if adjusting when we are not separated. So we have the separated Boolean. So that's kind of the other thing to think about. So let's start. I'm gonna go back to this now. There is separated Boolean. Okay, and the separated Boolean is very important. It is. But I don't know that it's being utilized as effectively as it could be, or it's part of some of this timing issue stuff. So okay, so this is the piece single. Again, the piece pair, which we already looked at and we analyzed all the way through, and I was like, oh, let's do some collision stuff, whatever. I don't care about that right now. We'll come back to that. So piece pair, that's on the outside. Once this lands and it hits the ground, it's going to emit piece placed. And then this gets deleted, and these become two independent pieces, and separated becomes true. And I think figuring out what happens there is going to be really important. So normally, as a piece pair, we're in the else situation. Separated is false by default. If adjusting happens, which happens when a piece is popped. So that means pieces were getting popped when the pair was existing, because the pair isn't even instantiated yet. It shouldn't be allowed to be instantiated until all the pieces are popped. All the combos are done. We're moving on. That's when a new piece should happen. So like finding that moment is really important. Do you still have the prints up here? Adjusting is true, adjusting is true, adjusting is true. So to me, this everything is on floor is very crucial. I think that in the game scene, I really need to figure out when to run is checking on floors. Because it only happens when a piece is placed right now. Or when an adjusted piece falls. Do we have ran on adjusted piece fall here? Whoa, not really. Because none of them needed to adjust. So I almost think there needs to be like a timer, like another timer that runs. Is there anything on the game scene that has nothing? The last game scene thing was that everything is on the floor, and that was a while ago. Can we get a print for when a new pair is spawned? So that way I can know that that has happened. Print game scene spawning a new Hey Seppi, welcome! Thanks for becoming a member yesterday, appreciate it. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Spawning a new piece pair. I'm just trying to debug the timing of my game. A lot of things are working, but they're working with problems. Just a little bit. So and even if it's passable with bugs, Well, it's not. I need to like really understand, because after yesterday I did get a decent matching algorithm set up, which is excellent, but I left in a lot of other code that doesn't really complement it, and so I'm trying to go back to that old code and sort it out and make it make sense so it all is beautiful and synergetic. And so far, things are happening. Things are happening. So I need to know when a new piece spawns. That would be really helpful. And then adjusting as false, top piece adjusting. And what makes it's confusing. What makes adjusting is false? When it's checking matches. Okay, so checking matches is running probably because pieces are adjusting. I'm not exactly sure. Checking matches emit. There's only one place that checking matches emits in the whole project. That's crazy. One place. And that's the physics process of the game scene. Right? That's where we are? Yeah. If checking for floors is true. So that means checking for floors must be true. At this point. Everything is on the floor. Why would it be checking for... Wait, but if everything is on the floor... Oh, it runs that before it makes it false. Everything is on the floor. It checks for matches. Then it becomes false. Okay, so that then makes sense. Everything is on the floor. Adjusting is false. Checks floor. Yeah, you can't. That's true. That's true. He's a good guy. He's a very good guy. Lucky to have him hanging out with us. Everything's on the floor. It lets us know that. Adjusting becomes false because this emits. If it's checking for matches, it's gonna keep them from adjusting because it's kind of locking them in. So they all stop adjusting. They all stop adjusting. Now with this piece single thudded, I'm guessing this is where a piece got spawned. What I love is before a piece gets spawned, I mean, I guess we could say after anything adjusting is false. You could probably say after that, if everything is on the floor. Why not make that? In theory, I would like that to be when we spawn a new piece. You know? It's a bit risky. But I kind of just want to see what happens. Oh, that's just when the game begins. Okay. Otherwise, it happens. Or I just type that. On spawn piece pair. Let's do on spawn piece pair, because I just think it'd be nicer if I have a signal that lets other things know. I will check. Oh, then we can put this here. Okay, that's fine. That works. Now that's not gonna work here. Well, then do that. I think that would be better if we just did that. So instead of doing that reference, can we say signal bus spawn piece pair? Just wherever it happens. Signal bus spawn piece pair for consistency's sake. That's from on spawn piece pair. On level loaded. So when a new level comes in, signal bus spawn piece pair emit. Now I'm curious, I should have probably checked this first, but where does that get connected? Spawn piece pair connect. Two places. on piece placed. That's very important. That is very important. And what happens when it does that? So this is just checking if there are matched pairs or not. Not the most important thing, but it is a little important for, well, it was. That might be something I need to change. We'll see. But we're not going to worry about that. It's not a big deal. And then game scene. I think it'd be better just to have that signal be consistent. Okay, so what's different? The thing that I did differently is now it's going to auto-spawn a piece if everything is determined to be on the floor. So let's check it out. Whoa. All right, that was fast. Makes me a little scared. But that's okay. So I guess I want to see if I get that breakpoint issue again. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, I need to get rid of the debug. I'm so used to pressing next piece. But the problem with the next piece button is it means I could potentially press it when I'm not supposed to be pressing it, which is not good. So I'm just gonna comment all of this out so I don't accidentally go clicking it. I'm just like in the habit of playing my game that way. I kind of wish there's a little more of a delay before the next piece comes, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, there you go. So we already got that breakpoint. So it's definitely too soon. Okay, that's not the right place to put it. Let me look at what we got here. Let's get a little closer. Piece pair spawned, spawning a new piece pair. Don't really need that in two places, do we? Piece placed, pair scene freed, everything is on the floor. Piece pair spawned, spawning a new piece pair. The sound effects play. Interesting that the sound effects didn't play here. I think they probably did, I just didn't have a print for it. I should probably fix that. Piece placed, pair scene freed, it made a noise, everything on floor. Piece pair spawned, spawning a new pair, sound played, piece placed, pair scene freed, everything on the floor, piece pair spawned, spawning a new piece pair, sounds play, piece placed, pair scene freed, everything on the floor, piece pair spawned, spawning a new piece pair, sounds played. Now we have something very different happening because we tried to clear, right? We tried to pop pieces. Now I will say, the pop didn't happen. I didn't see anything get cleared at all. So it actually would be nice to have a print that says any piece popped, which is probably gonna be a lot, but that's okay. Maybe not. A lot of print. But it kind of makes sense, right? You can see in here, it literally just put every single piece, every literal single piece, it's adjusting to true. And the pair pieces just got caught up in that. Right here, when they're not supposed to. And it just saw that the top piece first had it. So, a couple things. Number one, if it's... Well, I guess, but you know what probably happened? It probably separated it at the same time, which is weird because you can see pair scene freed here is printing, but it isn't printing there. But I still wonder if there are some other steps that are happening before it says that. But if I were to guess, because you're not supposed to be able to adjust it unless it's separated, in theory. So in theory, it shouldn't have been separated yet. I guess we can look to see. I'm just going to find the piece. You can't see me finding it, but here, still can't really see. That would be, let's check the top piece. So on the left here, or the right, I mean on the right, I'm looking at these. They're separated. It says that they're separated. That's very interesting. But wait, that's not the piece pair. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. Hold on. Okay, now I'm very confused. I'm actually very confused. Travi, you'll have to excuse me. I need to move you. So here's the piece pair in the remote tree. So it hasn't been cleared yet. There's the top piece and the bottom piece. They haven't been removed yet, right? They're still in there. They haven't been reparented to the grid. That has not happened. Now there is something called top piece up here. That's different. That is not the same top piece as this one, because as soon as we move this into there, it's gonna rename it. So that's not really an issue. This is the most important one, which does make the naming a little confusing in the printouts. So I feel like I need to sort out my naming conventions a little bit. I think that once a piece gets reparented, it should be renamed, just from like a debugging perspective. So real quick, I'm just gonna do that. Reparent here. And we can do it, I don't know, before. Let's set its name to separated. I think do it after. Do it after it goes in there. Okay, just maybe as something that could help in the future. Now, if I go look at that top piece in the remote, you can see that it is neither separated nor adjusting, even though that's where we got our breakpoint statement that's claiming otherwise. Our breakpoint statement is saying that indeed because I have this assumed. Our breakpoint statement is saying that the character top piece, well, it also it made it false. So I guess it became false because that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, so it's actually fine. So it wasn't separated. That's what causes the error. They're not yet. So indeed, it is not yet separated. And yet, it applied adjusting to it. Now, how the heck did that happen? Why would it do that? Anders used a state machine for all your Puyos and checked if all of them were in a settled state and sent in the next piece after a small timer. Nice. Works nice with all the chaining and all that. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm setting up right now. That's exactly what I'm setting up. Because it was like fine before. Like I had a setup that was working. I didn't use a state machine, but I might. It's a very good suggestion. It was working fine until I started checking combos. So like one clear, like if I cleared pieces one time, spawn a next piece, we were good. But it was as soon as I started saying, okay, now that you can do one clear, now start checking for a combo. That's when I started to completely lose track of the timing and when to tell it, okay, now spawn a new piece. So I think like my checking for like the settled state, I need to like, I don't think I have the settled state correctly identified. And even if I do, there's still some like other timing issues where things are still popping. There's some things that are not quite in the right order a little bit. So I'm trying to fine-tooth comb through all of those moments and then just rearrange that timing and hopefully have some clearer states that actually do what they're supposed to do. I gotta identify what those states are. So that's why I'm kind of drawing out here what booleans are existing in the piece, right? So there's this just fell, and then they're separated, and then there's adjusting, right? And so I don't know if all of these belong in the same state machine, but I think that there's a possibility that at least two of these belong in a state machine. Probably separated and adjusting. I don't know. Maybe not. No, because they need to I think it would be just fell in adjusting. I have a feeling that separated is built different. I think that does need to be its own unique flag. So I'm even gonna just consider putting that in like a different color, just to keep in mind. So I'm trying to identify what would go in a state machine. Probably just fell in adjusting. We'll see. All right, so I want to say that. What do I want to say? I forgot. Right, I want to figure out why it's adjusting when it's not separated yet. How is that happening? Adjusting equals true. Right, on any pieces popped. This is overriding it. So really, I mean, a couple things. Number one, well, are we sure piece single adjusting is true? Okay. You need to be more specific here. Piece single adjusting is true. Piece was popped. Like, I could even like potentially put in here, like, let me move the cat, sorry. Put in here what piece was popped, so I have that information. That could be very helpful potentially, to just making more sense of this. But I mean, if you think about it, right, I do need a little timer, because I don't want immediately after everything pops a new piece to come. That's no fun. So I think a timer is a must, and it could sidestep a lot of the timing issues. I can let all these things sort themselves out. But the problem is I wouldn't want that timer to start, or I would want that timer to restart if a new piece gets popped. Right? So that way, if the timer has, you know, well, because everything settles, right? Then it needs to recheck, are there new matches? Then things are adjusting again. Then everything settles. Then everything's adjusting again. Then it resettles, right? So I guess I could write down, let me do that. Let me write the theoretical states that should exist to some extent somewhere. Yeah, I should have done this a long time ago. We're doing it now. There's playtime piece, pair controlling, pair movement state. I would even call it, let's call it player control state, or no, because it could be like an AI. So pair movement state. That's how you do it too. And when it can't adjust anymore, it spawns. Right. So I need to find that moment where it's decided, hey, there's no more matches. Pair movement state. You can't do a list, can you? That's okay. Pair movement. There's also a state for extra movement time, or extra movement. That is to say, when you're kind of juggling the piece, that I would say is a distinct separate state. And then, which these kind of fall into the similar category though, the movement category. And then we want to do traversal, which we'll just say that's for like checking for matches. But really, I feel like there might even be like another state before that, where it kind of like readjusts the positions of everything. It locks everything in, and like the pair piece gets removed, so like pairs separating or something. And then maybe we say settling, or adjusting. Adjusted. And then traversal or match checking. Match checking. Now, this could go in a couple different ways. Either after the match checking, there are no matches, and it's time to spawn a new piece, or start the piece timer, spawn timer, or it found matches and it needs to pop them. So there's match making, match clearing, maybe we'll say. Match clearing or spawn new pair. Spawn pair. And then in theory that would bring us back. So potentially this match checking could either take us to well, not match checking, but well, no, match checking could take us to spawning a new pair if it like times out or whatever. Or match clearing, well, or match checking leads us to match clearing. It's like one or the other. Right. Only one, though. Not both. And if clearing happens, then that needs to take us back to adjusting, right? And so in theory, these are actually set up in like order. Actually, maybe I'll connect this over here. Whoa. I just need it to look nice, because it helps. It helps. At a glance. Okay, and so then when clearing is done, that takes us back to adjusting. And so, like, in theory, these lead to each other. Extra movement could potentially be skipped, to be honest. We kind of already see the relationship between these, so I won't put arrows there. Pair movement can lead to extra movement, or it can lead directly to separating, one or the other. Right? Extra movement, always, once that ends, that always leads to pair separating. He's got some minds of their own, these arrows. These arrows are risky business. When the pair separates, we then go into an adjusting state for every piece. When the adjusting is done, so that's like when the floor has been found, or let me rephrase that, everything is on the floor, would be that. Once it is adjusted, we then start doing match checking. All right, arrows. Are you gonna, okay. You gotta select it out here. It's weird, it's like in Excalibur, everything on the far right is like where its origin is. Okay. So something like that. We have the pair movement. Either we slam it down and immediately the pair separates, or we get some juggle time with extra movement. And we end up on pair separating. So the pair separates, and once that pair has finished separating, we then enter the adjusting phase. In the adjusting phase, the pieces are settling. Once all the pieces are on the floor, I'd love to even kind of clarify that. Everything on floor. Everything on the far right, or political. Wow, what if it is like a low-key political thing Excalibur is putting out there? Because look, if I try to highlight this text box, pair movement, from the left, look at that, nothing. But as soon as I get to the right corner, now it highlights it. Oh, but look, it depends which direction you drag it from. I see. I'm wrong. Nope, it's center. It's center. Sappy, no worries. Because what it's actually looking for is the entire thing. There's nothing conspiracy. Maybe the conspiracy is I'm more likely to start from the left and then end up on the right? No. Okay, so pair movement happens. Either we slam it down and immediately starts to separate. So let's say that. If slammed, then pair separates. Juggle or let fall, there's the extra movement time. The extra movement time is based on extra timer timeout, or extra time timeout, leads us to pair separating. The pair separating going into adjusting, I don't know. I mean, I guess just like making sure that it's all ready. Like the controller has been Q freed. It's just a little intense. I can change it. I can literally change it. It's okay. It's very dramatic though. It needs to make sure that the controller is Q freed and the pieces are fully separated, and it actually adjusts on its own. So I don't really know. I'm not really sure exactly what's gonna kick that over. Fully separated. Then we go into adjusting, which is gonna wait for everything to fall on the floor. Then we know we're in the adjusted state. When does match checking happen? I mean, I think we would just go from adjusting to match checking. Well, not really, because I don't think there needs to be an adjusted state. I don't think that makes sense. So we're gonna get rid of that. Now, why would match checking Oh, that's supposed to be match clearing leads to adjusting. That's right. So if we clear some matches, then we go back to adjusting. Okay. So if it's fully separated, or if any pieces have been cleared, then we adjust. When everything is on the floor, it's time to start checking for matches. No matches found, then we spawn a new pair. If a match is found, then we gotta clear those, which then takes us back to adjusting. So we would need to know every match cleared. So I don't even know if I think that might be a component that I'm missing here. Oh, for real? I thought those were connected. Okay. They are. Okay. I don't think I have an every match cleared moment. I don't think I know when that is true. Because it's like basically saying right now, if any match happens, start checking for adjustment and then spawn a pair. But really what we'd want is make sure every single match currently found, that was found recently, is done before we start adjusting and then checking again. Okay. I think this is very valuable, and so I need to evaluate, do all of these exist? Kind of looks like a hookah or something. Do all of these exist currently? And or how should I try to implement them so they do exist? And make sure that everything is enforced in these sections. That's gonna be a lot of work, but at least debugging isn't gonna be a mess. Because the thing is I just started building a lot of this piecemeal, and you know, now I need it all to like work together. All right, Andres, let me see what you're talking about over here. Okay, Andres says, for me, once a piece Puyo pair is placed, I run a check matches function that runs across all Puyos to check each other's links with other Puyos of the same color and pop Puyo with 4 more links. Same. After a whole check to see if all Puyos settle, I run that function again and loop the process until no pops happen. Yes, same. That's what mine's supposed to be doing. And I think that like somewhere in there, there's like a timing issue is what I know it to be true. But yeah, same thing. I love that because, right, that's like something important to think about is like what happens after they get popped. And then I send the next piece and the game continues like normal. If I remember correctly, that function sets a boolean that determines whether the board should loop the popping processor again or not. Yeah. And that boolean starts as false and is set to true when at least one pop happens. And when we see that we gotta run the function again, I set that bool to false again to check after the function does stuff. Nice. Thank you for sharing that. Like that's it. Having that like really particular when this happens, that happens, and making sure that the loop, that moving on past the looping is just set neatly. Yeah. +1 for sure. Bartz agrees that that's the way they do it, or is a good way to do it. Seppi said, I defo gotta try to clear up my schedule around when you do the next one of these. It would be fun to participate in a jam again. Yeah, we do them every other month. So the next one is going to be in July. Then the next one's in September. Then in December. Wait, that's not right. Hold on. Let me do month math. July, September, November, January, not December. It's on the Game Jam page. So you can always be sure it'll start in those months. Boop. All right. The uneven months. Yeah, the uneven months. Love that. I didn't even think of that. I'm gonna use that. Nice, Bart. Busy in September because you're starting uni. That's fair. Should be able to do July. Let's go. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see less than 2. September is also going to be our spooky one. I'm going to pick a horror game of some kind. I think I know what horror game I want to do. The problem is, I need to find a version of it. The problem is finding a version to embed. Anyway, I can't tell you too much or it's going to spoil it. But the reason why I'm doing a horror game is so that way we can all have a horror game that we've made by October. All right, put these in effect. Let's make it happen. All right, so where am I starting? Wait, that's easier said than done. Granny Like would go hard. Granny Like would go hard. I agree. I agree. Definitely on the list. I still have to like. So there's all the things that I have to make sure are good about them. They have to be, you know, doable, not too complicated, of course. It has to be, ideally something anyone's ever heard of. And ideally I can embed it on the page. So if it can at least check all those boxes, that's a good start. Granny is on the list. I have a placeholder main menu, and you can play the game or the fully functional chain simulator. Nice! Nice, Cam! Let's go! Let's go! It's been really cool to see your progress, especially since we've got like a similar physics thing going on. By the way, I am curious how you got... Did you say you had a fix for... Oh yeah, FNAF! Ooh, FNAF's a good one! That is on the list. It's on the list. Granny was already on the list. This is now on the list. That's a really good one. Yeah, Granny definitely is super doable. The only horror game is FNAF. Yeah, that's totally an option. Oh man, that would be... I can't believe I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I'm excited for it. Yeah, I guess I also, like, maybe there's some part of me that has to determine, like, do I want to make that game? But I have to think more, you know, it's a game jam not just for me, so it's a tough choice. Secret challenge of Granny is AI can't see you when you're under the table. Okay. That sounds like not a challenge. That sounds like a exploit. A good one. No pressure, Camwin. But I'm curious how you figured out how to keep pieces from like clipping through each other. Didn't you say it's something with collision density? I did find on the character bodies there was like the collision margin, but that just caused other problems where the pieces weren't settling correctly. But maybe that is what you ended up doing. I don't know. I'm kind of like okay with like not worrying about it, but you know, this little issue. But if I did the is it the collision margin? Is that what you ended up doing? Or did you do something else? I'm definitely curious about it because you mentioned it You seem excited. Stubby prototyped a FNAF Clone in UE5 before. Didn't make it a full game, but you got the animatronic to move between cameras and enter the office. Nice. Right, and so that's the thing. I feel like FNAF is a good one too. It's called the collision depth. It's actually in Godot. It's a good one to do too because it's such a classically first game for so many people. I feel like FNAF got a lot of people into game dev. Dude, what if someone made a FNAF like in Click Team Fusion? That'd be pretty cool. So I kind of like that. But I mean, obviously I'm not going to tell you guys what I'm going to pick, but it's so far away that I'm more okay with discussing it. Because I'm still not sure what I'm going to pick. It's reported by the collision information object returned by the function that gets the last slide collisions. Oh, look at that. Depth. On a collision polygon 3D. Look at that. It's real. There's also this physics test motion result, get collision depth. You don't know if you did the FNAF like well, but you pretty much just stored the places it could move into a single array and had to iterate through the array index. Seems straightforward. Seems like that would work. By the collision information object returned by the function that gets the last slide collisions. Get collision depth, well, this particular version of it, returns the length of overlap along the collision normal given a collision index. The deepest collision by default if a collision occurred. This is from all objects. Describes the motion and collision result from physics server body 3D or physics server 3D body test motion. So what do I do with it? Once I have it. Depth. Length that the resulting collision extends in either direction perpendicular to its 2D polygon. Crossy road-like chemical, simple enough and well known. Well, we already did that. Yeah, that's Frogger. I would say Crossy Road is a Frogger-like. You know? But you never know, like maybe years later, we can do Crossy Road-like. That probably won't happen. I think that ship has sailed. Oh, that's not depth anymore? Get slide collision count. Kinematic collision 3D. Are you on Godot 3? Kinematic? That's still existing? Returns the number of times the body collided and changed direction during the last call to move and slide. Oh no, there is kinematic. What the hell is that? Holds collision data from the movement of a physics body 3D. So what am I doing with this? Is there any chance you'd be down to share your code? No pressure. I understand if you don't want to share your code. I swear. Like, you shouldn't have to just give up your code. That's so messed up. Give me your code. Alright. I'll look at your snippet. Alright, cool. Well, while you do that, I'm obviously going to give you a credit. Duh. No dip. I'm going to say that's definitely Godot consultantry. Like, we're deep in stuff Godot can do. And I guess movement. Okay. State machine stuff. Right. So one problem, let's just make a state machine. I'm just gonna start building the state machine and then we'll do stuff. We'll make it make sense. I'm gonna put it, I guess, in the game scene. Maybe globals. Put it in globals. Put it in globals. And what do I name this state machine? I mean, it's just really, it's the whole game. It's just like everything that happens. Well, it's not, right? Because then I also have to think about, like, you know, what about when you're in the main menu? What about when you've paused the game, right? So does this interface with that? I mean, not really. So, kind of. I guess we can just say, like, gameplay states versus, like, game states or something, or, like, yeah, I'm gonna call it gameplay states. I don't love that. Yeah, because it's like play, it's like once the game is in play. If you're paused during the menu, you're not in gameplay anymore. So I guess I could make some theoretical states. We could have enum game states, main menu, pause, gameplay, you know, do I want to handle like story moments if I'm gonna do that? You know, I don't know. This is more just like theoretical that I'm setting up here, just so it like exists. And then this will be game states. And then enum gameplay states. Oh, you should capitalize. No, you shouldn't. Gameplay states. Right? I guess technically I should be capitalizing my enums, huh? I don't know. Gameplay states. I think that's just the stuff contained. Pair. Is that really gonna be the first thing? You just start out with pair movement? Yeah, because you're not in the story anymore. So the gameplay begins. That's not really like, I mean, I guess we'd want to say like there's the spawning of a piece. Oh, that's down there at the bottom. All right, well, I guess technically we could have, right, so spawn pair. Technically, I guess spawn pair is like at the top if I really think about it. So I guess I'll move it there. What if eventually we do the game like Jam with a mostly full multiplayer game? Mostly says full multiplayer game? No way. Never. Hell no. I mean, if by multiplayer you mean local multiplayer, absolutely. We've already done that. Frogger and this one originally had local multiplayer. But you mean online. Never gonna happen. I can promise you that'll never happen. See, the reality is you can make any game online. You can make Puyo Puyo online if you wanted. To me, that's like extra scope you can choose to add. No, because to me that's training like almost a different skill set. I don't think of multiplayer development or online development as kind of, I don't really think of it as game dev. Like it is game dev. Because game dev encompasses multiple disciplines at the end of the day. So it is game dev. But you know, it's not like art, sound, music, non-multiplayer code, all of that is like essential for a game. If you don't have one of those components, your game is almost not a game. Unless it's like kind of like an edge case game, you know, like, ooh, this is a game with no visuals, whoa, right? Like, all of those kind of demand those components. Multiplayer is not required. And so to me, it's a whole other skill set, you know. You're learning programming, like software development. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's a hard no for me. Club Penguin like would be interesting. But a bunch of games that were like social hangout sandboxes. Yeah, never happening. Never happening. But I encourage you guys, if you want, to just like add a multiplayer element to one of these games. You know? Never happening. Because to me, that's a different game jam. That's a multiplayer game jam. You know, where you're here to learn how to make multiplayer. This is more about learning how to build systems that fit into games, but not multiplayer systems. Someday your twist for a jam will be a tournament mode. Love that. Yeah, just add it in. But I love the spitballing, Andres. I love the spitballing. Okay, so I want spawn pair in there. I'm just gonna make these enums cam, and then I'll check it out. What you got? Last jam had 1 game multiplayer, right? I don't think so. If it did, I forgot. I don't remember. Wait, maybe. Yes! No. The first one. Was it Cam or Rorik? With a knight? It was either Cam or Rorik. I'm sorry, I can't remember which one. Take it as a compliment that I believe you both are capable of doing it. In the Frogger, like, I think it was Cam. Oh no, it was Rorik. Rorik made this river, which I don't know if the multiplayer is still gonna work. I have a feeling it was like temporary multiplayer. But yeah, it was awesome. It was so cool. One community member has a good template for multiplayer. They used it in 1-hour jams. Oh, Gary? Is that Gary who did that? Yeah, Gary would do all kinds of multiplayer games in our jams, in our 1-hour jams. It was amazing. And then Gary didn't make it multiplayer for the last one. Yeah, you might have been thinking 1 hour. Gary did not make their Bloons-like multiplayer. I think they planned on it, but ended up running out of time. So I have a feeling the server is not still up, but yeah, basically it would just be a bunch of people as frogs hopping around. It was really cool. Yeah, but it's, and then it also, like, you know, it comes down to like different engines, you know, that's gonna like exclude a lot of engines potentially for people. I think it just imposes too many limitations. And look, multiplayer is something I want to learn someday, no doubt. Absolutely. All right. So I'm gonna start out with spawn pair as the first enum here. And again, I'm not trying to say multiplayer is impossible. I'm just saying I think that it's not an appropriate expectation for the game like Jam, is all. The Jam dungeon hosted, someone submitted a Scratch game that was allegedly multiplayer. That's true. Yeah, Scratch does have like little add-ons you can do. We've played online ones in our 1-hour jams. People have made it. So look, I mean, maybe I want to say I'm willing to be argued with. Okay, if you, I say hard no. So let me revise it. It is a medium hardness no. It is a nearly very hard no. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, you say Club Penguin, but Club Penguin was quite an expansive game, right? So it'd have to be like stupid simple. I think it's too complicated. I think it's too complicated. I think it's too complicated. And again, I think it could just be easily said that if you want to add multiplayer, you can add multiplayer. It's a hard no. It's a hard no. I'm not saying multiplayer is impossibly difficult. I just think it's an unnecessary barrier that is always optional anyway. you know. Mario works at Olive Garden like Jam. Is that a game? Is that a real game? That is not a real game. It's a real game. A famous Scratch project that people used to learn. Oh. Is it even playable anymore? It sounds delightful. Alright. Enum time, for real. Pair movement. Extra movement. It's good to talk about these things, though. It's helpful for inspiration. For the future jams. Pair separating. Adjusting. Speaking of adjusting, excuse me, Travis. Adjusting. Match checking. That's so many states. Can we please put these on new lines? I don't know if I've ever had to make an enum have multiple lines. There's a lot of states. Adjusting, match checking, match clearing. Okay, that's it. Woof. Okay. Variable, gameplay states, gameplay state, gameplay states. Okay, so now it exists, something I can come back to, and as I start to identify where these moments are, start trying to set the states. One thing that's really helpful with something like this is to have some debug text, which I was just showing someone the other day. I'm now going to pull it up for myself because it's really useful. A way to print enum text for debug purposes. Just so that way I can keep track of what current state we're in, just to observe if it's correct. Although, sometimes maintaining that can be work in and of itself. Ideally, not. I killed one state machine because it turned out the situation just didn't have all states. All of them just immediately invoked another state, so it just turned into a function. Interesting. That's good to notice instead of just like leaving it in there, potentially. Don't I have like a scripts? Oh, view all files. That's easy to do, to like think you need a state machine and then you don't. Wait, is this not the right place? Oh, that's globals. My bad. I wanted the debug script. Debug nodes? It doesn't sound like the right place. Why am I lost? Right now. Oh, it's just right there. It's not in scripts. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we'll just have like a label. This is going to be so important. It's going to make this so much easier to set up and track. I'm going to give props to Andrus, by the way, for just like don't even know. Go say coding consultant. Just really like, you know, talking about how you set this up. Because it's like, yeah, you know what? State machine. State machine is the way. That's what we need. So in my debug place, which is over here, I'm gonna add a new element. Let's say near the sound menu. So sound menu is a margin container. Is that really a margin container? Yeah, it's just a margin container. Can we make it be a HBox by chance? Over here. That contains the sound menu. HBox, I'm gonna put down here. Yeah, it seems like a lot of extra work, but man, it's just gonna make everything so much easier. Okay, then I'm gonna add another margin container in here, and this will be text info. Let's add a label. Hello, I am text. Okay. Give it a little bit more space to breathe in there. But if that could also... Do we have this in a margin container by chance? We don't. Do it. I'm doing a lot, but it's okay. I think you wanted more than that in there. Put this in. Put this in. Oh, everything's gone. What have I done? I've done terrible things. Put this at the bottom. Okay, alright. That's something. Wow. Why would you be that way? You don't want to be different? You want to be like that? That's a lot of space. That's a lot of space. Let's try this. Nope. Why are you all the way up there? Is it this? You kind of want like another V-box. Alright, well, just bear with me while I set up my debug a little cleaner here. Okay, that's looking better. Okay, start game, you're kind of floating up there on your own. Okay, what is your deal? This contains 2 H boxes. One that has start game and one that has these. So this is supposed to be on the right. And that's above this. This is supposed to be on the end, like that. Jeez. And then the sound, okay, so let's name this. This is left buttons. This is right buttons. So I would actually want to have another H box for buttons. pop that in there. Whoa. Here, move it like that. Wait, this is wait, this is the left buttons. This is right buttons. You kind of want a split container, technically. I'm just saying. So that way it goes on. Okay, we're getting there, little by little. Now this is your texts. We do not need sound menu. Oh, no. Sound menu is its own unit. This does not obey those rules. This lives free on its own, please. Pop that in the center. Okay. Hide that. Little by little. This is just the overall margin container. This VBox is debug buttons or debug console, we'll call it. Those are all the buttons, left buttons, right buttons, texts. I should really have like a debug. I mean, every game I find demands different kind of debugging. So I don't know that that's totally useful. But one day I should make a debug plugin that just generates a debug for you. A debug like setup like this. Texts is below. Good. Now why is this VBox up so high? You don't want to get down on the ground? Nice. Okay, I think I have gotten back to some sense of normalcy. Now can I get some nice margin here? Yes. I feel like the sound menu is a little higher than I want it to be, but I don't care. Alright, now I'm actually gonna add a little margin on the sides real quick. This is gonna be nicer that way. And then the text I want to be a bit larger. So I can clearly see it and read it. Thank you, Roger. It's full. That's how you know I'm not drinking enough. Thank goodness for Roger. Okay. Now I can actually update this text. So I'm gonna call this label gameplay state. I'll probably want one for game state at some point too. If I'm being honest, it might be kind of nice to just set it up. Dehydration prevention unit. You are my hydration hero. Game state. I'm gonna have the game state be on the right or the left? I don't know. Doesn't really matter, does it? It matters. Probably gonna want that to be in a split container. Pop them in. Align that to the right. Okay. Now, make those accessible as unique names. Come to my debug script. Declare them. And get the code from my other project on the old clipboard. And we'll just put this in process. Honestly, I would love if this just like deleted itself. Like, I know that's a little crazy, but I don't think it's that crazy. So I'm actually gonna do something real fast. Do get set so it's not a process check. Oh, that's a good idea. Love that. Love that. Before I do that, I'm gonna say if not OS is debug builds. Why don't you just queue free that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Here, do it. Just have it happen. You sure it's not gonna break the game? You should probably check. I don't know. Maybe there's some dependency I don't realize. There isn't. There isn't. There was. Better just make sure. Well, there's nowhere to start the game, but okay. That's a good idea, Dungeon. That's going to take me more time to set up because I don't have good practice on get set, but maybe that's all the more reason to do it. Ugh, okay, get set. Right, I think I did that in my balloons-like. Ugh. Ugh. Where did I do it? I think I got rid of it in my balloons-like. Like, I had it for a second. I'm not actually sure where I last did a get set. Which one has like a oh god. Get set, godot. I'm so annoyed that you recommended that. I'm like not annoyed because it is like a good idea and I want to practice it. Okay, get has the colon. Okay, got it. I mean, this does too, but not in the same way. I guess I could just use this code, couldn't I? Alright, let's just look at this. Ugh. It's just so weird. It's so different. It's so not normal. I hate it. Ugh. Ugh, I hate it. Why did you do this to me? Monster. You're not really a monster. Okay. You're just trying to help. I know. It is helpful. Boo. I guess I could do it on globals, and then we could reference the... Wait, it doesn't have a class name? You made a static reference, but no class name? And I guess we could set it up over here on globals. Hate it. I hate it. Okay, right. So we gotta do that. if... So just anytime it gets set? I don't want to do this. I hate it so much. It's so annoying. It's so weird. It's like, why can't it just be normal? Get return on target's path. Why did I even do that? What does return even do here? Like, what does this mean? There's nothing readable about this. Set targets on path to the value. What the hell does this mean? What have you done? What have you done to me? You know what you've done to me? You have destroyed a forest. You have destroyed a forest, because I'm now going to ask DeepSeek to do it for me, and we're going to use the power of this is your fault. I'm just kidding, it's not your fault. But really, we're going to do this. I need whenever game I'm not going to do this right now. I'm gonna vibe it out. Imagine you're overriding what happens when you use equals. Okay. Get is the value that's returned when you access the value. Okay. You don't need it. Set is what you are doing when you change the value. Okay. So set value colon is the new incoming value. Okay. Normally, it just takes the value and puts it in the variable, but you can do more. Right. I get that. I get that. It's just like formatting it, I find so unintuitive. You can then run new code in the set. Right. Right, but like, why is the, it's so, yeah, the syntax. I hate the syntax. That's what I'm frustrated about. Like, the concept makes total perfect sense to me. It's just like really confusing. Like, why is this, what the hell is this? I can just call this whatever. It's so dumb. Variable equals value / n rest of the code here. What? Variable, like, set what? Set state? Variable what? Variable new state, but equals what? Blah. It's obnoxious. I need whenever gameplay state gets updated to, let's say, print the state string like this. Globals, gameplay state, globals, gameplay. It's not really what I need, but I don't need to explain everything to it. I just need to get set syntax because I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Gameplay state equals new state, unless you don't want to do that. I don't know what I want to do. I do know what I want to do. What I want is whenever the state changes, it's just going to update that label with what the state got updated to. That's all I'm trying to do. But I just find that syntax so awful. I need whenever gameplay state gets updated to print the state string like this print. Yeah, that's it. Please use GDScript get and or set in the under the declaration to do it. Last time I tried to get help from AI, it didn't understand why .bind arguments come after .call arguments either. Oh no. Gameplay state equals value / n label text. New line, label text, your text here. Yeah, but you didn't even include this set value crap. I hate this crap. Okay, you got gameplay state equals value. And then this part. This is what I couldn't do. I couldn't do it. Like set. What, why is it called a set? I just fell off my chair again. Why is it called a set? It doesn't make, it's not logical. Isn't it like receive? Like, we're already setting it. I've already set this when I say an equals somewhere else, right? Somewhere else, I say, hey, gameplay state equal gameplay state spawn pair, right? I already tell it that somewhere else. And what I'm saying is, hey, at that moment, that gets set. Whoa, get set. At the moment that gets set, can you take that information and do other stuff with it? To me, I'm not sending. To me, that's, if anything, a get. And then after getting, running some code. Not, oh, something got set. I mean, if I were to guess, right, if I were going to try to wrap my head around this so I don't want to throw up my mouth every time I think about it. To me, it's so weird that I have to redefine this. Get gets called when you ask what does this variable equal. Okay. But obviously it's irrelevant. Not necessarily, but in this case. Like, I have to define, it's like we're saying implicitly, this got updated. Again, completely implicit. It's not written out here. There's no actual code in here that says, I have received an update. And because I have received an update, there is something to set. That immediately starts to confuse me. But that's true. Implicitly, something was got, the new gameplay state, and because of that, we are now setting a new value. So we're kind of duplicating. I'm saying, hey, the thing that was just set, duplicate it into a new declaration. But then what the hell is this? Now I'm confused. What? It's not duplicating. Why is it gameplay state equals value? Is this correct? Why would I say that? Why? If I don't, I could just, okay, here, let me get out of this stupid AI crap. Come over here. Sorry for calling you stupid crap, even though you helped me, but you are stupid crap. Okay. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. So, if I just get rid of this, just throw that in the trash, it doesn't need to have this, right? Like, it's like this is just happening on its own. You know what I mean? That just happens. I don't need to tell it to do that. It does that. But now, for some reason, I have to tell it to do that. I have to assign gameplay state to, like, one of, It's so weird. It's so weird. And then I can pass it on to somewhere else. I just I want to understand it in a way that makes it intuitive. So I'm like, okay, you know, like for example, if I'm connecting signals, right? I'm like, okay, the ready function, the node is ready. Got it. I get what that means. Now I'm going to okay, we're not actually connecting anything there, but if I was, give me a connect. Right? Just to give an example of where how my brain actually understands things. Code that is readable. Okay, yeah, peaceful, that's the signal. Connect, right? I'm connecting it to this function. Got it. That makes sense. Boop, boop, boop. A variable that is unreadied has a name and a type, and this is what it equals. Like, these things make sense, right? And I just feel like this doesn't make sense. You're overriding the default set actions by creating a get set. Okay, that's helpful. So you need to now define the intended behavior, including overriding the previous value of the variable. Okay, so when I don't say set, when I don't say that, by default, it does do that, where it assigns it to there. But because, so in theory, if we're going with what you're saying here, I could come over here and just say print hello. And in theory, gameplay state would not get updated. Even if I came down here, and in the ready function, I were to immediately say, now I can't ever change it. I want to see it with my eyes. It'll help me learn. Gameplay state equals gameplay states, let's say adjusting, just for funsies. So if I go to run this, it'll probably print hello. All variables automatically do set new value equals new value by default. I didn't know that. That is so helpful to know. Thank you guys for explaining that to me. I mean, I wish I could see that more often, so it was like more natural to me. So hello has printed, and if I come over to the remote tab, look at globals, the current state, the current state is 0. So it did not, if it was whatever 5 or 6 or something, then we would know that it updated. So it did not update it, all it did was print 0. That's very interesting. So because we're overwriting it, it's really helpful I gotta talk it out, it just helps me. Because we're overwriting the default behavior, we can't ever change it. So that's why it is important to then say that gameplay state becomes the value that was received. And then, once we've done that, we've exposed the underneath behavior, and we can pull this. I mean, it just makes me wish I could pull it anyway, you know? And just, like, I don't know, indent the variable and just do that. I don't know. Like, do more. Something. Verfunk do more returns void, and then this would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, again, I'm not trying to challenge the way things are. I'm sure they're that way for a reason, and I am a peon for questioning it. But it makes it a lot more logical to me. All objects that inherit from object also call a different function called set. And it looks the name of the property up in the dictionary and returns it. That's how properties work. Interesting. I didn't know that. How did you know that? Is there like documentation about that? Maybe. Freaking maybe. It looks like it's the same syntax as Python. Nice. Sometimes you read the docs for fun. I need to. So if you have someone to blame Python. Set on an object. Overrides this method to customize the behavior of set. Okay, I think this is relevant. Oh, that's very zoomed in. Here, let's squish it. So Travi may coexist. Godot's like C++ wearing a Python trench coat. I bet that's like really well described. I just have a feeling that you've done an excellent job at describing GDScript. Set is like doing a set for every variable in the whole class at once. Override this method to customize the behavior of set. Should set the property to value and return true, or false if the property should be handled normally. Oh, it returns a boolean. Returns a boolean? The exact way to set the property, it's got italics. The exact way to set up the property is up to this method's implementation. Combined with get and get property list, this method allows defining custom properties, which is particularly useful for editor plugins. Note that a property must be present in get properties. So this isn't the same thing, right? This is on an object, not on a variable, but it seems like conceptually it's quite similar. How does setting on an object work? I don't care. You know what? I don't care. I'm done with this. All right. Anyway, we've got it. We've got the code. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. Thank you, Camwin. Thank you all for your patience and this great learning experience. Thank you, DeepSeek. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. So we're gonna say Godot consultant there. Godot consultant. All right. You've consulted. We have consulted. All right. Set value and gameplay value, and then I don't want to print anything. I want to say debug ref label. I don't think it's gonna autocomplete any of that. Label gameplay state. Not sure what I called it. Label gameplay state. Yes. Oh, I know. Thank you. Ref label gameplay state text equals that. The state string. Great. I don't know that I really need that. I think we could just put it on there. It would be kind of nice. But it's gonna take up a lot of space, so don't do it. And then for the other one, that would be down here. Thank you guys. Thank you for like being patient with my frustration. I hope it sounded as playful as I meant it. Playful and genuine. A little bit of both. I'm just gonna put these like together. What if I started doing them like this? I think I would get very confused. Yeah, don't do that. This is a great pattern for debugging, but the debugger should really have the ability to breakpoint when variables change. Okay. Why wouldn't it? I mean, I would just have to add in breakpoints, which I can do. What do you mean? I mean, I could just... If I have a problem, I can just type in breakpoint, right? And then it will do it. Okay, we want this to be game state. Really, just turn it all to game state. Okay. So now, in theory, we should have debug for that. Hello, I'm text. You are. Okay, but ideally you would happen right away. Imagine if you could go to the debugger and press a button instead of adding a set and a breakpoint by hand. You're saying Godot lacks like the fundamental capability to do that? I mean, I guess I could make my own like debugger like UI that does that. That could... I don't know, that'd be kind of hard. I guess I could like have a flag that the button sets that... I mean, if we really think about it, right? Maybe this isn't what you mean, but I could, if I'm trying to like think about to make what you're describing, I could have like if break, oh, if broken, breakpoint, and then just like create like a broken variable. I see. Yeah. It's like a fundamental thing that's missing. Right, and then I could just have a button that like sets it to true. And then in theory, wouldn't that just like do a breakpoint? That's actually kind of awesome. There have been like many times where I have wanted to do a breakpoint at a certain moment in time. But I can't. I can pause the game, but a breakpoint will actually give me a stack trace. But I don't know if that would be the most useful stack trace, because I'd kind of want to be able to... So I could also potentially like have like a drop down or something that lets me choose like, hey, what script do I want to run the breakpoint in? You know, I could run it in my main game script or the piece script or something, and then it could breakpoint that. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of extra work for sure. So you're making a good point. All right. A trick I use to play a bit, pause, then add the breakpoint, then continue. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. I guess you have to like make sure you know where... Well, it does tell you. Whenever you pause it, it tells you where you paused it at in the script usually, right? Like the little yellow arrow. So I start playing it. Pause it. Okay, maybe not. I thought it would. I guess not. So you'd have to kind of know where you want it. But then, yeah, I could do that in any script. So over here, in my debug script, I'm so distracted right now, but I'm enjoying it. It's interesting. It's worth it. Just come in here, drop a breakpoint. You don't have to type it. Well, it's fine. It's a dice roll, right? And then I can unpause it. Or, oh, continue, you said. Continue. Wait. That didn't work. What happened? What happened? Oh no, it didn't work. Wait, how did it not run and save? How the heck is a breakpoint not running? In process. Well, now I'm confused. You can't add text breakpoints mid-game. Oh, okay. Print hello, save. So I would have to go find like a point that actually occurs. So if I like press, I don't know, the print array button, I could have that be the breakpoint. Nice. Nice. So it requires a bit of like cleverness to find the spot to do it. Alright, 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 alright. It's a hot tip. I like that. Okay. So with that said, I would like initially for the states to update, so that way I can have it showing up. So I guess we'll do like a ready function. And say, technically the gameplay state wouldn't be spawn pair. I kind of feel like I need another gameplay state. It's tough. Well, no, I don't think the gameplay state matters. The gameplay state could be spawn pair. Because what in theory I'd want is the game state would override the other. So we'll say that we're currently in gameplay. And then this gameplay states is in spawn pair. That way, at the very least, when I start out, it says what they are. Okay. Invalid property key text with value type of string. On a base object of nil. Whoops. Yeah, that sounds important. Did it at least do one of them? Label game state dot. Okay. Debug. Label game state. Looks real. Label game state. Label game state. What if I comment this out? Is it also gonna do that with the other one too? Indeed. Oh, the ref maybe doesn't work on globals? Maybe it hasn't gotten set up. It hasn't like entered the tree yet. Oh yeah, none of them have entered the tree. It's too soon. Okay, okay, my bad. That makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. So I actually need to move these somewhere else. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but that's okay. I'm gearing up for the roughness. Yeah. That's true. But then I think it just won't happen. So we're just gonna put it in the in the ready of this. That way we know it's ready. And then we'll just append globals to all this. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but then I'd have to put it like in process or something, because as soon as the globals are ready, that's still gonna be before. Do you know what I'm saying? So like if it's gonna see that it's nil, and then it's just gonna move on, and it's never gonna set it. So no problem. Just put this here. I think I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. It's always possible I'm not. Even likely sometimes. Okay, looks good. Oh, he just went a little off camera. It's okay to escape a debug output for a few frames while the engine is loading. Okay, I think this will be fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Great. So now I have these previewing up here. They update when I need them to. We can see on the left. Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to fix, is this happening. All right, so I'm gonna actually make a commit at this point. Gameplay state and debug setup. I kind of think that, you know, it's hard for me to know like ahead of time what the states I'm gonna need are. In theory, I would love to like making a state machine be the first thing I do, but sometimes I'd rather just go in there and make a mess of things and then reorganize it. So let's do that. So we have spawn pair as the first one. Now that I have spawn pair, oh wait, hold on. Wait, I have one more thing to be distracted by. I'm at least gonna check Camwin on what you said about the collisions. I'm still gonna keep going with the state machine stuff, but let me at least make sure I've given it a look. You said you put it in general. That's nice. Wow. Get slide collision count for each collision that has occurred. Calculate how much the pieces are overlapping with their surroundings. Where do you call this function? Just like in physics process? I guess it'd have to be. And this is commented out. 0 if no collisions. You call it after move and slide. So it just starts it out at 0, creates a new variable, iterates through the slide. This is crazy. It iterates through the slide collision count for each collision that has occurred. That's what this for loop is doing. It's going to assign kinematic collision 3D to get slide collision. So it's finding the slide collision in the iteration through get slide collision count. Then it's gonna add all of the collision depths. What? This is crazy. We even have to do this. Collision overlap plus equals collision get depth. Return collision overlap. So you're returning it, but what are you doing with it when it's returned? In normal operation, the collision depth is typically less than 0.00001 because the physics engine moves objects out of each other. If they get stuck because of a physics bug, the overlap is high. Wow. I'm stealing that code. I'm stealing it. Hold on, I'm distracted by it. Now, I would want that probably in piece pair after move and slide. What's it called? Okay, but this is your own get collision overlap, which is different. It's crazy that we even need this. This can be used to correct objects that are behaving like Gmod props. You stepped on wrong. Right, what do I do with it though? Like, it just being here. I mean, I guess collision, right, but what is it? What do I do with it? Like, I can run it, but it's not updating any, like, inherent object property. We're just getting stuff, right? So I would need to update something. Is that like is that a thing? Adjust position by the value it returns. Really? A shared error case we have is rotations forcing physics objects into each other. This code just lets you check that error even occurred. So I would use this to see how badly is it overlapping. If it's overlapping a certain amount of badliness, I would have something happen. In your case, you undo the rotation. Oh, hell yeah. That's exactly what I'd want to do. Gotcha. So I would probably... Understood. I think I would probably want to put this on the top piece, which extends from piece single. I don't actually have a move and slide on here though. So I guess we would... It's a little messy because it's only the top piece that this happens on. So I would need to somehow reference the top piece and tell it. So if it moves, really we could just use this enum, right? So if we currently rotated into right, if there's a block here, we rotated to the right, I would want to say, I don't even know. Yeah, I'd have to like think about how I want to do that. Can you cancel the animation and return to the previous state? It's tweens. So, the positions are held up here. The air state will be reached mid-tween. Yeah, it sure will. I guess I could, I mean, I would just run rotate piece again, and I would just need to figure out which one it would go to. So if it would need to know too if it was clockwise or counterclockwise. But currently it doesn't necessarily check if it's currently moving to the counterclock or the regular clock direction. So it would need to know that information. Make function fix collision error. I mean, I need it to be in the physics process, right? I mean, I can still make that function, but the thing is, I don't know, it's gonna take some thinking. I guess what we could do is I could keep track of the last key that was pressed. Did the player last press clockwise, or did the player last press counterclockwise? If the player last pressed clockwise, and there's this collision error, then we would run counterclockwise direction, and we could just look at the current enum and I guess subtract 1. The error is caused by non-physics, so the solution can be non-physics too. I mean, it has to be checking at every frame at some point, in some way, right? I mean, it would be nice if I put it in here. So I'll say this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I could say, in this physics process, check for collision error. Add the code you generously shared. Check for collision error. When it finds a collision, we're iterating through these collisions. We're assigning the collision to collision, and then we're adding it to collision overlap integer or float. I'm gonna make that an integer. Seems like integer would be sufficient here. And then we could say if float. Okay. Right, because it's, if the collision overlap is greater than 1, there's a huge problem. Okay. So I guess I'll say collision error amount. And I guess really at first I just want to print. So like if collision error amount is like greater than what, 0.001 or something, like I guess I gotta figure out like what that would be. It might even be nice to just like have it actually be like above, like in the scene. Oh, we can do prints, that'll be fine. If it's above that, print collision error amount. Yeah, just to like start with, and then kind of like study what that is. I like that. I can work with that. No collision errors. No piece spawning. Wait, why did the piece not spawn? What happened? What? How did I break it? When I did. Wait, what did I break? Oh no. I think I might have hit an undo somewhere I didn't mean to. It says I only changed top piece. What? It's not doing the everything on floor check. I broke it somehow. Well, in the ready, it's supposed to, or when story mode starts. Well, we know that a piece starts. It needs, so we don't need to worry about that. So yes, that happens. Piece placed. Game scene piece placed. Do we get that? Piece placed. Is checking floors probably becomes true. It clears the old pair. Pair scene is freed. Single, it thudded. Okay. A game piece was not spawned. Right, so there's adjust piece fall, piece placed, and adjusted piece fall. We should get piece placed. All right, well, I guess we got to put the collision thing on hiatus. All right, well, we got that. You know what? Let's just keep doing what we were doing because it's actually going to help us solve this problem. All right, enum time. And then when those prints come up, I can study them and figure out what I want to do with the collisions. Thank you, Cam. Awesome help. Like, so freaking helpful. Massively. Okay, so whenever that spawn pair function, we'll say when the signal emits. Well, I mean, I think we want to say when the signal emits, that would be when the enum gets set. So we'll go up to globals, game state. Something that I do like to do is to have like signals that correspond to game states. I think that makes life a lot easier. I think I might do that. You can use that function as boilerplate in all your fixed code from now on. You love it. I'm excited to dig into it more. Thank you for sharing it. Yeah, it seems really useful, especially in Godot, where physics can get really wonky. So I'm gonna actually make a quick change. I'm gonna make a new... Something I kind of like is making a auto load that's just for game states. So it's like not globals. It has its own kind of home to live in. Kind of a weird thing, but I like it. And then we'll make it a class name. And I'll take all that stuff from globals. About the gameplay states. And we're gonna slap it into game states. And then back on the canvas layer, we need to update this from globals, oops, to game states. Make sure that's saved. You can't find it? You can't find it? It's called game states. It's right there. I made it. It's real. Maybe it take you a second, but you find it? No! Why are you saying these things? Why would you say that? state. Gameplay state. I mean, okay. Okay. It's right there. It says class name. It's an auto load. Right? Right. Remote. Not set up yet. Okay. Alright. Do you want me to restart? I can do I can reload the project. I have no problem with that. Sometimes it's weird in that way. But the reason why I do this is because then I can put signals up at the top. And those signals can like help the rest of the project know when things are happening. Those errors are not important. Game states, canvas. What? You cannot find game state. You better make it make sense. You're gonna be auto-completing it now. What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? That's weird. It's almost like the text itself had like what metadata in it. Cannot assign a new value to a constant. That ain't no constant. Is you crazy? What? Game states dot game state. Oh. Okay. Wait, now I can't find it. What are you talking about? You auto-completed that for me. Ah, do you see what I did wrong? I see what I did wrong. Do you see what I did wrong? What I did wrong is I put a class name on an autoload. An autoload does not need a class name to be defined. In fact, doing so could override the autoload behavior or something. Thus, it's not going to be able to find stuff in an autoloadic fashion. So I actually have to remove that, save it. Now when I come to canvas, oh, the brain is trying its best. It really is. Okay, so give it a second to realize that game states exists. It is global game states. Okay, I'll enable it. There's no underscore. Very important. No underscore. Game states. Game state equals. Dude, I gotta have an underscore. This is complete chaos. This just ain't right. I'm all about that underscore. Sometimes. I mean, I don't have it with a signal bus. Okay, fine. I'll try without it, but I don't like it. Game state equals game states. Game states. Gameplay. Whew. That was rough. That was a rough few minutes there. But it was easy to fix, so I'm happy. Game states, gameplay state equals game states, gameplay states, spawn piece, spawn pair. Okay, now we're good. Great. So, with that out of the way, I want to say that when the game scene runs spawn pair, I want, not spawn pair, but rather, oh yeah, there we go. Global is game state, but instead, game states, gameplay state becomes game states. No, that's not what I want to do. Remember, I wanted to make the signals. So we're gonna say signal. I mean, we could do this set get thing, but the reason why I like the signals, you could have it emit the signal here. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, yeah, okay. Signal update game state, and then this would call with what do I call these in relation to each other? State machine. I don't even know how do you even type an enum? What's an enum's type? Does enum have a type? Like array? I don't know. I don't really know. I have no idea. What is the type? What is an enum's type? E.g. integer array. None of those enums don't have a type. Named enums have a user-controlled type. Integers by default. Under the hood, they are a collection of constant integers. Okay. Well, I guess we just won't be typing it then. I'm not really sure what to say. Like, no, because this could be anything. So the idea is that I could say, for example, when I emit this signal, I could say update the gameplay state, and which state do gameplay states spawn pair, right? So this is an example of what would go in here. I'm just gonna not type it. It kind of doesn't matter. Signals don't need to be typed, but because it's not going to actually do any kind of error behavior based on that. It's more just for reference. So you know what? We'll just skip it. So not only do I want to do this debug thing when that happens, I want special signals for each one. Variant is the correct type if it's not known at compile time. Oh, that's a good idea. All right, let's do it. And actually, this one would kind of be an int. That one would be an int. But this one, I have no idea. Love it. Let's do it. So then I'm going to have a signal for literally every single state. State, well, you need to be specific. Gameplay state. Maybe. Yeah, you might be right. Also, I don't think this has error checking, unfortunately. I would love to see it, but in my experience, signal typing is essentially useless, other than like reference. So I'll tell you what, I'll just get rid of that. It really doesn't matter. It literally does nothing. I've tested it. This is symbolic typing only. So like I can go find a signal somewhere. So if I go, let's say, what's another one that I do? Checking matches, right? So for this, if I hover over this signal, no, that didn't even do that. Okay, when I connect it, maybe? Not even. Let's try one that does. Unstage last character. Unstage last character. So you can see I've typed it here. Okay, now hover over it. What? Is it because I have an error somewhere? Okay, hold on. Well, in theory, anyway, the only purpose that I've found that has, assuming it is working, is that when you hover over it, it'll tell you. Okay, well, it's not telling me. I don't know why. I don't know. Nothing makes sense anymore. What am I gonna do? Nothing makes any sense. Here, what if I just say signal bus unstage last character, hover it. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. In my experience, sometimes, apparently not this time, if I type it, sometimes when I hover it, it'll tell me that little bit of info. I don't know why it's not working right now, but it isn't. So it's really, truly useless. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. All right, I'm moving on. I've been like the last like hour, I've been just like not making a lot of productivity. That's okay. Signal gameplay state, spawn pair. This is a lot. I'm gonna say state gameplay. I can't do like capital behavior in here, right? I can do it. Signal state gameplay pair movement state gameplay. I'm doing this for every single one. Things are about to get crazy. But it's okay. Adjusting, match checking, because what it means is that when these events happen, I can do stuff and make sure that it's always connected to those states. So this is game states now. We've got main menu, pause, story, and gameplay. Okay. Those are all the signals. Now, how the hell are you gonna use set? Well, you're not. You're not. You're gonna have a special function. Why would you do this? Did I do that? We're gonna have a special function that gets called, so func ready, that deals with update game state. Update game state, connect on update game state. On update game state, Now that's going to return with, this is where the typing matters. The state machine and the state. There, Godot will do error reporting, but not in the declaration of the signal. I don't even know if this is gonna work. So state machine equals state. I don't know, we'll see if that actually works. Then we gotta do some pretty horrifying things. We have to match state. This is gonna get crazy. Match state machine. If the state machine is game state, then I'm gonna do another match statement. So we're gonna match the state with either game states main menu pause story or gameplay. And actually, I don't need to pass them because what I want to happen is that he emits those signals. Game state oh, sorry, state. It's confusing. State game main menu emit like that. It's kind of a lot, I know, but I think it'll be worth it. Story. Just gonna grind it out. Gameplay. Okay. Then we say if it was gameplay state that it found, we want to match the state with either gameplay states. I don't know why it's not auto-completing, but I really wish it would. I'm just gonna like put this off to the side so I can not have to keep it in my brain. Okay. Spawn pair. If it is that, then I want, I want to emit state gameplay. Spawn pair. If it's pair movement, emit pair movement, so on and so forth. And I might realize I don't need all of these, so we'll have to deal with that. Hope it works. one more. Okay. I didn't make that one. Match clearing. Oh, signals. Okay. There's not going to be a wild card, but whatever, just in case pass. I feel like I don't need to do that. Okay. Hoo-wee. Now, check general for how you avoided a nested match. Can you put these? Can you put these in live text from now on? Every time you've put it, you've not put it, you've needed it. It's just like, oh my goodness, poor general. But that's what live text is for. Just so you know, it's okay, no worries. But we have this live text place, which is for pasting text that is just like to communicate information while I'm here. So otherwise it just kind of like out of context crushes discussion, you know what I mean? What am I looking at? Brings in a new state. This is stressing me out. I can't do this. Thank you, but I don't want to behold it. Thank you. All right, I just need to like grind. So, okay, so that might work. Let's make sure it doesn't break. So what I'll want to do is that when I go to game scene, when a piece is placed, not when a piece is placed, not when I said it twice, not when a piece is placed, but when a piece pair is supposed to be spawned. Game states, update game state. And I want to say game states gameplay state, so the state machine, and then second the state. So gameplay states. Now technically spawn pair would have happened. So then we would actually what we'd want at this point is pair movement, right? Sorry, emit. Switch the state to pair movement. But that seems a little early, now that I think about it. I would want that there. I would want to say, once it's been instantiated, add it as a child, and put in the spawn position. Hell, I probably should put it on the pair scene, so that when it actually exists and it's ready, then have it change the state. Probably makes the most sense. So let's put it there. Okay, cool. So all I want to see right now is that we don't have errors galore for the way I set up that state machine, number one. Number two, I would like to see spawn pair change to pair movement once I press start game. Okay, so we got no errors. However, the state did not change. I think it's about time that I come in here and I fix these errors or these warnings. They're not really a big deal. Super fixable. It shouldn't take long. Local variable grid is shadowing an already declared variable at line 10 in the current class. Okay. All right, no problem. This is temp visited grid. Temp visited grid. I'm just gonna fix all these just so that way I can more easily debug as I continue to set up new things. Temp visited grid, temp visited grid. Okay. What you got for me now? Narrowing conversion. Float is converted to an int and loses precision. It never needs to be, oh, that's some DeepSeek behavior. It actually never needs to be a float to begin with, truth be told. Can we say vector2i? Is that a thing? That like exists, right? It never needs to be a float. Truth be told. Vector2i. Okay. What else you got for me? For iterator chain has no static type. Chain, that is... What is that? Is that an integer? All chains is an array? I think that that's an integer. No. It's not an integer. What is it? I know I'm all over the place, but I guess I'm just trying to like clean up everything and situate my workspace in this project, you know. Return chain. Oh, that should give us the answer pretty quickly. What it's supposed to be. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's zoom. Why not? Return chain. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm happy. It's an array. Oh, okay. It is an array. Right. It's an array that goes in an array. Gotcha. Okay. For chain, which is an array. For piece data in chain, that's got to be an integer. Okay, it's not. Oh wait, I think it's also an array. It's array. It's not an array. What is it? Is it a dictionary in the array? Ugh, forgot. That's crazy. What a crazy thing. Okay, and then what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Reset piece color position data. Has no static return type. Oh, you're right. Good catch. Godot. What else you got? All chains has no static type. No problem. That's an array of arrays that contain dictionaries. It just does. It just, that is. It is what it is. I guess I could type it that. An array of an array of dictionary. An array of an array of dictionaries. Okay. Oh, so I got Delta never used. Oh no, that's fixed. Here, let's restart it so we get a fresh list of errors. Give them to me. State machine has no static type. Oh wow, it really didn't like that. You were right, Cam. That does, because I guess I didn't have the warnings turned on the first time I did that. Okay, variant. Variant it is then. Declared but not used, that's okay. No problem. Doesn't need to be used here. I mean, technically... Wait, technically, actually, it should be used. Actually, good catch. Oh, wait, I missed one. Oh, look at that. This is why we put in freaking warnings. Okay, state, this one is default. It's fine. It was gonna be there no matter what. Gameplay states, extra movement. Actually, some folks have recommended that I turn it off. And I'm like, but what if I need it? This is where I needed it. Extra movement emit. Wow, that was a close one. Wow. You just never know. State machine has no static type. Is rechecking is never used. Yeah, I don't think I really need it at all, to be honest. Neighbor has no static type. I think that's gonna be a character body 3D. Update grid arrays has no static return type. Whoops. Delta has no static type. Delta is never used. Collision is shadowing an already declared variable. Oh, kinematic collision then. Okay, neighbor has no static type, we fixed that. Grid arrays, okay. Clear out those warnings. See, I say I'm gonna do it eventually, I mean it. Y'all, we are error free. Now we're not bug free, but we are error free. Okay. Now what bug I'm dealing with right now is that this isn't updating for some reason. So let's find out why. Well, it's not spawning a new pair. So that would explain why that's happening. Okay, this is what I wanted to figure out. Let's find out why it's not spawning a new pair. Well, actually, as soon as the game starts, technically a pair spawns. So it should go to spawn movement right away. It shouldn't stay down here at spawn pair. As soon as I press start game, that should say spawn movement. Right, so if I come to piece pair here, you can see I've got that updating. So let's find out if that is even happening. If you could just print Game state updating. See if that function is even running. Would be good to know. Did I connect it? I think I connected it. It is, so that function is definitely running. So the problem is the code. So is the state machine getting updated to the state? So if it says 0, 0 in game states, then I know it didn't actually do diddly squiddly. Game states, it's 3. So it did update the actual game state. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Nope, wrong. Because you have it on main menu by default. The first one, gameplay state was 0, so it's still in spawn pair. What it would be is 1. So that's actually incorrect. It did not update the state. So let's see what it updates. And I'm gonna say state or machine, state machine, we could do it like a string, but I'm kind of curious what it prints in general. That'll help with the typing too. So this definitely didn't work. State. This is different than the way I've done it in the past. I would like it to work this way. That would be nice. So I probably need to pull up my other code that I've done before for something like this. Machine 0, state 1. State 1 is correct. Machine 0 is a strange thing to return. Not sure that makes a lot of sense. I guess that makes sense. I'm asking for help. I need the gameplay state to be emitted in a way that it can be received as a reference to the appropriate variable and potentially flexible. No, that's not what I'm saying. I need to start a new chat. It gets very confused. If I don't explain that I'm doing a new situation, it will not understand. What the hell? It's doing Python. I think at some point I just need to go look up my old code. I think this is not going well. New state, previous state. Right. I hate when they do signals this way. Chatbots always do that. Dude, what the hell are you talking about? Alright, I'm going to my other code. It's worth it, 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 it's worth it. I had a pretty wacky way of doing it before. On swap game states. Game state. Oh. Okay. Duh. We need a different signal. Simple. Okay. So here's what we're gonna say. That's all you had to say, chatbot. Or I could just ask myself. I need like a chatbot trained on my own code, and I can ask it like, hey, how did I do this one time? Or I could just not do that also. I just did it in 10 seconds. Okay. So in game states, I need a couple different signals. I want to say update gameplay state, except I'm going to say update state gameplay signal, just for consistency's sake. Signal update state game. I hate it. I can't stand it. Put it back. Update gameplay state, and then all we have to have it call with is the state itself, which can be an integer, and that's fine. Offline stable diffusion, but for your code base. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so I've mentioned it before, and I always forget the name of it. NVIDIA Games from Scratch did a video about it, so we'll just look for that. Here, chat RTX. So it's like a program you can download onto your desktop, your computer, and then you can train it on anything. And actually in the YouTube video, he trains it on Godot documentation. So he downloads Godot documentation as like all these PDFs, like a file directory, and then AI RTX off. AI RTX off. Sad. AI RTX on. Happy. And then it will give you, responses from that documentation. One day, I'm gonna do it. One day, one of these days, I'm gonna do it. Not today. Exactly, Cam. I feel like this is an integer. It's an integer. We'll see. Update game state, update gameplay state. Okay, so now we can get rid of this. Call that an int. And we can say specifically game state equals the state. Game state updating. Pull this out of here. All we gotta do is match state. Pull this back. Easy. Let's yoink out all of this mess. New function. on update gameplay state. State as an integer, return void, paste it all back in. Get rid of that, indent it correctly. Get rid of that. Double pass. Okay. Then I just need to connect it. Update gameplay state. On update gameplay state. No problem. Easy peasy. Then come back to our piece pair. And this time, we're only going to emit pair movement. But it has to be gameplay state, not game state. Okay, start the game. I want to see spawn pair, be pair movement. Okay. So actually, it didn't even run the game state. Gameplay state signal. Let's find out why. Update gameplay state. On update game state becomes state. I forgot something. Game state equals state. I did not do that. Number one. Number two. Let's get a print. So we see what's happening. I wonder if it's the integer, potentially. Yeah, because look, you're asking to match this. These aren't integers. So we're gonna slap in a variant, call it a day, and not sweat it. Variant always feels like such a cop-out. Don't we deserve a cop-out once in a while? No. Okay. Variant is the same as untyped. Don't say that! Oh, you're right. Now I could use the Inu name. Smart. Duh. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're so right. Oh my gosh. I forgot. Thank you. You see how my brain works. I don't even think to try something else. I'm just like, well, I couldn't do it before, so I can't do it now. Value of type GameStates.gd.GameplayStates cannot be assigned to a variable of type GameStates.gd.GameStates. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, I mixed this. Oh, there you go. Oh, you actually found an error. See, that's why we have static typing. Love that. Okay. Credit where credit's due. I'm gonna give you an eagle brain for that one, because you were remembering things that I wasn't. I appreciate you for that. Okay. It gonna show pair movement now. It's pretty much gonna show pair movement now. Okay, spawn pair, start game, pair movement. Okay, we're cooking. Great. So once the piece is placed, it spawns a new one. It should go to spawn pair, but it's not. Now I get to figure out why. Now I'm not necessarily making these states matter. Just because we're in pair movement, so what? Now I'm emitting the signal pair movement, but it's not being received anywhere. So now that the pair is movable, What's important to know? I have no idea. Maybe nothing. But I'm gonna keep that in mind. Most importantly, I need to figure out why it stopped checking if everything is on the floor. I don't even know if it's checking for matches anymore, truth be told. Alright, I've procrastinated solving this. Now's the time. I wonder if it is. Let's do a print here. Even if the state itself means nothing, how that state is allowed to transition to another state is what matters most. Yes. Yes. Correct. That's true. Good point. Print game scene. Checking for floors. Checking if all pieces are on the floor. So is that check even happening? Would be really helpful to know. We could potentially call this a state in and of itself, but I'm kind of starting further back in the line. But we could do that. Oh yeah. Oh, it's checking. You bet it is. Look at that. Look at it go. It just keeps checking. So it's just returning and never resolving. So who's not on the floor? Wait, but I will say, this emerged as soon as I implemented that collision code that Camwin gave me. I'm not saying it's because of that code, but I wonder if I adjusted something while implementing it, and or somehow it is causing it, or not. Or it's completely unrelated. There was, I mean, I for a second like moved it over here. Why would that do it? It's just getting information. It's not doing anything. I'm starting to think it is an architecture problem. If you sample the current state, changing the state should change a bool that affects the gameplay if needed. If you sample the current state. I'm confused. What do you mean? Let's go to what? Top piece? I'm just gonna comment all that out. I can't imagine why that would do anything, but whatever, I'll check it. Set typing state, set to state. Have the transition to that state set a value to be checked instead of the state itself. Yeah. That's really interesting. You know, I really don't even know what an ideal pattern there would look like. Oh, it is that code. It is your code that did that. What? This is more than meets the eye. Why? Why would this do anything? That sounds useful, Cam. Like, it definitely was a little confusing for me to first kind of take it in the way that it actually works. I mean, surely it's not just the fact that there's a physics process, right? Like if I run physics process and I pass, that doesn't cause the problem, does it? It does! Oh, it makes sense. I need a super physics process. That's what it is. We need super. Now I gotta remember how the hell to do super. It's because there's already a physics process in what it inherits from. That's the problem. It's not your code. It's that I wedged it in haphazardly. Do I remember how to do super? Do we just do like super dot physics process delta, like that. Because what's happening is if I don't put super, it's overwriting its parent class's physics process. Bam! All right, we cooking. We cooking, baby. Now you'll notice there's not even a moment's opportunity for spawn pair to appear. Because, I mean, we don't have a timer. In theory, I'd want like a timer. And that would be the spawn pair state, is while that time is like counting. You'll actually notice that we're not even clearing pieces. It stopped checking. You'll also notice that we've got errors beyond our wildest imagination. Wait, what happened? Oh, the physics inheritance thing? Or just any of those functions being on a class parent? Dude, it's so confusing, right? It's like, what? There's no errors. What is happening? It's a bit of a mystery. It's a bit of a mysterious bug until you realize what's going on. Almost wish Godot would have, maybe there is, would have like a warning for that. Like, this function is overriding a parent class's function or something. But then it's like, well, how would you suppress the warning? Well, I mean, you shouldn't. Why would you ever want that? I mean, you might want that. But then you'd have to have some way to tell it to ignore it, like an underscore somewhere or something. You regressed your gravity and scoring code over and over while adding the chain simulator. Whoops. Wait, do I know what you're saying? I said whoops. Maybe you meant repressed. And you're saying that that was like something you did because you wanted it to override it. I don't know, I'm kind of confused. Oh, is it my... is it because I typed these as vector 2i? Is it not like that? Ah, the typed array is vector 2. Ah. Can we just find any vector 2s? Regression? Oh, it's a thing. Regressions are when you bring a bug back accidentally. Oh, okay. Thank you for teaching me that. I regressed my gravity and scoring code over and over. You kept bringing a bug back while adding the chain simulator. Dang. Is that a good thing? No, it's accidental. So you were adding like a debug feature and it ended up breaking your game. Is that what you're saying? Let me look for any vector 2 declaration in here and just make sure, nope, make sure I've got this type updated everywhere. Yes. All right, run it again. Run it again, because it's not actually position data at all. No more clearing blocks. Wow. Let's see if I got it back. Okay, we do. And we're hitting the breakpoint, which is the whole reason why I started doing all this. So we're back in business. Okay, great. Excellent. So. Pieces spawn. We move a piece. When the piece gets placed, we then would want to switch to, well, right, there's the extra movement. Oh, I should make a state for extra movement. Okay, let's do it. Or implement that state. Yeah, it's so, it's so frustrating when that happens, just bringing bugs back. Oh, man. Where do I have this? Pair. Extra time timeout. Extra time start. Okay, extra time started, yeah. So here is where I would want to say, and can we be consistent about where we print this? I don't know, we'll see. Game states, game update, gameplay state, emit, game states, gameplay states, extra movement. Very chaotic, but gets the job done. Okay, good. And then when either of those are finished, when the extra time is done, slamming down becomes true. If slamming down, piece placed gets emitted. Now, this signal I might want to replace. I think I probably want to replace this with the state machine. That way we know that any piece place information is totally connected to a state machine. So I'm going to look for everywhere we deal with piece placed. I'm actually going to check where it's connected first. One place in the game scene. Easy to replace. But it's doing one of the most important things, which is clearing the old pair and making sure we go into the match checking state. So, and then just where else does piece place get emitted? Anywhere? One place. Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up replace it. That's it. Can we get a slam thud? I think that would be nice. Oh, but I don't think we want the sound. Okay, update gameplay state. Instead of extra movement, excuse me, lie. Instead of extra movement, we want to be in pair separating. So no more piece placed. Instead, it becomes pair separating. Which is true. Goodbye, piece placed. I can't say you served me well. Just gonna get rid of it. Come back to the game scene. Replace this with game states, state gameplay, pair separating, connect, I'm just gonna call it on pair separating. It's just gonna be easier. Okay, then we come down to the old piece placed function and replace it with on pair separating. So it's a little confusing, right? Because you kind of want the separation to be happening once the separation is actually beginning. I don't know. I think it's fine. And in fact, let's move piece placed over to the piece pair. And I'll say before that, we emit from the pair scene that a piece is placed. Okay. So let's make sure that that's updating correctly. It's not going to go further than that. We'll only get to that point, and that's it. So I'm looking at down here in the bottom left. I've got spawn pair. Start the game. We're in pair movement. Slam it down. Yeah, so it goes right. Okay, now we're in extra movement. Real fast. It's separating, which makes sense. That should be really fast. So, no problem. And then it spawns a new one. Okay. Good. What's next? So, let me look at this. Adjusting. Okay. very important. This is gonna be a lot to detangle. Now that's before we do match checking. So I'm gonna go to, in the game scene, pair separating. That's gonna set is checking floors to true. Now does that sound like a pair separating behavior? No, the pair is supposed to be separating. We're not that. That is match. I guess that's. I'm actually a little confused. I almost feel like. No, it needs to it needs to adjust. It needs to adjust. No, we're skipping ahead. So I've got the match. I guess that's confusing because that doesn't sound like match checking. Technically, that's adjusting. Let's say that that's adjusting, but that kicks off. That should kick off match checking. So I've got adjusting behaviors happening in pair separating. If that's not definitely where I have a problem, I don't know where else is, but I think we're gonna find out where else. Okay, so I'm just going to pull that out of there. Let's look at clear old pair. That's gonna separate the top piece, separate the bottom piece. It's gonna queue free the pair controller, make the reference null, and then it's going to say the pair scene is freed. Excellent. Cool. Well, now I actually have, well, I mean, you know what? I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Just like what happens. I think what should happen is that we don't spawn a new piece and it's not going to check to see if everything is settled. So put that in. It's just stuck in pair separating mode. Let me just check the outputs. Slam thud. It thudded. Pair scene was freed. Game state updated before that. The piece got placed. It updated the state. Pair scene got freed. The audio thuds played. Okay. So now I want to do the adjusting phase. So I had the match checking like happening like a bit before the adjusting, which is terrible. So I need to come into piece single and figure out when we're gonna tell it. Well, I'll tell you when you're gonna tell it. You need to figure out when separating is concluded. So what makes separating conclude? I don't know. We do have a separating Boolean. I'd be very curious where that gets referenced. Oh, I guess it's not. What's it called? Separated. Excuse me. A separated Boolean. And that's all in piece single. It gets set to true, so that's when we do clear piece pair or whatever. It's going to eventually trickle down to this. And we'll have separated true. And when separated is true, that's when it plays the audio sound and it says it thudded. To me, that's the end of it. Once it hits the floor. Now we have this just fell stuff. Now that's a flag to make sure that we don't hear like, it doesn't thud like a ton of times. Which means we should probably update that flag. But if you think about it, I would also want this to probably be when we know that this isn't when the adjusted phase is done. This is when the separated phase is done. But we want to say, is that when the adjusting begins? When the piece is placed and makes a thud sound. Then we should start adjusting. Right? I mean, a part of me feels like we can skip the adjusting phase here. Because all the pieces are going to be settled. This is just itself settling. I mean, you can see if it hasn't separated yet, it's gonna fall. Oh, no, because remember, if a piece is horizontal and it falls, does that, I don't know if this, okay. Oh, I can't spawn a piece. Okay, I can't actually show you because no pieces are being spawned. I knew I should keep that piece spawning button. Okay, cool. I'll just, you know what, I'll just draw it. I'm just trying to explain it. So like, you know, but I'm just gonna show it. So when a piece lands horizontally like this, right, goes boop, it needs to go boop like that, right? Whatever I call that, that's what needs to happen. And so that is an adjusting phase. So it does need to go through adjustment as it's when the piece is separating. That would be, I think, fairly described as an adjustment phase. Now, it might need its own unique adjustment phase, maybe like pair adjusting or something, but hopefully you can kind of make it the same. So, how does that even work right now? I actually am not sure. It certainly does. So if it's separated, each single piece is going to check if it's on the floor. So one of them, if it's in that situation where it's rotated, one of them will be on the floor, and so it'll thud and it'll fall and everything's fine. But the piece that isn't, we're gonna run make piece fall. So I would think that we would now want to be checking for if everything is on the floor or not, and if it's not, wait for it to be. So I think then it makes sense to say that any separated piece perhaps if absolutely any separated piece is not on the floor, we're in the adjusting phase. So this else right here. Now we do have this if adjusting boolean, which I don't know how I feel about that. We could just say make piece fall, but like why do I have this adjusting thing? I just feel like I don't need that. Now there's the move and slide. The reason why the move and slide, well, that is kind of interesting. The move and slide is there. Oh, but it's already in make piece fall. Dude, this seems pointless. What is this doing here? I'm getting rid of it. I don't like it. I don't see the point. I don't get it. I don't see the point. I'm even gonna get rid of this check because I think we're about to render it meaningless. So I want this adjusting mess gone. I want it gone. Adjusted piece fall emit. If adjusting. What the hell is that? Adjusted piece fall. Oh, it's used a lot. It's connected in the game scene. Oh, but I think it does. All it does is say, is checking floors true? We don't need that anymore. Get rid of it. It's gone. Throw it in the trash. I don't want it. I'm not interested. Yeah, I'm not interested. Just throw it away. No, I don't care. We're gonna use game state for that. So get rid of that. That's gone. Signal bus. Oh, this one's already gone too. It is? Good. Get rid of this. I hate it. I don't like it. This, get rid of it. This has to die. Okay, so then back to the piece single. When any piece is popped, Adjusting, no. Adjusting is dead. Set name adjusted. Shut up. No one likes you. I'm sorry, that's not nice. You actually served a purpose for me. I'm sorry, this is very rude. This is very rude. I want to say that you served a purpose for me. And I want to thank you for that. Okay? But we're done. Now, this is saying when any piece is popped, it's going to do adjusting. I'm going to get rid of this. I might want it back. And you know what? We'll deal with that when that happens. We're overhauling up in here. And that's okay. Okay, no more adjusting. Adjusting is dead. So, if I say, when the pair separates, we go into the adjusting phase. All that, well, we'll say that when it falls, it's only, well, but here's the thing. If you put the adjusting phase in if no pieces, can we go back to the drawing? If slammed, pair separating. Oh, that's interesting. If slammed, pair separating. Otherwise, when the extra movement timeout happens, pair separating. Okay, I think we've got that. Fully separated, adjusting. Or when every match is cleared, then it's adjusting. So, I guess that's fine. And we just have to make sure that adjusting... Okay, you know what? I'm okay with that. Let's do that. We'll put this... We'll put this here. Whoops. What do we got on the clipboard? I'll just type it out. Game states, update, gameplay state, emit, game states, gameplay states, adjusting. Okay. So then we'll be in the adjusting phase. So what? So what we do now is go to game scene. Now, adjusting phase is not actually going to be moving anything just yet. It's just going to be checking for if things have moved. I just have a feeling I might reconfigure this, but I think I just need to get it going. And then I'll deal with it. Okay. On adjusting, so now I'm gonna come, we have the on pair separating. Let's do it after this. Func on adjusting returns nothing. That's going to set checking. Is checking for floors to true. Okay. Then it will check for floors. Okay. Now, if it sees that everything is on the floor, we currently have checking matches being emitted, which is doing a whole mess of booleans. That makes checking floors false, and it spawns a new piece pair. Let's fix this. So now we're in the match checking phase, because everything's on the floor. So I'm gonna wanna say game states, update gameplay state, emit, game states, gameplay states, just mesh checking. Okay. Now, checking matches, we need to figure out what it's up to. For now, I'm going to get rid of all this. So that was saying true and false. So let's look for it. Checking matches, just show me everywhere. 16 places. Oh my god. That is... No wonder we have problems there. Okay. Dear God. It's connected in debug. So what this was doing is this was making buttons visible. Don't see the point in that anymore. If you could just make it visible for me, I'd really appreciate it. Just keep it visible all the time. I don't think that serves any valuable purpose anymore. That did have a purpose at one time. I'm not interested in it anymore. So I'm going to come to right buttons. Can we give this a nice name? This is action buttons. This is spawn buttons. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure the print array is always visible, and we're gonna get rid of this whole thing. Just need to purge on checking matches from the project, because we're gonna redo it. All right, looking for all the checking matches references on the signal bus, obviously. We'll do that last. On each single piece, we would update the grid array. That seems pretty important. So that actually makes sure that it's keeping track of what pieces where. This is incredibly vital. So I'll go ahead and hook up the new gameplay state checking matches to that. Super, super important. Game states, state gameplay. Match checking. Did I do this correctly in game scenes? I did. Okay, just making sure. State gameplay, match checking, connect on match checking. And then we just simply replace this on match checking. Okay. Good. Search again for checking matches. On piece placed, it's all over the place in here. So we have actually a checking matches boolean on here. That's helping us in the physics process know when to assign neighbors. So piece placed, they're always there. These pieces are always there on the board. And we're saying that, hey, when it's match checking time, use your physics process now to find who is nearby to you. I'll be honest, since we have the flood fill algorithm, I don't know that it's that necessary. I don't even know if in the game scene I'm using the color grid array. I mean, we're just using it to iterate through. But this could just be replaced. This is completely replaceable at this point with match grid array. This actually holds the nodes in them. And if we look back at P single, where we update the grid array, you'll see it just updates the color and the grid array, the match and the grid array at the same time. So I think the color grid array the only thing it's really good for is debug, because it makes it a lot easier to read what is where. But other than that, it's really not that useful. Unfortunately. It served me well. Now it's time to say goodbye. So I'm just literally gonna try and see if I don't actually need... Oh, we can't say match. Grid match. See if I can get rid of that physics process check, because I don't think I need it to look for neighbors like I originally had. Now we do have a bit of a difference here, because this is now passing a node. You didn't know you had used a named algorithm. You accidentally coded flood fill with data structure. Yeah, I think it's specifically called the depth field search? Or is flood fill a type of depth field search? Or is depth field search a type of flood fill? I don't know, but it's something. You accidentally coded flood fill with data structure. It's like okay, right? If you use a queue or recursion. You're asking? You're saying like, this uses a queue. This uses a queue. Oh, you're asking, yeah. So we keep track of ones that have been visited, and if it hasn't been visited, and the queue is empty, it's gonna add it to the queue, and check to see if it is matching the parameters that consider it a match. Yeah, so I started trying to make this myself from scratch, and I was missing a few things. I take that, I half thank you for that. I gotta give some credit. I would say I would give part of that credit to you guys for telling me about flood fill and telling me about depth field searches. That got me looking around and starting to piece it together, take my completely from scratch idea and starting to add in proper traversal mechanisms. And then I was just getting a little overwhelmed with everything, so I turned to the vibes to ask about what am I missing in my algorithm, and it basically was like, hey, you're missing these things. You're missing visited and a queue. So I was just like iterating over the same things over and over and over again and trying to like figure, I did have directions in there, but my directions were like much messier. And it just came up with a much more elegant way to do what I was already doing, and then made sure that I wasn't doing it in an absolutely chaotic way. So I'll take half credit, and the other half can be split between you guys and the vibes. Okay. Right, so here's the thing. If I'm gonna pass the Jippity, yeah, the Jippity. Technically, I use DeepSeek, so the other chat, they're all chat bots. You guys are the chat. The Jippities are the other chat. So this was passing color before. No, but look, color was being... No, it was color. So, yeah, so hold on. So that was gonna pass a color value, which we have to be a little careful about here to make sure that I actually don't need it. So I gotta look at find connected matches. It's saying target color. What I could, you know what I could do? I could just find what the color is, right? I could say grid match. If grid match is 0, continue, blah, blah, blah. And then here, say variable match color. And then that's an integer, and then I just have to find it from there. So it's going to be character body 3D. Its color is contained in a piece mesh. Which I can find this horrifying way. This is a character body, I think. Let me just double check that I know how to find it. But yeah, I think I can manage to obliterate the color stuff. That was my oldest version of my scratch algorithm, which really got me far, and I'm really glad I did it. Like, I learned, dude, if I had just, because like right off the bat, Bart's or one of you guys told me like flood fill algorithm. Kai guy came through and was like depth field search, and I was like, okay, this is stressing me out. I looked a little bit, I didn't like it. And if I had just tried to do that, I would have, I don't know, maybe I could have pulled it together, but I think that I grew a lot more from trying to cobble together and figure out what would work for a matching algorithm, and then finding out, it's almost like I tried reinventing the wheel, and when my wheel sucked, I said, okay, let's go look at some schematics of people who know how to make wheels. And then I was like, ah, right. Yeah, right. I need that. Got it. Okay, cool. Good. All right, now it's a better wheel. and it's, for me, that I think is going to empower me more later, instead of being like, oh, wait, crap. How do I do a flood fill algorithm? Oh, no, I need to go learn it again. As opposed to, I've had more of a hands-on experience of what's missing. Anyway, I don't know if that actually is going to be better for me in the future, but I'm glad I did it that way. I am. Neighbor, no, that's what I purged it. It's gone. I killed that. I actually killed that off stream last night. Just like right after the stream ended, I did like three or four things that I was just like, I don't know, I had to. I just did it. And I completely obliterated the multiplying by 3. It's gone. and so this, basically what I'm doing now is I'm sort of clearing out the remnants of that, where I'm still gonna store the color values before they got multiplied by 3. But I'm gonna try to avoid ever checking those color values that were inserted in, if that makes sense. Okay, so it's going to be piece color is what we're going to be checking for the integer of. So over here, match color equals grid match. I think this will work. Get node piece mesh. Yeah, I'm done with that. I mean, it was, look, again, that's what I'm saying. I'm proud of that I tried to come up with that. And I mean, for days. Okay, I was like thinking to myself, like, wow, I wonder if that's gonna work. Like, cool, I'm looking for numbers. I told my partner about it. Like, my idea was this: it takes its color number, it multiplies it by 3, then it knows it's a match, you know. And I was like, I thought about it, it sunk in, you know, and it worked, kind of. And the part where it stopped working, it worked really, really, really well if I was just trying to match colors that were the same. So if I've got 4 red ones, okay, it would pop it no problem. Like, my custom little wacky algorithm would totally pop it, and it would work. It was great. Even if there were other pieces all over here that were different colors, this is going to be yellow. It would still only pop those red ones. It would totally know how to tell the difference and pop the right ones. So like, that system, to an extent, like, it worked. Until until there were pieces that were outside, that were non-adjacent. So if I had 4 over here of this color and 4 over there of that color, not even 4, I wouldn't even need 4. If I had 4 over here of this color and 2 over there of that color, whenever it went to pop it, it would clear all of the red ones, whether they were adjacent or not. So that's where my algorithm fell apart, right? It wasn't able to determine, hey, am I nearby this set over here? I don't know. I just see red, and red need to die. So it would kill them. But that's when I looked into flood fill and I learned about traversal. And it was like, oh, I need to be looking from each individual block and have it looking this way. And I started to build that up myself, you know, where I was having it go this direction and that direction. I had the next piece go this direction and that direction. I was setting up like different functions for each direction. It was getting like really crazy. And I was just like, oh man, I could not wrap my head around how I would store information and check it. My brain just melted. So that's when I went to the vibes, to the Jippity, to the other chat, and was like, you know, what is something? I'm missing something here. And what that was, okay, if it's checking this one, it needs to say, I done checked that one. Got it. We don't need to check it again. And then it can go each direction and then mark each of those, because I was checking them multiple times. And then it passes that information about whether it was a match or not up. And the other crazy thing that it came up with, which I'm still like, I can't believe, it came up with this. I can believe it came up with it. I just would never have thought of it on my own. I genuinely wouldn't have. It came up with an array that contained an array that contained a dictionary. And so it's like an array of matches, right? So there would be the red match, the blue match, the yellow match. But that was an issue because, and this is where my brain broke, that's an issue because, well, how does it know which red match? How does it know it's this red match or that red match? And so that's where the dictionary comes in, because it can say, okay, of all the red matches, these are the ones, or something like that. These are the ones that are in this group. So here's, I don't even think it does it by color anymore. I think it just says, here's the group of pieces that are over here. It doesn't even like care if they're red or not. Here are the pieces over there. Don't care if you're red, but I know you're separate. And it just like keeps track of all the piece data in the dictionary. So just like these little things that, man, were just like breaking my brain, really helped bring it all together. You think I got really close to a unique algorithm? Whoa. And you know what? Maybe next time, probably next time, I will try to do it from scratch again for the next game that has something similar. And I'll maybe I can try combining it. You know, what I learned about the flood fill and what I was trying to do before and make it work, you know? I kind of already did that, but anyway, who knows? Still, I think it's good to honor my ideas, not you, but for me to honor my ideas and try it out, than to just say, nah, let me just look at the schematics of how wheels were invented, you know? Let me see what it's like to reinvent my own wheel, okay? It's not so bad. That's such big coding advice. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't reinvent the wheel. Like, no, do try to reinvent the wheel, knowing damn well you probably won't do it. Because that trying is a super valuable experience. So I want to do piece mesh and then piece color. So that's the integer that I'd like to do that on. It's saying that grid match is an integer. Right. No, not an integer anymore. Sorry. Actually, this may come as a surprise, but this to you code. But I actually need this to be a character body 3D. Learn why not to invent. Yo, very succinct. Yes. learn why not to reinvent the wheel. I mean, look, I guess, like, yeah, like, why? I mean, to me, that kind of says, like you should never try to reinvent the wheel. But I appreciate the succinctity. I feel like that's approaching what I mean. Welcome, Press Empire. Thank you for supporting the channel continuously. Hope you're doing good. Where do you have this? Where am I? What do you? Oh, if grid is, well, no, this can be, believe it or not, it can be a 0. So actually, technically, this is a variant. It is, because it can either be a character body or a 0. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but it can be. It can be. And if it's not, really, we don't even have to say set to 0. It just is integer. I do. I set it to 0. I could make it null. Maybe I'll just, I'll tell you what. You make a good point. Let's make it null. It is. So the match grid array is just 0 by default, right? And then I think when one gets popped, it gets Q freed. I'm actually not sure at this point. C programmers approve the code? Really? I mean, I do hate to be typing it as a variant if I can avoid it. Truth be told. Let me see some. P single. Color grid array. You know what I think? Never mind. You know what? I mean, it would be really nice to not have that neighbor check. I think this is unnecessary. I think actually divorcing all of this logic, purging all of this, is just gonna be a lot of unnecessary work. I think this is fixing what ain't broke. I think that's what they call this. Keeps the code smell away. Oh, it stinks like code. Yeah. We're gonna, you know what? We're just gonna put it back. We're just putting it all back, because this is more just me being like, I don't like any of that color stuff I did. No, dude, it works. It's okay. You can leave a little bit. All right, so what the heck am I actually doing though? Okay, right. So instead of, we're setting up a state machine. When you do first code, who gets the child nodes? Oh, whoever uses the least resources, whoever has the most resources to spend, always. Whoever manages resources the best. Okay, so what we need is a new thing to happen for checking matches. And I was going through and looking at all the places where checking matches is relevant. We removed that. Set them free. Oh no. Whoever has the most CPU power and the least bloated operating system, exactly. Exactly. They get sent to the free queue. Oh my god. I want, like, I don't really want a t-shirt with that. Maybe a poster. Maybe just like a meme on my phone. with that comic on it. I completely forgot what I was doing. I guess I was getting rid of all the color stuff. Not like we can turn the orphan crushing machine off. Anyway, wait, that's a reference to something, isn't it? Epic Godot means. Yes, exactly. Dude, I completely forgot what I was saying. Totally, utterly don't remember what the heck I was doing, you guys. I don't remember. It's gone. The memory is gone. Well, I know I'm trying to set up these state machines. Match checking. Thank you for the distractions. I always appreciate it sometimes. Replacing the match checking stuff. Match checking works really good. It's totally fine. I was not right. That's the thing. It's like now that I'm not doing it, I'm like, wait, why did I start doing it? I remember. Piece single. Update grid array. Very important on match checking. Oh, piece placed. That's where I was. Okay, because on here, we have this physics process where it checks for neighbors and assigns them. And I'd kind of love to just like throw that in the garbage, because that's a physics process that's running on every piece that's on the board, right? Which just feels like a bit of like a bottleneck or something. But, you know, it works. It freaking works. And... you know, maybe just leave it alone. Maybe just leave it alone. Now, I think what you don't need is to assign matches. So I think this is... I don't think you need this. Elisa, I don't think you actually need this. Because... yeah, dude, put it in the trash. Throw it away. Burn it. Kill it. I'm gonna delete it all. Delete. See ya. Bye-bye. Couldn't even wanna be yet. What if I just delete it all? Just throw it all in the trash. Just get rid of all this. I don't think I need any of it. Mods, take this code to the free key. Spawn piece pair. Don't need it. I don't think I need to fundamentally change all of that code for this not to be needed. I don't think it's necessary. Because I think that has all the colors. Basically what that was doing, that was my like custom algorithm. That was figuring out if it has neighbors and then updating its number based on that. But I'm not using that anymore. I don't think it. I think it has no value. Oh, right. I still need to make it spawn a piece. Okay. Kind of would have been nice if I was testing that after... if I was calling that, like, after... Okay, here, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'll do. Before, all right, maybe I was a little hasty. So instead of that... Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, put your static typing back in there. That's fine. No, it doesn't. Well, we're gonna commit. That's what we're gonna do. State machine building work in progress. Okay. We're gonna just commit it. And then I'm gonna burn it down to the ground. Die. Okay. Now, I need to figure out when matches are being checked. So currently, on the game scene, what kicks it off is this timer pop countdown. It has a value. It has no value, exactly. I need to figure out when the timer pop countdown, which is a weird name, but I don't care, when it starts. Nowhere. It now never starts. I think it's part of what I just deleted. Good. I don't want us to start. So we're in match checking. So that's where I'm going to connect it right here. That state, right? So next state, game states, state, gameplay, match checking, connect on match checking. I'm just kind of going through like all the piecemeal signals and functions that I just had making things work, and I'm gonna tie them to a state machine. That's the whole idea. Func on match checking. Okay, what do I want to say? I want to say that the pop timer begins. Now before, I had to make it 1 second, which I really hated. So let's say pop countdown length. I would love, and that was before I had my timing down. But now that we have an adjusting phase, a proper state, I think I can actually figure out a time. So variable pop countdown length, and this is the time before it pops matches, which is a weird name for it, but I don't care. So this is gonna be a float, and I'm gonna make it short. I'm gonna make it 0.2, and maybe that's gonna be too short. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Now, I'm not sure if much is going to happen, but match checking. I don't know. Did anything happen? Well, let's see. What happens? That was anticlimactic. What happens if we do pop countdown? So it fills all this up, it frees all the chains, it clears data, but it doesn't do anything after that. Good. Good. So I kind of need to know when this is done. Free all change, this is technically the popping. Signal bus emit, any pieces popped. Now I think I got rid of this connected signal on single piece. Yeah, so I think this would be the moment that, well, it wouldn't, would it? Because that's saying if any pieces are popped, but it's saying all chains. Well, yeah, but that's one clear, right? So let me go back to the drawing where it gets a little crazy. So adjusting, match checking, if match is found, match clearing. So if I need to figure out if matches are found or not, right? So in this case, matches will not be found. So if all chain size is greater than 0, do that. If it's not greater than 0, well, now we go to spawn pair. So let's do it. Game states, gameplay state, no, game states, update gameplay state, emit game states, gameplay states, spawn pair. And what I'd actually want is to get rid of any pieces popped. I'm actually going to get rid of checking matches. Let me make sure I actually purged checking matches. I did not. Okay, hold on. Let me finish that real quick. Oh, that's just variables. Funk of the game scene is commented out. I don't care. Burn it down. Alright. It's actually pretty much purged at this point. We don't need this. Done. Okay, good. Anyway, back to the game scene. specifically here. If all the chain's size is greater than 0, any pieces were popped. But no, we don't do any pieces popped anymore. That's old news. Now what we say is game states, update gameplay state. I would think we want to adjust. No, we want to clear. Well, it's actually already gonna be clearing, because free piece happens over here. So I guess technically this is the clearing state. So the clearing state is gonna be quite fast. It is not gonna last long. Where does free all chains get called? Up here. That's match checking. That's all match checking. So yeah, I guess here. The clearing state is somewhat symbolic, but it might actually be important for having events happen at certain times. So I am gonna go ahead and keep it. And we'll say that when this runs, that's when we do game states, update gameplay state, emit game states, gameplay states, match clearing. Okay. Then, after it does all the clearing, it will update the state to, assuming it did clear anything. It's very weird that it clears it after, it checks it after, but it's fine. I guess it makes sense. Game states, it does make sense. Game states, gameplay states. Does that take us back to adjusting? Match clearing, every match cleared, back to adjusting. Yes, correct. Okay, I think the loop might be closed. Does spawn pair work? I don't remember if I hooked up spawn pair. I think I did. All right, let's see what happens. So we start out in the spawn pair state. We're gonna start the game. We're in pair movement, bottom left down here. Okay, it did come back to the spawn pair state. It just didn't actually spawn a pair, so maybe I didn't quite hook it up. Game state updating, game state updating. Everything is on the floor. We should really say what game state it's updating to in here. Okay, so it looks to me like, let's look for, well, I guess on the game scene, we'll see if it is even connected, spawning a pair. We do have this spawn pair function on spawn piece pair. Yeah, we haven't actually hooked up. Okay, we have old news. We have the old way of spawning pieces. We need the new way of spawning pieces. So this gets emitted, spawn piece pair, that's the old way. It gets emitted from the game scene when a level is loaded. Okay. Yeah, that's... I did not account for that in my states. Where do we change between levels? Is that a gameplay state? Is that a game state? So I do also have this concept of game states. Main menu, pause, story, gameplay. I guess that'd be story, like a story moment. And so in my mind, although I don't know how this would work in practice, but in my mind, if it's not gameplay time, then I would want to say that these are meaningless or they're on pause. But really, I feel like what I'd want to say, I mean, if you, well, this is gonna take, I feel like I'm not gonna know yet. I feel like I gotta just keep building and figure out what states are gonna need to get added in. Should be one machine. Gameplay mode is true if you're in any gameplay state. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna keep that in mind. It kind of makes me want to just like make a main menu and stuff. The other thing I'm thinking is the game states, like I can't leave gameplay mode unless the gameplay state is in I almost wonder if I don't want to add a state for like a level check state. Now pausing, you can't actually pause in the Puyo Puyo game that we have, so I feel like pausing is kind of irrelevant. I don't think we need to have pausing. State machines rarely allow transitions from every state to any other. Right. Do I have a pause state? I don't want a pause state. I'm just gonna say there's no pausing. You can't pause this game. Like, just quit. You know, no pause for you. I don't want it. It's not in Puyo Puyo. I mean, you know, if you're using a certain emulator, you can pause the emulator, right? But it's not like built into the game. Directly from main menu state to spawn piece. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I mean, we probably could implement a pause. I'm not messing with process modes yet. I don't think I will. So I think we'd probably be pretty safe. You would just need to have the pause menu. We could do pausing. Keep pausing. So pausing can happen at any time. And if it's pausing, then these states can't change, and it doesn't really matter. We can't leave gameplay if we're in any other state besides I kind of want like a pre-spawn state, like a... Well, no, that's not true. We can leave the gameplay state because we can go to pause anytime we want. And we could go to main menu by quitting. I don't think these states actually interfere with each other. I think the only one that does is story. I think technically the pause menu operates independent of the gameplay states. And the main menu as well, because if you're in the main menu, there is no gameplay, so it's irrelevant at that point. And sure, you can just quit your game whenever, it's just going to yeet everything. You know, it basically main menu is going to just restart without necessarily resetting all your, you know, if there's like high scores, I don't know if I'll do that, then the global variable won't reset, but everything else will functionally restart, including the states would need to reset, which is a bit of work, but it kind of makes me think that this story state actually needs to be a gameplay state, right? And so the story state can just be transitional if you, after match clearing, I mean, technically, we need match checking to happen again. I feel like I'm still missing something. Right? Something is still missing here. there's nothing for... Okay, right, so match clearing goes to adjusting. Match checking, no match is found, spawn pair. Match clearing goes up to adjusting. It checks for matches, matches found, it clears, it adjusts. Match checking, matches found, it clears, it adjusts. Match checking, no matches found, it just spawns a pair. I think there needs to be another check here. To me, that makes the most sense. We need to check, well, did you beat the level now that you've cleared everything, you know? So I'm gonna say level checking, which perhaps introduces other possible states, right? So there would also be level transition, or this like concept of a story that could just be level transition. Well, I think we need more states. Level transition, I'm sorry to say. And then story. So if the character is gonna say something, I don't know if I'm actually gonna do story stuff, but like at least an animation. I mean, that feels like level transition. I think to me that's level transition. I don't think we need story. I think it's level transition. And then when the level transition is complete, then we spawn a pair. So in my game, and I haven't even set this up yet, because I want to get the matching and this stuff right. In my game, the idea is going to be there will be pieces already on the board, and your goal is to clear all of those pieces, so there's none left. And you don't have to clear all of your own pieces, you just have to clear the opponent's pieces. And so then for level checking, that would be to see if those placed pieces are all gone yet. So I'm gonna say, I guess we don't even want that. Opponent defeated, right? If the opponent is defeated, then we go to the level transition. If the opponent is not defeated, in fact, I think I'd want to say that this is every match cleared, then we do level checking. Wait. That's wrong. My bad. Oops. Wait, I did this wrong. I did this wrong. That doesn't connect. Every match cleared, we do adjusting. If matches are found. It's if no matches are found, that's when we do level checking. Okay. If an opponent is defeated, it goes to the level transition, and the level transition takes us to the spawn pair. If the opponent is not yet defeated, then it just spawns the next pair. Okay. Opponent not. Can I get like a return on there? New line? Yeah. Great. Okay. So I need to add in level checking and level transition. And that happens after match clearing. Gameplay states level checking state gameplay match level checking emit. That's not going to exist yet. Gameplay states level transition state gameplay level transition emit. Still doesn't exist, so I gotta make these. Up here. Okay. And then we gotta add level checking and level transition into the enum. And we should be good. Okay. Now I gotta make them matter. Now I actually don't have a way to check the levels yet, so we should really just skip. We should just say that the level checking just auto approves. Back on the game scene. Once it frees all the chains, if the size is greater than 0, then it goes to adjusting. If the size is not greater than 0, I'm a little confused by this. Something doesn't seem right here. I feel like this is wrong. Like, if it's saying that all of the, is it saying that all the chains that are left after deleting them? Clear chain data. No, because that's when it resets all chains. I'm a little confused, to be honest. I'm a little bit confused. So it frees all the chains. We go into the clearing state. It checks all the chains that exist that it found. And then it deletes all the pieces. Yeah, but it's not deleting the chains. It's only deleting the pieces. So that means those chains will still be there. Yeah. Okay, this is correct. Yeah. So this is more saying if there were chains whose pieces are now popped, then we go to adjusting. If there weren't any chains who didn't get bothered to be popped, I'm leaving it, then it spawns the pair. But we don't want it to spawn the pair, actually. We want it to go to level checking. Now, what does level checking do? Where does it do it? I think I have a character script. Not that. That's on each individual character. I feel like we'd kind of want that on the game brain, which is actually right here. Because those will already be on the grid. I kind of wish I had like a grid script. I mean, we do have this like concept of levels that spawn in. I also need, I mean, I am keeping track. No, we are keeping track of levels in globals. That is something that I haven't figured out yet, is like, how am I gonna set what pieces are on the board by default? How is it gonna add pieces to the board? Personally, I kind of like them to just like instantiate in. You know, like create a scene that has the pieces already placed, and then they just appear or whatever. But you know what would be nice is if they kind of like fell down, like once you move down to the next level. You come down here and all these drop, then the pieces trickle down and land in their spots. That would be kind of cool. So there's also me toying with, do I want to actually choose the pieces, or do I want to generate the pieces and have like an algorithm that makes it more or less difficult? I don't freaking know. I think it's going to be easier for me to just place them. And this is a game jam and there's only 8 days left. So I think easier wins by default. Okay. So pieces will all rain down. And if that's the case, then how are we going to check to see if all the pieces are gone? I almost need like a grid array for each level, which is like, I guess we could just have it. Oh, this is kind of tricky. We could, because the grid array is going to need to update based on the pieces that are there. Oh dear. This is a bit difficult, isn't it? Which means we need to check the pieces right at the beginning. We don't want to start with a spawn pair when the game starts. When the game starts, it actually needs to scan for the pieces that are there so it can update the grid array accordingly. And somehow it needs to know. To me, what would probably be the easiest is if there was just like a certain, like every, okay. I think I have on piece single, because they would be piece singles. I have an enum on here for the different types of pieces. We have pair, garbage, placed, and preset. I think this would fit into the preset category, or we could call it opponent piece type. Probably better. It's a little confusing because like garbage could be considered opponent piece as well, but I don't care. Well, no, let's keep it preset. Let's keep preset. So the preset pieces, we could just keep track of how many there are, right? So on level one has 5 preset pieces or something. 4, I don't know, 4 or 5 preset pieces. And if a preset piece gets popped, then that number goes down to 4. If the next one gets popped, it goes to 3, and then 2, and then 1, and then 0. And when the level checking phase happens, all it's looking for is that number 0 or not? If it isn't 0, then we're still on this level. I think that makes sense. I probably should have a, it would be nice to have like a component for preset pieces for tracking. I mean, no, you can just say that when a piece is, so if you come over to the game scene and when we do free all chains and we do free piece, right, we have that piece character body right there. So that means at that moment, I mean, it's interesting because we're doing level checking here, right? But we're gonna have freed all the pieces by then. If I really think about it, we're gonna have freedom by then. So we can have right here it check to see if piece piece type is set to, or if piece type is set to piece single piece types preset, then we could say globals level presets -1 and then Q free. And then here there weren't any chains who didn't get bothered to be popped. We could say if globals level, well, don't do it there, wrong. Not right. Okay, we'll do that in a second. Let's make this level presets thing. Variable level presets. And that's gonna be 0. Currently, the number of levels is not stored anywhere. It's just like every time you move to a next one, the level increases. I would probably want to set a max level at some point. Once I don't know how many levels. The number of levels is just however many characters I can make before the end of the jam. So I probably am going to want to put a deadline on that soon for myself. But for now, you know, it could just mean that if you get to a certain level, there's no presets are gonna enter. I guess I'm okay with that. So I'll create a array of level preset but you need more than just the amounts. Right? It kind of needs to be an array of 2D arrays. Think about it. If you're on a certain level, well, it doesn't need to be though. Oh, it's kind of hard. No, Lise, what? That's not what you're doing. Stop it. Okay. What you want to do, you could make it a dictionary. Can dictionaries be constants? I don't know. Level preset data. How about that? Let's see if I can type it as a dictionary. I can. It's still going to be numbers, right? I feel like I'd rather it be an array of dictionaries. And there would be two things in here. So that way we can have the level correspond to the preset data. Something I'm curious about, does it go to level 1 at first, or is it at level 0? I don't remember. In globals, we're at level 0. When I go to, well, when I hit start game, it's at level 1. Okay, so level 0 has nothing. So we're just gonna skip that. Level 1 would have like preset count, which would be whatever it's gonna be, 4 or something. It could also have a preset scene. Let's just say count and scene. Count. I mean, if it's gonna be a scene, you might as well just put the count on the scene. And then have that update the preset. That'll be easier than doing an array of dictionaries. Just an array. It's back to being an array. An array of pack scenes. So if I were to make one of the, I know I'm all over the place, but Game Jam, sometimes it'd be like that. If I were to make something like that, what I'd want to do is I'd want to go to piece single. So I would need to actually create these. What is it that gets placed? Do I even have this saved? Piece pair. No. So the top piece and bottom pieces are what become a piece. So I guess I'll just save bottom piece since it has the least going on with it. I'm going to save this as a scene. In objects, pieces, I'm going to call this preset piece. Okay, but don't actually turn that into that, please. Thank you. Okay. Now I've got this like nondescript preset piece. So this is character preset piece. Collision shape with a piece mesh. Beautiful. Now it also is going to need a piece placed node added to it. This current scene exists within one of its nodes. What? Okay. That's what I thought. So that just has all the raycast, so it just behaves like a normal piece. Preset piece. Now in the main scene, I can go find one of these preset pieces, add it to the grid, and it's going to be there. Now one thing that I haven't been doing is setting the color. I guess it would be nice if it was random, so that way you have like a bit. I would say like the piece color could be random itself, but the placement won't be random or something. Even though the color is what could make it more different. But we do have a way to control whether it's going to spawn a pair. There are some ways to control, or like a random one. So I think we can work this out. Mesh, piece mesh. There's random color, and then there's color 1, and we can assign a certain color to it. So I could literally just, oh yeah, we could just stack whatever we want. If you want to have 2 of them be the same color, okay. So maybe for the preset piece, instead of having bottom piece script, detach that, add a different script called preset piece, and it will extend piece single, so it behaves just like a single piece, except no, it doesn't need all that, thank you, except it's going to have the ability to where I can define what kind of piece it's gonna be. So I'm gonna make an export. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do like an enum? I think I'd probably want to do an enum. I haven't done an export enum. I made a short about it, but I already forgot how to do it. Although I don't know if my short is really that good, because it's just like pulled from a live stream and not like actually designed to like teach anything. Shorts are right there. I need to reference this. Oh yeah, it teaches. Alright, set up that. Export variable. Oh, okay, great. That's super easy. Okay, so first we'll set up the First we'll set up the enum, which is going to be color to assign. That's not already something, right? I think that if that was going to be anything, that would be on piece mesh. And it's probably, yeah, so that's in here. We don't really want to call it color to assign, but like... And here's the thing, if it's going to be a pair, you have to define what pair is with. I think what you should do is you should set up pairs and singles. I don't think an enum makes sense. So I'm actually going to update this a little bit. I'm going to close my preset piece. I'm going to go back to the main scene. I mean, it's a little confusing because that means they're going to be a piece pair though. I don't know, I'm just trying to think how they're going to be random, but they're going to also know to make sure that their joined pair matches. So it's like a random pair. I guess we could just say that it behaves just like a pair scene, and it reparents itself. Like that could work. I don't love it, but it could work. Right? Because I do want to be able to easily place them like a level builder kind of thing. And I want them to randomly be a different color. So if I have them as a unit, that just is like it's like a shell that just sheds itself once the game starts or the level starts. It doesn't even have to be a character body. It's just holding it. Yeah, okay, this will be fine. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I think you can leave those. I think what makes more sense is if you duplicate the preset piece scene and we call it preset piece pair. Open that up. Okay, duplicating it was a mistake. Put it in the trash. Not duplicate it. You need to create a fresh, brand new scene. New scene of the 3D node variety. Call this preset piece pair. Then add 2 preset pieces into it. Now, if you're trying to rotate this around, you're gonna have a bad time, right? So for this preset piece pair, I'm gonna have to be able to remember to always, if I want them in a certain configuration, Well, that is to say, unless I have preset piece pair vert and horiz for horizontal. I mean, it would just kind of be easier, and then we could just attach a script to it. Ideally, that isn't just floating around any old place. Put a script on it. This doesn't extend anything at all. And just as soon as it's ready, I would want to, for node in get children, for node, which should always be character body 3D, reparent node to or node reparent to game scene ref grid. And then delete the wrapper. Right? Right. So that's piece pair vert. Wait, why was that a new scene? Oh, okay, I see. That's piece pair vert. This one I can duplicate. Oh, and the script, if the script could just be piece pair, that would be fine, because it's going to be the same either way. Again, it's just to make level building easier. So if I duplicate piece pair vert, and we're going to call it horizontal, open up that scene, keep everything else the same, and move this down. And save it. Now, if there's anything else that I'd want to do, for example, have the colors change, I think I would want to probably put that in the script, so that can go down for our preset piece script. So then all we have to do is run assign color. Assign color, I think usually when we do that, where do we do that? I think that's old news. I need to look at the piece mesh. Random color. We do have an assigned color. Okay, that's all on piece mesh. So that means I have to find the piece mesh, which is fine. It's just a child of the character bodies. Simple as that. How do we do it in the... Color to assign standard material 3D. Yeah. We just have to say what we're assigning it to. Can I just look at the debug? Because I do have debug buttons for this. I just kind of forget how I set this up. What? Game scene ref color to spawn? I don't remember how this works. Spawn piece pair, spawn pair. Add child, instantiate. Where does it set the color? I know that color spawning works. I know dang well that it works. But I don't remember how it works. Color to spawn. I wonder if it's on the piece. It is. Okay. Oh, set colors. Oh my goodness. That's very confusing. Okay, so when a piece spawns, Oh, there's an enum on here. Random pair top or bottom. And that's the color that it chooses to set. Holy moly. And that refers to what the game scene is currently set up as. And that's just for a debug purpose. It then sets the colors. That did not have to be in game scene. And then sets the colors. Setting colors matches the color to set. If it's random, okay, this is all I wanted. Get node piece mesh random color. It's a little confusing though. So that's just gonna pick a totally random color. That's all. That's really all you need. The only difference is if it's a pair, they just need to be set to the same random color. That's it. Okay. Whew. It's just confusing the way it was laid out. I'm okay with that because it's debug. And now it'll be more clear for the future. So for the preset piece pair, I mean, you kind of want to do it on a per piece basis, right? And then you want to override that if it's in a pair. So for that, we could also in the ready function say, so let's just say prep children, func prep children, pop that in. So it's going to go through each one, it's going to reparent them, but I'd also like it to assign is pair to it. Make that true. So on each of these, we have a variable is pair, and it's going to be false by default. So these are both not pairs until they are. So then in their ready functions, oh, we gotta be careful because we have a ready in single. Gotta be careful. I believe in top piece, we don't use the ready function. Yeah. So that needs to be super or something. Super ready. Ready hasn't been defined. Oh wait, this isn't extending from anything. Oh, my bad. Here. Super ready. Okay. So in here, if is pair, well, frankly, do nothing. So if it is not a pair, then we need to look to its children, find the node piece mesh, and assign a random color. If it is a pair, then we're going to handle that up here. So we're going to make sure that node runs or finds its piece mesh and runs the same random color on each of them. But this is a for loop, so I would think what you'd actually want to do is say assign colors, or color to assign. Make that a variable. This is only going to run one time. Color to assign. Wait, how's that gonna work? How's that gonna work? I mean, you know what you could just do? I would say don't do random color. I would say go back to piece mesh and we can just assign a specific color and do the randomness right here. Right? So just get a random range between 3 and 7. That's going to be a integer. Get a random number. And then, instead of running random color, we're going to say color 1. It's going to color each one to the color to assign. Okay. Now, assuming I've done that correctly, back to the main scene. Not here, but here. These are just individual pieces, so those are going to have unique colors. Now if I want to do a vertical pair, drag that into my grid and place it. If I want to do a horizontal pair, drag it into the grid and place it. Let's do another single piece. You know, just kind of sort of randomly doing this for now. So maybe like that. Now that means there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces placed in the first level. It might be a little difficult for the first level, but we'll see. So that means those pieces need to let the globals know how many of them there are. So that way the globals can keep track of if they've all been cleared, which brings me back to my state machine, finally. So really this is Lua preset scenes. And on preset piece.gd, it's just going to say, hey, when I exist, no matter what, tell globals that level presets plus equals 1. Okay. Now, back to the game scene. Now, I'm still not instantiating the presets in yet, so that's something to think about. We also need to make sure that we check for matches. Well, that's right. What if the randomness creates a match? I'm not gonna prevent that. Forget that. If it matches, good luck to you. You got a bonus. Like, congratulations. That is all you. Enjoy. Come on. Like, what? Oh man. Oh man. You just like spawn in and they all match. I hate that. Hey Kai Guy, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Second day off, right? I mean, if I were to tell it... Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. If I were to tell it... If you aren't a member, and you want to support Hyper Game Dev, and you're here, and you haven't pressed the like button, hit the like button. Hyper smash that like button. You don't have to be as awesome as Kai Guy and become a member. You just don't. You can press the like button, and I'll appreciate you. I'll like you. I'll like you back. Seriously though, thank you for pressing it. It helps a lot. Don't press it too many times. So, do I really want to try to avoid a match? Like, I guess I could say if it detects that a preset piece is a match, just like change its color. But like, that could get insane. Like, you don't have to like load them in and out and like keep switching it. What's up, Seppi? No cat. The cats are somewhere. Those cats are probably my partner is in a very cuddling place, and the cats, if the cats, one of the cat's top Lili especially, not Lili, Travi. Do I know who my cats are? Travi, the cat that you held up, that cat, if he detects that someone is cuddly, he's going to go and cuddle with him. He's got like some amazing detection, just like bzzz, like he doesn't need to see, he can just sense. He's got a cuddle sense. Somebody's lying down. I need to go cuddle with them. So my partner's probably lying down. And then it's possible the other cat is just, I don't know, she just wants to be somewhere else. Still a day off, and you're awesome and stuff. Yeah, yes. Yeah, absolutely. And stuff. Emphasis on the stuff. We need a cat stream where the cat makes something in Godot. Wait, actually, so there's this thing that I'm gonna do every week after the Game-like Jam. Every week, and it's called the Game Dev Gauntlet. And I've only done one so far. And the challenge was to make a game in Godot without using the letter E. Asterisk. There's an asterisk on that. But mostly I didn't use the letter E. And I think I want to go here. And you guys have suggested all kinds of ideas for how I could make the what challenges I could undergo in our Game Dev Gauntlet. Where is that? Okay, that's life chores. That's not where's... Hold on. Gauntlet. I didn't delete it, did I? There it is. Where is that? Oh, it's just hidden somewhere. Okay, we found it. I don't know where that was. That was crazy. Only use get set code. Only use shaders. Everything in Windings. One line of code. Can't use a mouse. Keyboard turned 180 degrees. ASCII graphics. Everything in Windings. Oh, there it is. Only a cat can touch the keyboard. So that's kind of what you were saying. That is sort of what you were saying. So you know what? And what's... I mean, obviously there's the challenge of like wrangling... Like, I feel like that could turn into animal abuse really fast. So something about that. I mean, it would kind of just end up being like a hangout stream. But no, you know what? I wouldn't, because he's very manipulatable. Again, as long as I seem like I'm willing to cuddle with him. I think where he's gonna be unhappy is when I start like touching him to try to get him to touch the keyboard. I feel like that's where we're gonna run into trouble. Like, I would have to like bump him with it. That would be really difficult. Because if I try to pick up his paw, he's gonna... Because what's gonna happen is if I pick up his paw, he's immediately gonna want to play. Because that puts energy into him, and he's like, oh yeah, let's go. He's gonna start biting and like, you know, not in a bad... He's a very gentle biter. But it means that he's in play mode now. And I'm gonna completely lose control of... You know, because he's gonna think it's a game. He's gonna be like, oh, you grab my paw and I bite you? Okay, let's go. Not like, oh, grab my paw and let you put it wherever you want. So I feel like it's gonna be tough. Use a laser to lure them into the keyboard. You know, we don't have laser pointers. I don't actually know if he likes playing with those. He might, but I think that comes back to a similar problem. It's a good idea, but I feel like he would get really excited and like... I feel like he would get like overly excited and become difficult again to control. You know, we would like spend all of his excitement. We'd spend all of his excitement a little too early. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's not sustainable. And, I mean, he'd press so many different buttons. Where's the cat? There it is. It's a good idea, but it would need to be something that was completely sustainable. Long term. Dude, get a huge keyboard. Actually, that's a really good idea. Okay, let me actually take that down as a note. Get a huge keyboard. So that means now this challenge has a budget, right? So I have to be able to find and purchase a huge keyboard. Which is, you know. How does your comment viewer thing work? I've noticed it seems to bring up comments that are shorter first instead of the order they were sent. Yeah. So I actually manually decide when messages go up. I can put it on auto, but I very rarely do. I do in like member streams, but for the public streams I do not. So I'll show you how this works. Okay, so what you're looking at in the middle of the screen there is one of my monitors. And this monitor is like where I monitor the stream and can do stuff, can have control over everything, like disappearing the camera or putting a message up here. And you'll see the ones that I've chosen are lit up and the ones that are not chosen are a little darker. So what I do is when we're chatting, I like to keep it on the topic, right? So if you say something like use a laser, you know, I like see that and I'm like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna focus on that. Let me talk blah 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 about that. Okay, cool. Right. So now I've talked about that. Okay, next thing. Right. And then move to the next thing. Talk about that and move to the next thing. So that's kind of how I do that. Is I just kind of non-linearly go around just to keep a flow of topicry. Mostly I do this to avoid feeding trolls who might come in and want to say something untoward. I can just never put them on screen. I can make sure that it's not, you know, it'll never be in the VOD then, and it doesn't give them the excitement of bad things being on screen. Not just necessarily bad things, but it can be also just be people being really annoying, which doesn't usually happen, but sometimes it does. Making some temp game art assets, maybe? Wait, what is that for? Wait, you're doing that? Oh, nice! Let's go! For the GDevelop Jam, you love TUI's NetHack Players Unite. NetHack. That's like, it's like a huge, massive, like roguelike game, right? Like a really overly complicated, crazy difficult, only a handful of people have ever beaten it roguelike game, right? Can't use delta game. Make mechanics that require you to lag your computer to take advantage of the lack of delta timing. We did that. We did that. That was the last one. We did that. That was can't use the letter E. So if we hop back to the channel, you'll see there's only one in there, but there's the Game Dev Gauntlet playlist here. There's only one because we've only done one, but there's going to be one in a couple weeks, actually. So I made a game without the letter E, which meant I couldn't use delta. And so basically what I did, thanks to Dungeon Martian's suggestion, this was actually Dungeon Martian's idea. And you can actually play the game too. What's it called? Reign of Cats? Is we use the input as a... Where's the game? Where's the game? We don't link to the game on here? Jeez. Oh, it is. It's over here. It's right there. Here. If you want to play it. The only way you can advance the game is by moving the mouse. So what it does is it detects if there's any input. And so if you wave the mouse around, then input occurs. And then the game moves. So if I don't move the mouse, nothing happens. If I start moving the mouse, the game moves forward. And that's the only way that the game can work. And you basically, it's kind of like a bit of a clicker kind of game. And you move your mouse and you try to click all of these. And the more that you get, the better you do. It can be hard. Once you kind of get the hang of it, it's pretty easy, but depending on like your various factors, it can be more or less difficult. And there's no way to reload. I couldn't get it to reload without the letter E. So you do have to press the refresh button to restart it. I got most things figured out without the letter E, but refresh or restart, reload, change scene, none of that was gonna cut it. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was definitely a lot of fun. And you know, here's the thing, is we could still do that again. We could do this again. And this time, you can use the letter E. Right? So then I could do all kinds of other things and still, basically I would do the same thing. I would use the input as a way. But maybe you could change it and you could say, make a game where you have to lag your computer to play. Tactical laser pointers and treats will do the trick. Treats? No, you can't overfeed them. It's too hard. It's too hard. I think the big keyboard has potential though. There are those pet buttons to try to tell what the pet wants to communicate. True. Rig those up to a keyboard. But, I mean, and look, it would be fun. I do want to point out that the likelihood of a game being made is almost none. So I feel like challenges like that need to be refined to allow, which is fine, you know, we can figure that out. Like with we can only use the letter E. We decided, mostly me, decided that extends was allowed because there was absolutely no way that I could code a game in Godot without using extends. It just wasn't possible. So that was allowed. So then maybe with the cat one, there's some kind of thing that makes it more possible. VTuber model controls. Is it similar to that? Super modified OBS. I guess. I mean, it's just like this one. I mean, yeah, I rearrange it the way I need. I do. I make it in a way that helps me. Game code is just funk ready for food and or sleep over and over. Yes, 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 and play. For the G Develop Big Jam, again, we'll see how far I get. Yeah. The Delta one was kind of the last one. If it's not already there, a challenge to make something in a different language than GDScript could be cool. Yesterday I said I had some interest in trying other languages. Totally. Do I even have that? I don't think no. Okay. Language. I don't know if I do have that on here. That's a good one. Let's add it. Let us add this. Make a game in something other than GDScript. C# probably. That was suggested by Seppi plus Rorek. Totally, that's a really good challenge. It kind of ends up being just like a learn along at that point. That's the other thing, is like, would it be better in the framework of a learn along? Maybe not. It may not be. I guess there's more pressure to like make something. You know, this is good. No, this makes sense. It's also like, you know, not necessarily something that nobody could do. And I mean, whatever. It in some way it kind of lacks that like excitement factor, but I like it. I want to try it. I definitely want to try it. Maybe I'll make sure this one, I kind of want to like highlight ones that, let's do it. So the way that it worked last time was we did a poll on the channel. Here. Okay. All right. Sure. Why not? We did a poll, and I sort of chose a bunch of those that you guys had come up with, and had y'all vote on which one we do. There's use one line of code, can't use the letter E, can't use the mouse or keyboard. And I just picked the ones that I felt like were the most feasible, were kind of different from each other, but also kind of interesting. And you guys chose can't use the letter E by a large amount. So I'll say this, I will guarantee that make a game in C# is one of those options on the poll. And I guess I ran this maybe like a week before we did it. I don't know, something like that. Something like a week before. So that'll probably be in a couple weeks, that poll will go up. Make the theme and text colors all the same so you can't see your code. Whoa! Wait, but is that gonna work with highlighting? Won't I be able to like I kind of love that. That's a really fun idea. I think that would require a little like experimentation, but if we can adjust the highlight color, which we probably can. Dude, yeah. So I'd have to like copy and paste it into another program. Love it. That's a really good one. Really, really good one. Now you didn't clarify. It's make a game. I don't care. I used to be like, what is it? Is it I'm making a game? Is it I'm doing something else? Nah, it's make a game. Theme and text colors the same. Can't see the code. Pressifier. Now I'm not highlighting that one, but it doesn't mean I won't pick it. Maybe I'll give it a different highlight. I'm just not sure that there won't be something better. How about just at certain decision points of the game gauntlet dev, your cat's actions, roll over left or right, determine the next move. Whoa! I love that. I love that. That's such a good one. And then we could just try to make sure we keep the cat there as long as possible. Make a game, cat's behavior determines how I proceed. E.g., cat is on side or grooming, etc. leads to me doing XYZ or whatever. Also ensure the cat stays around. That's fun. I'd love it if it was kind of a learn along personally. I plan to get back into learning C# once I finish my C++ course, so it could be cool to do that along with you. Yeah, so the learn along, I did one public learn along, and that was making a plugin in Godot. And it was fine. I think it went okay. You know, it felt... I was planning on always doing a learn along after the gauntlet, but I realized I still kind of want to experiment with different formats. I'm definitely going to be doing learn alongs for members in between game-like jams. The next one that I'm going to do after this jam in June, the member stream learn along, is going to be about security and building the engine from C++ code so that way you can make it more difficult for a thief to steal your game. So that's definitely, and that's just because I'm interested in that. So the last learn along was plugin based, but then in the member streams I continued to work on the plugin, and that was just because I wanted a plugin for a credit system for my games. So that way when you guys help me out, I can give you a credit and actually have it generate credits in the game. The other one's good too. So I'll keep that in mind. I'll say C# probably, but maybe save it for a learn along. But I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? You could always do both. I could do it as a gauntlet and then a more devoted learn along. Because for me, the point of the learn alongs, and I try to put this stuff up here on the itch.io. For me, the learn alongs are something like where the gauntlet is like make a game by the end. For me, the learn along challenge is to make something that I can share at the end. So like a sample project, like here's what we learned and you can look at the code and check it out for yourself. So, you know, similarly, I would, if we did the C# learn along, I'd want to make some kind of sample project based on those results. And maybe doing the game dev gauntlet first would give me an opportunity to experiment with it so I can make the best possible learn along project at the end of it. Code is done normally, but any decisions are made by the cat. Oh, that's kind of cool. Almost like a dice roll or something. This is fun. See, this is why we do the game dev gauntlet, because it's exciting. It's so fun. I feel like this one deserves a highlight. Let's give it a light highlight. I think it deserves it. Kind of like a dice roll effect for what to do next. And I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but it helps me when I'm going over these. Cat-based coding. Cat-based coding. As long as the cat isn't too sleepy / non-moving and cooperative. Right, of course. Right, just like ask the cat for, like, what should I do next, Travi? And if he does this or that. Interesting. It requires a little planning, like what does that all mean? But that can be part of the gauntlet too. How do plugins in Godot work? Is it just like exported scripts, or is there more to it than that? I would say definitely check out the Learn Along stream. Since you remember, you do get access to the extra Learn Along streams. Now, obviously, the streams are crazy long. You don't deserve to watch a stream that's 12 hours. So, plugins are basically just like a Godot project that you kind of set up sort of like an auto load. So you just go to like project settings, plugins, and you can create a new plugin, and you don't even have to create it. So if I wanted to add my credits, so for example, if I wanted to add my credits, which I do, right? I can go find my credits project. Do I have it? I do. Okay, that says old. Probably don't want the old one. Just my guess. So I could take this add-ons folder here, and if I actually just copy this and paste it into there, it basically just becomes like a part of the project. This is Puyo-like. So I'm gonna paste this in. I've now added that add-ons folder. Now if I go up to project settings, you'll see that now there's a plugin in here. So if I enable it, now down here, there's a new thing. And so it depends, different plugins will do different things and behave in different ways. This particular one will actually generate some stuff. So if I find the example credit sheet here, and I generate, so this was like a scene in Godot. Yeah, it's just to create a new plugin button. But you know, you do have to like create, so this is like a scene that has just like 2D stuff, just like, you know, when you make any UI or whatever, you can just have that go directly into like a, you know, a panel or whatever. And then what this one does, when I hit generate, what it's gonna do is it's going to create a credits list. And now there's a giant credits list in here, right there. So actually, if we take a look at it, you'll see there's now a window in there. And I think it should just work right out of the box. So this is gonna be the wrong credits. It's gonna be for a different game, but that's okay. And so now there's credits, but I do need to, so one thing that it does require is that you tell it, you have to run this signal open credits list. So I could just say open credits list emit, and that should run it. Comes with the modules and plugins. Yeah, that's something else. Yeah, that's something else. You know, we don't bother with that. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll look into that. But yeah, that's true. Okay, I don't know why it's not working, but in theory it should. Maybe there's something. I don't remember. It should work though. Oh, what's the debugger got for me? Oh, that's something else. Open credits list, connect, open credits list, self-visible, start scroll. I don't know, it's supposed to work. In theory. I'm not gonna debug it, but hopefully you kind of get the idea. I am now going to delete it. And then remove the plugin. I am gonna need to edit in later though. But today we're just not gonna worry about it. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be the last thing I do. I don't wanna do it today. But I did make it so in theory I can edit in very easily. I don't know why it wasn't scrolling. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Okay. But yeah, it was really interesting. I really wanted to be able to add the credits in a really easy way. I'm just when I'm developing a horror game for PC. You're 18 years old. You upload your first PC test video in YouTube. Can you see it and tell me a review? I'll tell you what. We have an event here. Oh, I wonder if we were getting an error and the game was stopping. No, it wasn't. Anyway. We have an event. Join the Discord. If you want to share something that you're working on, join the Discord on June 27th. So we do this every other month. On June 27th, there's going to be a game feedback stream. So if you want to share your progress of your game, trailers, things like that, head to the Discord, find this event, and you'll learn about the details there. So there's a queue that you have to join. That's very important. And then you join the newsletter. So the newsletter is on Patreon. You don't have to pay anything. It's totally free. But what it lets you do is access the live stream because it's unlisted. It's not public. That way, it's not about like promotion. It's not about me critiquing your game and making bad press for your game or anything like that. It's just like a semi kind of private feedback session. But there's often a good amount of us here, there, sharing and playing each other's stuff. So do come through if you want to. We do that every other month. It's a nice long stream where we check out each other's things. So information is in the Discord. Discord link is in the description box. Hit up that event and read that information. Good luck. That sounds cool. I need to try this sometimes. I literally wrote a scene for this project to photograph a mesh so I could have an icon of it. Yeah, I mean, it's really helpful. You're saying for like plugins, it's so helpful. I promise the credits plugin works. I just don't feel like dealing with it right now. I'm not gonna debug it. I don't know why it didn't work. And it does. You can actually see an example of it where I did actually implement it correctly. On my Bloons-like. Incidentally, adding the credits list in there, I accidentally overwrote some of my updates to the game. So the game's a little worse, but we got all the credits in there, and that's what matters. So if you hit this is what it was supposed to start doing that. I don't know why it didn't. But yeah, so I can just have those names get swapped out, the titles get swapped out, depending on whatever is in the spreadsheet, which is so convenient. It is so freaking convenient. Yeah, check it out. It's an interesting process, making plugins, and it can be really useful. Talking about that recently, didn't know Godot games were so easy to decompile. It is very easy, yeah. It is super easy. I've also been talking about it in the Discord, in the Godot section. Yeah, it's kind of a big problem. You know, because someone might say, oh, my game's not worth stealing. Like, man, people, you'd be surprised. And then if people go and make, like, whatever, hundreds or thousands of dollars off of your game that you just slap together, that kind of feels a little poopy. It kind of feels like stinky boo-boo. You know, who wants that? Who wants that? Who wants their game profited on when you get nothing for it and you put in the work to do it? So yeah, something I want to learn about. All right, we got some problems. Present piece pair, prep children, parameter p parent is null. Are you saying that there is no parent for it to go up to. I mean, it's interesting because some pieces are showing up. So what I was trying to do is set up a state machine, proper state machine for my game. And part of that involves making sure there are preset pieces. Now, if I were to guess, it looks like all of the vert pieces, which makes sense. That's where this error would come from. The single pieces are going in totally fine. But it looks like in my pairs, we have some issues. So how far did it get when it was trying to do that? Let's see. Grid. It doesn't, they're not even there. I'm guessing that they just queue freed themselves. And perhaps at this moment, I'm a little confused. I wonder if I'm gonna need like a breakpoint. Let's do a breakpoint. I'm gonna put a breakpoint right here, and we're gonna restart it. And I'm just gonna go through to see at what point the error happens, because I'm a little confused. Okay, so right here, it's going to pick a random color. So let's continue. Oh, not continue, sorry. Yes, game jams are such good learning experiences. Do I want to do step over or step into? I still don't remember what the difference is. I guess step over? Okay. Color to assign 6. For noting character body, get children. Let's go down one more step. So it did find the array of children. Right, so this is preset piece 1, and that's preset piece 2. So it found those. Very good. Go down one level. The reparent. Okay, so actually it was there. I think that it's not finding. Changes the parent of this node to the new parent. The node needs to already have a parent. It will. Parameter p parent is null. I don't know what that means. I mean, my guess is that that means it doesn't have a parent. So if I come over here, this is before it queue freed. So these here are the pairs. I mean, it looks like it has a parent to me. Character body 3D 513. I don't know which one. Oh. Let's see if I can figure out which one we're looking at here. 51304. Okay. So that is this one. And you're saying you don't have a parent? Because you look like you have a parent. It looks to me like you do have a parent. If I were to describe what is happening as you having a parent, I would say that you have a parent. But that's just me. It's possible you need to await before that queue free. Could be wrong. Hopefully not. I mean, the queue free does work. It is queue freeing. Alright, hold on a second. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. It's gonna show some ads to some of you, but not all of you. Thank you if you can just give them a little look-see. No pressure. It helps the channel. Give me like 3 minutes. I'm gonna be super right back. I've been drinking tea. I gotta do something with that, and I'm gonna make it go away. I'll I'll be right back. Joe, you might be right. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, I'll be super right back. It's fancy. It's not as fancy as I'd like it to be. So basically what it is, YouTube recently came out with this like feature basically where streamers can set up this pre-made taking a break scene. So if I actually uncrop it, this is straight from YouTube. So this is actually a YouTube video that exists, and YouTube gave us this YouTube video to use. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make my own YouTube video that's just like a green screen, and then I'm gonna key it all out so I can just I don't want this weird like corporate looking like I don't know like background. There's something about it I don't like. But it's nice because it will you know, it has like the countdown on it. It's like dynamic, so it's saying stream resume soon. So it's kind of nice. So I just cropped it up and put it in here. I want it to be even fancier though. I'm gonna try to green screen it out so we just have the taking a break part. But yeah, I was like, okay, I can get down with this feature. This is a nice feature. All right. What the heck was I doing? Oh yeah, trying to figure out this little problem. Maybe an await. I would love to not need an await. Let me try stepping through it again. Okay. Do I want to step into? Maybe I want to do step into? Okay, reparent. The error has not happened yet. Okay, so at this moment, at this exact moment, this thing has a parent. Parents are right here. There's your parent. You got a parent. You got a parent. I guarantee you got a parent. I know you do. When we do one more step, and now we hit the error. What does that mean? What does that mean? I got questions. I need answers. What's this error? G script 4.4. I could look it up. I could. But then I'd have to deal with someone with attitude, probably. Being like, well, I don't know. I'd have to see your code. And it's just bad vibes. Not saying it to me, but I would provide my code. Game scene reference grid is null. Oh, the reference is null. That makes sense. Okay. Gotcha. That's weird. Like, that's weird, but I get it. Oh, that makes sense because it's in a init. No, it doesn't make sense. Wait, it kind of does make sense. So what if we do a signal? Yes, that's what I was thinking, DeepSeek. A signal. Okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you. Here we go. So we're gonna say that the queue free happens at the end of all this. And prep children does not run in a ready function, but rather in the game scene, when it's ready, which is not my favorite, like, it feels a little detached from where it makes sense for it to, like, go, but I don't really care. I guess I'll put it in the signal bus. And I'm gonna say, could this be a state, though? Dude, make this a state. You're doing a state machine today. This is a state. Straight up. So you want to make sure that you start with the level, the first state is the level. Okay, let me go back over here to my drawing. Level checking. Make that the first one, level transition, spawn pair. Easy. So easy. So I'm gonna go back to my game state script. And I'm even gonna switch it to have the first things be level checking and level transition. Now technically we'll already be at level 1, so we don't like need a transition to occur. I think I've got a catch for that. Maybe? Probably? Well, we're gonna find out. Look, you only got 8 days to finish this game, kinda less than 8 days, so almost less than 8 days, so you need to be thinking about all the different components. So where did those components happen? I don't remember. So I'm gonna search for globals.level +1 on level pressed. We emit a change level. Interesting. Right, so right now, we only advance levels if I press a debug button. Gotcha. And then we emit a change level. Okay. I think that does make sense as not a game state signal, mainly because we're emitting an actual bit of data, and I'd rather the game state signals not actually bother, like, carrying data with it. So let me look for everywhere we actually call change level. So I'm gonna connect, or check the connect. Whoa, okay, so on game scene, on change level, we clear the grid. So this is actually kind of a temporary thing. So it just deletes all the pieces on screen and moves on. It's not that temporary, but it's kind of temporary. So we could just say on change level, when the player presses start game, it can just do it. Notify when important states have passed and everything is ready. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. The level, so this is actually, it's actually very confusing. I don't think this does anything. This is old news. So the level is like in, how does this work? I don't remember, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I actually completely forgot how any of this works. I forgot. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It was one of the first things I did. Level all. What is this? Level 1. Can I watch this in remote? Like, what is happening? Level shiftable. I think it's actually quite interesting to see how a lot of this works. I forgot how a lot of it works, but I bet it's quite interesting. This is what I mean. Let me go get that breakpoint. I was in the middle of fixing things. Which was the piece pair, preset piece pair script. Get rid of that breakpoint. Get back to the game. Switch the camera. Okay, now you can see, no you can't. Now you can see the whole thing. Start the game. Now if I go to the next level, let's see what happens. You actually can't quite tell. I need to go out further. Okay. That makes it a lot more obvious what's happening. So the camera isn't moving. It looks like the camera was moving, but it isn't. In fact, the level is moving up and then getting deleted, and a new one is being instantiated. So a new one is instantiated, the level moves up, and the old one gets removed, and the camera just stays in the same place. And in remote, the giant spider is terrifying. Good, yes, I have succeeded in arting. Thank you for saying that. That's a moral support credit if I ever heard one. So this is set to level 2.2. If I go to the next one, you can see it spawns one and then it replaces the old one. It spawns one and that replaces the old one. So I think the only script, so level 1, level all, wait, where's level all? Does level all get removed? The heck is level all? It's gloriously horrifying. Press bar, I like the name you came up with in the member stream. What was it, like a fleshy spider? If I get time to add like name cards to everything, I'm definitely adding fleshy spider. What happens to level all? Oh. That's the background. So why don't we see it in the remote tab though? Isn't it like important? It is still there. Well, I'll admit, I'm confused, but okay. Whatever you say. Oh, that's in level fixed. It's somewhere else. Fleshnarok. Fleshnarok the Fleshy. Whoa. Fleshrachnid? Fleshrantula? Okay, anyway, so the reason why I was looking at that is I kind of wanted to understand what this level script business is. So this script stays there all the time. So I think it makes sense for some things to happen here. Really, this is like all levels. Technically, this is like all levels. Spider with skin. A spider with skin. Oh no. Oh no. That's definitely the most disturbing one. Like the rest of them like have names. John. Robert. A spider with skin. Let's crawler. Ugh. That sounds like something that would like crawl in your flesh. You guys are creative. Seppi says, you're kind of embarrassed to say that despite taking a game dev course at college for 2 years, you think you've only made a state machine like once before. And it wasn't even good, it just nested if statements. You need to get in the habit of making them. Yeah, I made it out of necessity. I hadn't really, basically, the moment that I realized I needed to learn how to do state machines was when I had like friggin' 5 booleans all managing different things, and some booleans were on when they weren't supposed to be and some were off, and I was like, oh, this is a nightmare. And someone was just like, I usually use enums whenever I have that many booleans. I was like, that's a good idea. And then as I was putting it together, I was like, wait, this is a state machine. Wait a minute, this is a state machine. And they were like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. And so now, it's just become like a normal thing to me. So that is all to say. You know, being told to do something is a lot different than realizing you need it. You know, being in the situation where, what would save me right now? State machine, bam. What's up, Timeless? All right, what the heck am I doing here? What am I even doing here? I'm trying to figure out when we are going to let everything know. I honestly, I'm not even sure what I'm doing anymore. Rather be in a room with one huge spider with skin or 100 tiny spiders with feathers. Oh. 100 tiny spiders is not that many. I'm going with the spiders with feathers. But then again, I'm curious about the skin spider. How big is this one spider and how much bug spray do I have? Like, I think my curiosity is, like, I feel like a personal attachment to big spiders more. That's why I have one on my arm permanently. I love me some big spiders. But, you know, little spiders, unless they're little jumping spiders, they're kind of, like, boring to me. So, like, I think I'd be intrigued by the giant spider with skin on it, potentially. Got better at setting up classes that other things inherit from, though, at least. Nice. Seppi's still getting themselves into the habit of using enum/structs more. It's rarely the first thing on my mind, though. Yeah, I mean, I've been working on this for freaking days. Like several weeks. And I'm just now implementing a game-wide state machine. I feel you. I mean, I find it, for me, it's very, like, from an ADHD mental neurodivergent standpoint, it's very hard for me to imagine ahead about what the structure of the entire game will be. I can have some, like, I can think I kind of have an idea, But really actually understanding every single component is very hard for me. So I end up just going in and just making a mess of it, and then realizing I need to wrangle it. So I feel that too, like wanting to like anticipate that, but I also kind of forgive myself a little for the process that works for me. Fleshy McFlesh crawler. The blank McBlank strikes again. That is what Kai Guy said. I do have a spider tattoo. They 99% freak you out? Yeah, I do. Yeah, do you want to know the story behind it? It's kind of crazy. It's not crazy, but I got this when I was needing to experience sobriety, alcoholic sobriety. I was not using alcohol in a very healthy way. And it was hurting people that I cared about, right? I would just like not be nice, and I wouldn't know it. And then the next day they'd be like, why were you the way you were? I was like, I don't know what happened. And so I got this tattoo to remind me, it's like kind of like a stop sign to remind me, hey, stop doing things that hurt people even though you didn't mean to hurt them. And the reason why I chose that spider is because when I was a kid growing up, there were spiders just like this exact type of spider, about that size too, in my basement at the house that I grew up in. And I loved them. Like I said, I see a big furry spider, I'm like, hi! You seem so, you're like a bug, but you're big. You're so cool. And that's really, I mean, I couldn't do much with them. This is something I'm not proud to tell you. I was a stupid child, like we all are. We're not very smart yet, okay? I'm not a psychopath. I didn't know what would happen. It would burn down the house in that situation. I didn't know what would happen, okay? I was just going on an adventure with my spider friend. The last adventure that spider would ever go on. We had a microwave in that basement. And I was just like, it spins around. It cooks food. It makes food delicious. I wonder what it would do to a spider. Yeah, it wasn't good for the spider. I don't even want to tell you how horrifying it was. It was like, because it didn't just like die, okay? It made some delicious spider. It suffered. And I bore witness to that suffering, and I was beside myself, okay? I'm crying, and I never forgot that. Yummy protein. Some people do be eating spiders like that. I never forgot it. The screams of the spider are like burned into my memory forever. And so that's why I put the spider on this tattoo, because just like people I care about, I did not want to hurt. It's not my fault. I can't blame myself for the mean things I did to the spider. I was just a dumb kid. But it is in my control to avoid doing things that might accidentally hurt the people I care about. Hence why this is my sobriety tattoo. So, yeah, still haven't had alcohol since then. That was many, many years ago. So, yeah, that's the tattoo. That's why I have a spider with me. Plus, I just love spiders. It gets to be with me. What's up, XX? How you doing? Why are we talking about eating spiders? Because we're freaks. No, because, well, in my game that I'm making for the Game-like Jam, which is a jam that there's only 8 days left of, we do this every other month. It's a very strong memory. Yeah. But, you know, if I'm going to put a tattoo on me, it's going to be something that matters. We're making games like Puyo Puyo, also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, also known as Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Trap. Games similar to that, and in the game that we're basing our game on, the jam is all about, in 1 month, making a game similar to another game, or a game like another game, And in this game, there's kind of like this like story sort of thing where there's characters that you're playing against all the time, and see, they got like faces of fish with legs. And you have like a little dialogue with them, and then you go into battle with them. You kind of go underground and you fight them with these Puyos, or these little pieces that you match. You try to get 4 matched together, and then you get points if you match 4. So in mine, I have some one spider, a giant spider, and folks were talking about how big spiders are scary, and I said, yeah, but, or no, what it said, Rolik said, would you rather be with 1 big spider or 2, wait, why is it fixed? 1 big spider or 2, or 100, 1 big spider or 100 tiny spiders. And I said 1 big spider. I love big spiders. I got a big spider right here. And then people were like, why do you have a spider? Someone said that, or said something like it. And then I said, I'll tell you. And I told you. And then part of it had to do with microwaving the spider. And someone said, that sounds yummy. And that's why we're talking about yummy spiders. So yeah, so if you start the game, you'll see there's a squirrel up there. That's one of the characters. Next level, we've got a jerboa. That's what that is. It's a jerboa. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you. The next one is a Kobe fleshy spider. So that's kind of how that whole topic came up. Yeah. It did press up higher. Well, I honestly, in retrospect, did it scream? Oh God, trigger warning. Okay, if you don't thinking about dying spiders, did it scream, or was like the compression of its like exoskeleton causing a high pitched noise to be emitted? I don't know. And I think there was just like, it could have been like its voice or some like side effect sound that happened. Oh my God. That scream haunts me, man. It haunts me. It does. It's crazy to talk about. Help myself. Hey, thank you, Kobe. Good to have you here. 100 spiders are hard to keep an eye on. That's true. But like, what are they gonna do? They can't hurt you. The smaller a spider is, the more literally impossible it is for its fangs to get into your skin, So if it's an 8-bit little spider, like whatever, it can run around. It'll keep, if there's another bug on me, it'll eat it. So I consider that a service. One can easily hook into your back or worse. If it's really tiny, you said tiny. So if it's tiny, it ain't gonna be hooking. Also, you can hit one large one with a bat if it tries to attack. I think it'll try to attack you if you try to hit it with a bat. Thanks, Kobe. A great link for my tattoo. Yeah, right? I mean, I'm not gonna get a tattoo if it doesn't mean something to me, To me, that's part of... And not everybody's like... Some people are just like, what, I feel like getting a little something. And that's cool, too. But the way that I engage with it is, part of like telling stories using my skin and communicating with myself through that. Skin legs. Kobe is a big Godot fan. Yeah, I love it. I've been using it for a couple years now. It really got me into like text coding and doing game dev in a more serious way. Yeah, I tried Unreal, I tried Unity, I used one called Gdevelop, and when I got to Godot, it was like, this is it. I don't want anything else. This is what I want out of a game engine. It's perfect for me. And I haven't looked back. It's all I do. It's all I do. We'll make sure to not eat any spiders going far in. It's a delicacy in some places. I'm not saying it should be, but it is. I'm not saying it shouldn't be either. 100 little spider hugs. Oh, they love you. Yeah, why not? It's a powerful experience, It's a really powerful experience. At least I didn't go with the classic Mr. Fleshy Spiderwick Q. What? It's Mr. Fleshy Spiderwick Q McFleshface. Will you stop? Nobody said you have to. The idea of having one hiding in my clothes without knowing terrifies me more than actually seeing it. I mean, if you have like an arachnophobia or like you're afraid of bugs, like in general, like that is totally fair. Totally fair. It hits, right? Gonna catch these. Oh, nice. Well, here's the deal. If you guys do super chats, gift memberships, become a member, renew your membership, or what Pressapire did, use your monthly free highlighted message. Well, it's not free. It's if you're a member, you can highlight one message a month. Then you're gonna get a song sung to you. I'm gonna sing you a song. That's the way it works. Can I sing? Not really. Do I care? A little bit, but I'm doing it anyway. You get itchy just looking at them. You're sure you're not no, it's very common. Very fair, very common. Alright, we're gonna sing Pressapire's song. Apparently Godot has/had a visual scripting language. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I used to do visual scripting primarily. And Godot GDScript made me fall out of complete love with it. But it does have a nice block coding plugin that you might be interested in if you're ever interested in visual coding, which it doesn't sound like you are. It does have the best UI. Alright, Pressapire. Pressapire has been a month. 8 months. A month. Remember, you are a month. You have become a month. Pressapire has been a member for 8 months. Dang! Devotion! Alright, let's be a little embarrassed here. Here we go. Oh, Pressapire, I appreciate you, and I'm gonna say so with this song. Pressapire, you're on fire, but in a good way. Somebody put them out. Pressapire, you're on fire, but in a good way. Somebody put them out. Get some precipitation to put on Pressapire. Get some precipitation to put on Pressapire. Pressapire, you're on fire, but in a good way. Somebody put them out. Pressapire, I don't want you to get out. I just want you to have your fire put out. You stay right here, but please don't burn to death. I like you. Pressapire's on fire. Let's get some precipitation to put Pressapire's fire out. Pressapire's on fire, and I'm so glad that you're here. And now I gotta do another song for Seppi 2. For Seppi 2. Seppi been a member for 3 months, cause you were gifted, I'm guessing, one before, or maybe you're a member now. I don't care, I'm just glad that you are. Seppi. Oh, Seppi. Oh, Seppi. Yeah. Seppi is not just Seppi. Seppi is somebody that makes me so happy. Seppi, your name is not Giuseppe, it's just Seppi, and it makes me so happy. Cause if your name was Giuseppe, I'd be like, you owe me money, I remember you, don't think it's funny. Your name is Seppi, it's not Giuseppe, I remember Giuseppe, that guy who owes me $20, where's my $20? Oh, Seppi, it makes me so happy that you're here, and you're not that guy, Giuseppe. You're Seppi, someone totally different, and I'm so happy that you're here. Seppi, 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 not Giuseppe. I wish he would give me that $20 soon, but Seppi doesn't have to, cause Seppi's cool and I appreciate you. Seppi, you make me happy, 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 happy. Okay, alright. There we go, everybody. Donos, gift memberships, cashing in your monthly highlight messages, all that kind of stuff. That will get you a very embarrassing song. Thank you guys for being members. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Yeah, the song worked out. I gotta remember this one. sometimes we do them on purpose. It's called Warzone. Jesus. Criminy. So intense. Domini Warzone. Alright. It was good because it had a good like setup to it. Like where the music would like chill for a second and then it would come back. That really helped it be good. I wouldn't mind an improvement to the visual shader language in Godot. Oh yeah, you can do shaders. I don't know, man. I really don't like visual scripting. If I can avoid it, I will. Well, we can't just right click. Oh, there we go. New shader, and then you would do visual shader. And so technically, right, you've got nodes and things. I've never really tried to use it. It kind of doesn't seem that bad though. Honestly. But I'd always kind of rather have code. But what's nice, you know what is nice about the visual scripting is as long as it doesn't have extra stuff that doesn't actually exist in its text variant, I think it can actually be a great way to learn, right? Because it gives you like all of the possibilities like right here so I can see the full list, which is really helpful. So then I might ask myself, well, okay, how would I write this in shader code? But I have a feeling that this doesn't one-to-one translate back into shader code. So, oh, show generated shader code. Oh, it does. This is a great learning tool. This is an awesome learning tool. That's really great. Yeah, I prefer code too. I prefer code too. Oh, I can see that for a state machine. That makes sense. I mean, that would actually be awesome, right? I mean, I'm over here literally drawing my state machine by hand, right? And then coding it based on that. Would be kind of awesome if that was just the code. You're right, it has its place. Visual stuff has its place. Twerk into the beat's good, right? The singing, round 2, encore. You know the rules. You know the rules. Best Godot dev stream. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Kobe. I'm here every week. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe on YouTube. Guys, subscribe. We're not on Twitch. Taking us to the war zone. Yes, I'm killing it. For me, shaders make sense visually because of their visual process. That's fair. That's fair, yeah. I mean, the only little thing I would say about that, is like, okay, but does this visual aspect really like line up with what it looks like? You know, it's not like I'm coloring on the surface of a mesh. In that case, I would say the visual actually lines up with what I'm creating. It is kind of cool, this little preview though. Is that true in like text shaders? I actually never really noticed that. It's pretty awesome. Maybe that is present in text shaders, but it's kind of nice. You don't even know how to make shaders from code. So we did do a learn along, a members only learn along for it, and I kind of learned. I learned, but I kind of forgot already. So I'm probably due to do another shaders learn along. Only visual. I started as a Blender user, so it makes sense to me. Nice. I mean, yeah, Blender has really powerful visual node system for sure. So that makes a lot of sense. Love Blender. State machines and for dialogue. Okay. Yeah, I can see it, like trees. That makes sense. You've been subbed. You've been subbed. It's your first stream. Yay! Welcome. Glad you made it in. Let's go. Well, there's already, okay. So you're already subbed. There's always the like button. That helps. Pressing the like button makes a big difference. What other ask can I make? Join the newsletter. It's much easier to experiment and mess around with. Right. That's a really good point. Honestly, you're not selling me on that a little bit. That's a really, really good point. Just put a vector 3 into the metallic. I mean, it doesn't not work. So wait, what does that look like in here in the generated code? Yeah, I mean, it works. It's just like the shader nodes in Blender. Yeah. Yes. Standard to have visual shader program in the popular programs. Unity and Unreal have much more robust system. Yeah, Unreal's is nice. I don't know if Godot has it, but each node can show you what it's doing visually and help you understand the mass in a visual space better. I guess just this? Heck yeah, you liked it. Thank you, Kobe. No, thank you. Alright, now I do often spend a lot of these streams grinding out things, like this Game-like Jam game. Oh, there's still 8 days left. We're 55 minutes short of it being 7 days away. I'm in a little bit of danger. I think that things are coming together. I really hope by the end of the stream I have some, like, you know, I don't know, matching working correctly, but I kind of got caught up in this whole storm of trying to get my code reorganized because it's a mess. And so I started designing this state machine that is just getting ever bigger, and I'm trying to make sure that, like, we're checking to see, basically the game is going to be, instead of fighting an opponent per se, there's going to be pieces already on the board, and your goal is to clear those pieces that are already there by default. I probably will use a shader to denote those pieces, but for now we're going to skip that. That is going to be important though. So now, interestingly, that weird error I was having has gone away. Is that just like sometimes it goes away? Or is it always going away? Wait, why is it working? How did I fix this? Using a calendar, I thought the wibbly text looks so weird, so professional. It is weird, right? It's just like, you know, it's just like easier to read. Sometimes I use it, but you know what else? I find it's kind of difficult to switch between them. So this is what Prespire means, is that one. Like, I sometimes I want to use this one, sometimes I want to use the other one. It just kind of depends if I need more excuses to make things look different. But then at the end of the day, I just want to be able to read it. But yeah, the wibbly is default. Wow. So everything is fixed, is what you're saying. So each level, in theory, would have pieces already placed. I've placed the pieces, but I've made sure that they... Oh, we actually have a problem. I've made sure that they spawn in with a random color, but it's supposed to make sure that these two match. So if they're horizontal or paired pieces, that is to say either horizontal or vertical, they're supposed to be matching. But for some reason they're not, and I don't know why. I don't even know how that happens. I mean, it must just be rolling a different random number for each of them. Okay, they're the same. But those aren't the vertical ones. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess I need to let go of the vertical. You know what? You know what I just realized? Dude, you know what I just realized? Forget the vertical thing. What am I doing? This is a waste of time. Hold on. No, don't have preset vertical piece. Just stack it. It's gonna just let it be random. If a vertical piece falls, it falls. All right. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. Get rid of these. Just make it a bunch of pieces that are already there. And level 1, just have it be like that. Easy peasy, game fixed. All right, moving on. So I want these pieces to let the globals know how many presets exist. So that way the game can keep track if the player has actually cleared all of the presets on the level, and that will let us go on to the next one. So right now it says that the state we're currently in is spawn pair, but that actually should be level checking, technically. That would be the correct thing. Also, what's going on, debugger? This is declared but never used. Oh yeah, we got rid of that. So that would be why that's happening. I'm gonna move these up top since they're now gonna be the first ones, and I'm gonna move them up here as well. So that way, by default, we're gonna be in the level checking state, not the spawn pair state. Okay. So if we're in the level checking state, what happens? Well, make sure that those pieces, those preset pieces, are letting globals know. Okay, they are. When they spawn in, oh, okay, good, that's working. Excellent. So back to the game scene. In here, we could do a signal. It's tough. I kind of want like a different state. I kind of want to say over in game states, there's like a default or a pre-gameplay state. So that way we start out there, and then we can say when we press start game, it then does level checking and level transition and stuff like that. Okay. I actually think it could, you know what? I think I've changed my mind again. I think level checking doesn't need to be first, because the level checking is only to find out if, it's only to find out if the pieces have been cleared, but we already know the pieces aren't going to be cleared at the beginning. However, when the game starts, we would want to transition to the first level, right? That would make some sense. So I'm going to just do even more rearranging here. That's somewhat arbitrary, but maybe just kind of implies the order of things, which could be helpful to some extent. So if I start this out, we should see pre-gameplay in the bottom left. When I press start game, I would like that to, and in theory the player would have a button for that. Okay, that says spawn pair, which is weird. Hey Kai Kai, yes, I'm glad you could be here. I will see you later. Thanks for stopping in. Always appreciate you. I want to say, if we start the game, why is it saying spawn pair? Let me. Who said spawn pair? I didn't say spawn pair. It's actually a little surprising. In the remote tab, if we go to game states, wait, it is in gameplay state 2. How did it get there? Oh, okay. Oh, is that in my canvas layer debug? So this is where they press the buttons. But that's not even installed. Okay, I'm confused. So now I need to get in the habit of figuring out how I find what game state that I'm in. So I'm in, or update game state. So I'm gonna search for update game state emit. So that's gonna, okay. That's surprising. I'm confused. Shouldn't that be happening in lots of places? I feel like that should be happening in a lot of places. For example, in the game scene, I'm confused. Update gameplay state emit. Right there. I see you. Update. I must have spelled it wrong. Gameplay state emit. Okay, there it is. I just typed it wrong. I've been haunted. It's the only explanation. You must quickly download this cleaner, not a virus, to get rid of the pesky ghost haunting the game. Okay. Can you put a link in the Discord? I see it. Okay, it's downloading. Not a virus. Yeah, that sounds legit. Okay. Game scene, everything is on floor, update that. Okay, good. Now, 8 places we're emitting it. Where do we emit spawn pair? Nowhere. So how is spawn pair being set? as the current state. Oh. It's being said in... No, stop this. Do not do this. What is this? Game state, that's the gameplay. Okay. Can we just not do this? How about we just stop doing that? And then... So it's gonna be incorrect. It's gonna say gameplay when it doesn't mean it. Oh gosh, what if that's real? I have to moderate the moderator. I know it's a joke. It's funny. pcfreecheck.ru.cc/freescan/not a virus. Oh no, what if you click on it and it takes somebody somewhere? I can't take that risk. That is a very trustworthy looking URL. So here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say that when the start button is pressed, then we could do begin story. I don't know. I'm not ready for that. Let's just do game states. Let's close one. There we go. Ghosts are gone. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for just easing my mind at a moment of potential vulnerability. You know? It's weird when you're the first one to actually use it. Everyone thinks it's a virus for some reason. I mean, you literally said it's not a virus. This isn't complicated. You probably just exist in a virtual machine, so you're good. Update gameplay state. Emit game states. Level transition. We're gonna skip level checking because it's... Why would you do this? Because it's... Please don't do this. Because it's irrelevant. Game states, gameplay states, level transition. It's super irrelevant. All I want to see is that when we start, it says level transition at the bottom. Do we have that? Hello, I am text. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go to update game state. Did it try to update it? No, we don't know. Let's get over here. Maybe I didn't set it up in the match statement. Level transition. Oh, well no, but you'd set the gameplay state to the state. And if the gameplay state gets set, then it runs this. It's not surprising. Okay, so let's actually try this. Let's say that in this get set up here, it's going to print game states, gameplay state updated to, and then I'm gonna say this updated to that. Okay. And we could, in theory, do the same thing over here, even though we're not really doing game states. But when we are, it will be useful. So is that working or no? Would be important to find out. I believe in you. Start game. Oh, I didn't press start game. Oh wait, so how is it starting out? Okay, that did work. But how is it starting out on spawn pair? Oh, it's starting out on hello, I am text. Okay. Okay, so let's not, okay, it actually is working perfectly. So let's not make it hello, I am text. In theory, this would just kind of be nothing for now, right? Like, well, it would be nice if it said... Here's what I'll do, just to trigger that. I'll say that in the game state script, on ready, it just automatically sets it to the first one. So we could say that gameplay state becomes 0, and game state becomes 0. That way they're the default right away. I think that's the way to do this. Okay. Then on my debug, when we press this button, we can say update game state. Game states, whatever. Gameplay. I thought I got rid of story. I guess I didn't. Okay. Now when we run it, we should start out with it being on main menu in the... Okay, alright, that also works. Errors work. Oh, it's too soon. Oh, that's why I didn't have this happening here. I see. I see. Alright, that's pretty annoying, but okay. Fine. Here, come over here. Do that. Game states. Game states. Whatever. As long as it does what I want and it's not too confusing and it kind of follows the way I want these to work in general, I'll be happy. Okay, we're in pre-gameplay and we're in the main menu. That makes sense. That's what I want. Good night, Seppi. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for being a member. I appreciate you. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you next time. Sleep well. Okay, we start the game. It switches to gameplay and level transition. Obviously. Did those... Oh, those, their collisions aren't going to be active. I need to fix that. They should probably have collisions. I think that's a fair expectation. Preset piece scene. Come to the collision, make sure it's enabled. So we don't actually want a piece. I don't actually know why a piece is spawning. A piece should not be spawning. So we got things to fix here. Start the game. Great. We're stuck in the adjusting state. That's concerning. What do we got over here? Integer used when enum value is expected. This is intended cast the integer to the enum type. I know, but like, I kind of want that to be okay. Can we do like a warning ignore? What's that warning called? Does it have a name? Int. I just kind of like don't ask. Oh, thank you. Because I do want it to be an integer because it might change. That is awesome. That'll work as gameplay state. Can you not be an error so I can get autocomplete? No? Okay, cool. Okay, just like look normal again. Thank you. As whatever. Oh, that was my problem. As gameplay states. Like that? Yes! Oh, that's a credit right there. What in the world? Thank you. You're like, oh, I've been there. I've seen that one before. That's a Godot consultantry right there. Okay. Why is it spawning a piece? Where are you getting that from? So we're gonna search for spawn pair, game states, game scene, spawn pair, oops. On spawn piece pair, okay. We emit it, oh, right there. When a level loads, probably will do it. It does look weird. It does look weird. I know. I don't know what I might change the order. I just know I always want it to be 0. Or I might, yeah, change the name of it or something. So is this happening? What is level loaded? I've got, this is what I was trying to clean up today. Because I barely understand so many, I added so many things just to get it working. And now I'm trying to clean it up and it's just kind of messy. When a tween finishes, so when the level transitions down, when that finishes, then it says, hey, I'm a loaded level. Now you can spawn a piece. That would actually be a perfect moment to say that the level transition has finished. So we're gonna change that to game states. Game states. Update, gameplay state, emit, game states, gameplay states, no, not game, no, gameplay states, I guess that's the end of the level transition. So we would want to do spawn pair. That's what's next. But that's not true. I don't actually want that. Because we'd want to... Well, I'd want to be a little more thoughtful. Technically, I want to change this at some point. Because I might want some, like, dialogue or whatever. Something to maybe happen. So I might add, like, some extra, like, if there is dialogue, you know, whatever. But for now, fine. Just do it. I don't care. So now back on the game scene. There's no more on level loaded. That is dead. I don't know. Do I really need on spawn piece pair though? Is that something that's necessary? No more on level loaded. Okay, now I gotta check if level loaded connect is used anywhere else. It is not. So I'm gonna come to the signal bus. It does call with a level, which is surprising because we're not actually using it anywhere. I mean, if you think about it, I actually do need this. I do need this. This is not total trash because I just don't want to use it in the way that I've been using it. So I indeed don't want to connect it here probably. But I need this so that way we can say what preset pieces are going to get placed right there. So this is actually a useful... Is it though? I don't think it is. Nah, man, it's not useful. Nah, throw it away, put it in the trash. Nah. If you need it, I'll remake it. I'm going with, I don't need it. Okay, so back on the game scene. How does a piece pair get spawned? So you have game state. We haven't even set that up. That would explain that. Okay, so I was looking for all the places where spawn pair gets called. Spawn pair gets called on spawn piece pair, which says a placed piece was added false. I think this is... I actually don't know what this is. A placed piece... If a placed piece wasn't at... Is this being used? Look, maybe I'll realize this is really useful. Okay, I'm open to the possibility. But my inclination is that that's useless. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'll just be happy that I'm wrong. Okay, I will accept the wrongness. But that sounds like something I don't need, so I'm gonna delete it. Okay. Now, nothing should be spawning a pair anymore. Okay. Great. Now, I'm gonna set up the game states. Just want to make sure everything is controlled by the game state machine. Gameplay, spawn pair, connect, on pair, on spawn pair. Okay, so we make a new function. I guess that would kind of technically be above all of these. Unspawn pair. And that is gonna run spawn pair. Okay, great, awesome, beautiful. I'm sure I'm missing lots of things, but to remind me of all the things I'm missing and the next thing I need to do, I'm just gonna run it, see what happens. I would love to see the output. Game states, gameplay state updated to pre-gameplay, game state updated to main menu. Beautiful, I love that, all is good. Start the game. Level transition, we're in gameplay. Character 1 entered on level 1, game state updating, level transition updating, gameplay. Okay, great. So the level transition is done for level 1. So what I need to figure out is how does that character even enter? First of all, this should be on character scene, so I know where it exists. It's kind of obvious, but it'd be nice. So this waits for next character. On next character, if the global level is set to my level, it'll stage the character. Okay, so how does next character? It's so weird to like be exploring my own code because I forgot how it works. Okay, that's on the level script. We're getting somewhere here. On rock fall timeout. So that's that transition when we go underground when those rocks fall. But there must be another place on globals when we press begin story. Right, so in theory this would be like the level transition is kind of what this is now. So on level transition, we want to increase the level, move to the next character, spawn peace pair. No. No, no, no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. This is garbage. I don't even think this connects to anything anymore. On next piece pressed, that button doesn't really work right now. We'll just pass. And then don't even declare such a thing. We don't need it. And then here in globals, get rid of it. I don't even know if I need this begin story. Next character emit, that makes sure that it happens right at the beginning and we get a character. So the level transition would need to make sure we're not on level 1. So that way it doesn't try to go underground right at the beginning. So I would need to set that up. I think that just makes sense to put like on the level script, but maybe I'll be proven wrong at some point. So I'm going to come to our level script and in the ready function, signal bus change level. This seems like an important one because it's carrying data. Curious what it does or where it gets emitted from. That gets emitted. Oh, right. So right now that's only a debug thing. Okay. We'll want to put that with our transition. Maybe I'll want to connect that to, I mean, right now I don't really need it anywhere else. Do I really even need it here? I don't think we need it. Tell me more about where it is on debug. New level. So it just does globals level +1. I mean, if we're doing a level transition, we know we're at the next level. You know? So I would think I would rather get rid of this when we press next level. That could just... I mean, I do like being able to, like, skip levels. I'm a little conflicted. And what else does it do? On change level? So where does it clear the grid? It does a lot. It does a whole lot. And then it increases the level anyway? Dude, what? This is nuts. Where does it clear all the pieces at? Oh, on change level. I'm guessing I disconnected this. I did not disconnect it. But that's not even using anything. Okay, all right. This is very interesting. We got this is quite a mess. Here's what's gonna happen. Let's start setting up game states, state gameplay, level transition, connect, on level transition, and instead of change, well, I think I would want that, so I think I'll just make that the first thing. Func on level transition. It's hard to spell. When that happens, do we really need this new level integer? It just seems kind of pointless, right? It's just the current level plus 1. So I just think that I think we don't need it. I think we can just say variable new level integer equals globals level plus 1. Man, done. Change level useless. Don't need it. So it does all those great, wonderful things. Increases the level. Bob's our uncle. Okay. So it's not increasing the level twice, because if this was plus equals, well, that wouldn't work. But in theory, that would be what would increase it. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense, and I just got lost. Okay. Now, back on the game scene, we don't have an on-level change thing anymore. So we're gonna get rid of this. And game states, state gameplay, level transition, connect on level transition. Now down here where we did clear grid, I'm actually gonna move this though, uppy right here. And this is gonna be on level transition. Hook it. Not declared? Okay. On level transition. Okay. Good, great. Anything else? Change level. You gotta spell it right? We do still have it emitting here when the level button is pressed. Instead, I don't like the idea of like forcing a new level. Like forcibly updating the gameplay state. It feels risky, but debug buttons be like that. Well, I think what you could say is that maybe in certain states you're not allowed to press the debug button if you really wanted to. It's a little confusing. Technically, well, what you'd want to do is have it run, well, I don't know. This is hard. I'm actually not sure what I want to do. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll experiment. Game states, update gameplay state, emit, game states, gameplay states, level transition. It's a risky button, but that's okay. Change level on the signal bus. I don't even want it to exist anymore. It's gone. This is not even real. Can you just put this in the trash? Thank you so much. Goodbye. Okay. So now change level is purged. Great. So if things are going to be broken, show me the broken. Because we need to make sure it doesn't... It's going to probably move to the next level. It's going to probably skip level 1. Which we don't want, but I just want to see everything where we're at. Okay, pre-gameplay, main menu, start the game, it gets upset. Spawn piece pair does not exist. Yes, oh yes, thank you. So, begin story, this is dumb. do not do this. We do need to make sure the next character pops out, but I don't, but if, okay. So this would just be level transition. All this is level transition. Now, since the only begin thing that I don't have like a main menu or like anything like that. Technically, my main menu is just the debug buttons. So I am going to have just it increase the level right off the bat. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna get this off of wherever the heck it was before. Begin story and globals. Next character, I don't want that to exist anymore, so I need to make sure I get rid of it. So where's this next character happening? Several places. Okay. We just got rid of it on globals. Get rid of it on the signal bus. I'm not interested. On the level, okay, we'll come back to that. On the we'll do that right now. On the level itself, rockfall timeout. Oh, okay, we actually do want that signal. Okay, wait a minute. No, we need that signal. That's an important signal. I'm sorry, put it back. Put it back. That one deserves to exist. Okay, back to the signal bus. Put it back, but we only really need it there. We can keep it on the character. Okay, so on the level, that's because that's part of a series of events. It's not carrying data, but it is part of an important series of events in between gameplay states. So we definitely want that. And then on the character itself, wow, something actually survived the purge. Good for it. On the character itself, we will keep next character. So actually, that's actually all fine. Okay, good. So we shouldn't get an error, but again, I have a feeling at some point, once I get this to the point where I think it should be at, as soon as I start the game, it should take us to the next level, which is incorrect, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. So that's what I didn't want, but it is what is expected. It is what I wanted, and it's what I didn't want at the same time. It's a little bit of both. All right. So now, on the level, do we have this connected? We do, on level transition. Now, we need to check something, okay? After it updates the new level, or it checks that, if new level is greater than 1, do all this. Make that a function. Make that a function. Do it right now. We're gonna call that tween level change or something, or yeah, whatever, something like that. If it's greater than level 1, do that. If it's not greater than level 1, oh, we need to bring the new level with it. If it's not greater than level 1, then I'm gonna need you to do something else. We've got some extra stuff here. We don't need to add the level scene. We do need the character to come out. So we need to run next character. I think unstage last character will load the next one. Potentially. I'm not sure. You know what? Let's not worry about it. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah. Okay, back to the level script. Up here. In the else statement. Did I copy it and put it on here or something? I don't know. I think we just want to say signal bus next character emit. At least. And we want to switch it to game states Game states. Update gameplay state. Connect. No. Emit. It's so confusing. Game states. Gameplay states. Spawn pair. We also want that to happen at the end of the tween level change, but I think we already did that. Right? Maybe not. Well, we'll find out. All right, run it. We'll find out. Not gonna worry about it right this second. Okay. Start game. No! No! So wait, okay, wait, but what level do you think it is right now? In theory, it shouldn't be greater than level 1, so it shouldn't start that tween. Remote globals says we are on level 0. I press start, it says we're on level 2. No, 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 no. Globals level plus equals 1 on the canvas layer debug. Right. Right, but if you're gonna run the transition, that's gonna update it on its own. So try getting rid of that. Maybe we don't. I thought we would need that though. Something isn't right. That's okay. Globals, level 0, start game. Yeah, so that, it does need that increase. It is double increasing it. Globals level, can we get a plus equals? 2 places that it's happening. But that's, okay, that's confusing. It's very confusing. If new level is great, right, but this is saying the level plus 1, so it's already increased. No, 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 incorrect, incorrect. You want to say if globals level, it's confusing. If global's level is greater than 1, establish the new level and pass that on to tween level change, right? Otherwise, just move on to the next character. That's what we want. All right, start the game. Nice. Okay, good. Now, as you noticed, it cleared all of the pieces, which is not good. Not good at all. In the game scene, the reason why that's happening is because we say when on level transition happens, it clears the grid. So you know what? Forget that. That's going in the trash. I might even... There's different ways I can handle this. I could have like a change level signal back, and it calls with, or it sends out the level that we currently are, and the game scene could just say, oh, is it level 1? Well, then I won't clear the grid. No, but here's the thing. It should clear the grid. No, that's correct. It should clear the grid. That should be part of the level transition, right? Because what you really want is to add in the pieces. They're there by default right now because I haven't added them in yet. Still, we only want the grid to happen at a certain time, which almost points to either needing another state or I just don't handle clear gridding. So that's what I'm, that's what I'm gonna do. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get rid of this here. I'm not gonna put this here. I don't care. Life goes on. So I'm gonna go to level and we're gonna say, we have a lot going on here. Tween levels up, globals level plus 1 once we get to the end at the next level. So when a tween, if it's greater than level 1, it establishes a new level, it tweens the level change. The grid will be clear no more. Eventually, it will be clear, but not yet. If new level, no, that voice is, if new level is set to 3, it oh, that's why level all moves. I'm sure you know what? I'm sure I have my reasons. If it works, it works. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. I don't care. This looks crazy. Let it go. The last level becomes a level to remove. All of this works. Next loaded level is set to null. First character is true. Don't care. It works. I don't care. Signal bus, unstaged. Last character, emit. All good. Next level, level scene instantiate. Now this might be where I need to start thinking about when we add in the preset pieces, right? Somewhere in here, maybe. We're gonna add the, obviously we wouldn't want to do it before the level exists. So the level's, so actually not right around here. The level's gonna get added. It's going to get rid of the last character. It's gonna make the rocks fall, and it's gonna pull all the levels up. And then it's gonna increase the level by 1. Now, once the rocks have finished falling, wow, this is nuts. Current fall rock index. I think I did this in a member stream. Current fall rock index greater than 5. Current fall rock index set to 0 is equal, it becomes 0. So, so right. So this used to be an animation. What this is doing is it's making between the levels, one rock falls, another rock falls, another rock falls, another rock falls, and it's tracking them all as indices. And then it's just saying, hey, did the last one fall yet? If they all have fallen, reset it and stop it, and we're done here. If we're on the first one, get rid of the last character. If we're on the third one, bring in the next character. You know what? It works. I'm not gonna fix it. Not gonna fix it. Okay. Tween finish connect on tween rocks down finished. Tween property that, tween rocks down. You know what? Whatever, dude. I'm not I'm not even to figure that out. On tween levels up finished. Is this the one? This is the one. That's when we say spawn pair. Okay. So before that is where we want the preset pieces to go in. So add preset pieces. Func add preset pieces. And then I just need to make that happen. Until the time that shall come to pass when the grid shall be once again allowed to clear, but until then the clearness of the grid is not. Is that clear? Yes, actually, yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, well said. Honestly. Give this guy a Pulitzer. Or whatever is nice to get. Money, just money. Just give everybody money. Come on. And preset pieces. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet. So I guess let's figure it out. Official star, just one. Just one. The Bear Season 4 is coming June 23rd or something. So Michelin stars are on the mind. That's good. Take it. Take it. You know, just means you have to, like, you know, maintain an impeccably clean and well-serviced restaurant, but, you know, whatever. No big deal. It will confuse people. Oh, honey, look at this place. It's in somebody's house. Wow. Must be a real fancy house. Wow, it's an apartment. Michelin star 2 minute noodles. It's kind of amazing. You just like, you actually check every box. But amazingly, you cook everything in the microwave. And you get all your ingredients from the dollar store. Checks all the boxes. Checks all the boxes. That sounds like a very silly sketch or TV show. What am I doing? I'm making a game, and this game is gonna have some things in it, right? A couple different things. Okay. Right, the pieces. So here's what I needed to do. I remembered. I need to put these into a new scene. And we need to somehow find a way to add them in to the grid, which is gonna be hard. It'd be a great sketch. A physical star you can attach to anything, and it just makes it better. Whoa! That's like almost Black Mirror-esque. That could get really bleak quickly if you make the wrong things better. Or if you limit who gets the access. Okay. I don't particularly, I guess, you know what, I mean, it could be easy to, like, whatever, use, like, a spawn at, yeah, you probably should just have it spawn at positions. That's gonna be the easiest. I hate that, it's so boring. Of course the star makes things better. It's not good things that get the star. That's right. That's right. Right. It's not good things that get the star. I actually thought for like a second I understood and I laughed, and then I read it again and I realized I don't get it. Maybe if you put a star on, it'll make explaining it gooder. Just a thought. Just a thought. I have amazing English skills. Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Okay, someone's letting the star go to their head. You get 1 star and all of a sudden you're amazing at English. He was never the same after he got the star. Changed him, man. What I love to do is just slap a scene in there, do all my reparenting business, and be done with it. But I think that's gonna be hard. I think you have a hard thing in mind. The other... No, that's not an option. Because you know what I would really love is if they fell from the sky. That would be sick. So we could spawn them from on high, so to speak, starstruck. Oh no, they don't fall. Why not? Why do you not want to fall? Oh, because they're by default not going to be marked as separated, which is a problem. So we want to also make sure that they're separated becomes true. Michelin star is given to restaurants that make great food, correct? The star itself does not make the food great. Therefore, a sketch where the star holds the power to make things great is funny. Well, yes, I get that. Thank you. That makes sense. I do understand that. Okay, so we do have a bit of a problem because because these are going to cause the level checking to fire, which is actually important, right? Because if there's matches, I would want those to match, which is very interesting. Currently, level checking doesn't do anything. Or yeah, it's not connected anywhere. Here's the star rack. Thank you. Come here. Come here. Ah, I can't get it. Come here. Yeah, no. Come on. Oh, come on. What the hell, man? What the hell does level checking mean? What is level checking? I don't know what that means. Oh, right. That's checking to see if you've cleared all of the pieces. Okay, I do know what that means. Where should this happen? The game scene? The level script? Globals? I mean, it is called level checking, so it just kind of feels like a level thing. So I'm gonna put it there. Although I'm not sure that that's actually the optimal place. We can always move it. Oh my gosh, this is so monotonous to type. Level checking. The motion star was given by Michelin, the car company, as a way of saying this restaurant is worth driving to and having wear in your car. Yeah, that's right. It was started by the tire company. I know. Which, you know, a lot of things are like named that. Like, whatever. Some of us say fridge. Kleenex. Words that are just kind of like from the brands that popularized them. But it is interesting. Okay, on level checking void. And I love that, you're like a bot. Like, hey Lise, chat is currently discussing the origins of Michelin star. Here's some interesting reading if you'd like to learn more. Right, it's still given out by the company. Right. Damn. Damn. Now I hate it. Thanks, now I hate it. I'm not gonna lie, I do be using Michelin stars. Like, if I... once every, like, 2 years. If we get, like, a good tax return or something, I'm like, let's go spend money on food. And I will use Michelin stars to help me decide. But not always. Yay! Dungeon! Look at that! Look at that mod power! Dungeon's the only one who can post links. Or any mod can, I think. Well, mostly in Dungeon. Helping everybody get informed. Fewer than 3,000 cars on the road in 1900 in France. Increase the demand of cars. Oh god, I hate that. It's so annoying. So the level checking just needs to make sure that if global's level preset is less than or equal to 0, then... Oh, they spelled tire like that? You copied and pasted that? Maybe it was originally spelled that way? Maybe it's like a troll editing the wiki page. Tire is the correct way, thank you. Right. So that's like if you're in like Australia or England. Is that the British English way to spell it? I never even thought that tire would have a British English spelling. As a proud Australian using proud British language. Tyre is a city? Kai climbed another ring of geekdom recently. You made your first and only Wikipedia article correction. Nice! Congrats! That's awesome. On the bio of Don Bluth. I love doing that. It's right because it's like, who does that? Who does that? Someone who can't stand inaccuracies. What the heck is a Don Bluth? I'm sorry, I don't know. Hi, Lise. Your chat is currently talking about Don Bluth. To learn more about Don Bluth, here's a link. Oh, please, God, no. So if you've completed the level, because level presets is less than or equal to 0, we then would want to transition. That would actually be what transitions you to the next level. What else transitions us to the next level? Oh, sorry, not that. Okay, I gotta figure out how to search for this. Update, game, state, emit. Ugh, it's really hard to write. Oh, my bad. Gameplay state. Level transition is only from a button. Hi, Lise. Your chat is currently talking. Guess I gotta go listen. I think there is like a voice to text or text to speech to text option. I've never used it though. I don't know if it works. Text to speech. Start reading incoming messages out loud.
Key guy says, yes, I concur. Tire is correct. So is aeroplane.
I heard it, but I don't know if you guys could hear it. I don't even know where it plays. Where does it play? Does it play from the...
Precipire says, oh, it works.
Oh,
Dungeon
you can hear
Martian
it.
Says,
Okay.
I heard it quietly.
I don't know how that's working. I'm not sure why it's working, but it is. I don't have a lot of control over it, unfortunately. So that is poo-pooed immediately. I never should have told you that that exists. It's kind of a bummer. I feel like there needs to be... I need something better for that. Oh no, I turned it off. Sorry. Okay, if you send that message again, I'll leave it on. But that's it. I should be able to...
says, you better be hydrated. Precipire says, no. Key guy says, I heard too Stephen Hawking is in the building.
I don't know, it just got like some default voice, I guess. Oh, it didn't say anything, Precipire.
Dungeon Martian says, the sprinkler says TSTSTSTSTSTSTSTSTSTS.
Oh no.
Precipire says, it says nothing what.
Okay. Oh, I just turned it off. I've opened the can of worms. What have I done? I can't moderate it. I can't moderate it. I must put a stop to it immediately. I did get your name right. I would love it if I could like have more control over it. That would be awesome. I would then be in favor. I have no mouth, but I must scream. Oh, man. Why is it on here twice? What the heck is that? Is that like under certain conditions? No, it's just on there twice. When level is pressed, oh, when start is pressed. Okay, that makes sense. Give me my totally accurate not machine voice. I'm sorry. I have to take it away. You've been silenced. Jesus, music. Okay. The music took your voice, not me. I am not your enemy here. The level presets is 0. Wait, that was a very real human. Yeah, I've got someone off camera who's just talking into the microphone. They're really good. Really, really good at it. Update, gameplay, state, emit, game states, gameplay, states, level, transition. If it's not, then we spawn a pair. But wait, we already have this. Oh, but that's only if the globals aren't greater than 1. Got it. Okay, so this actually does make sense. Okay. Understood. I mean, it really shouldn't matter. Either way, it should go to level... Well, no, it would spawn a pair. This is confusing. This gets a little confusing. Oh, maybe I can control it. Wait. I just realized. Okay, let me try it.
Roger Random says.
I can control it. Okay, I found a way to control it. We're back, baby. Let me make sure the volume is balanced correctly.
Key Guy says. I heard Stephen Hawking is in the building.
It calls you Key Guy. I think I can change the name or the sound. The voice. System, there's Kokoro, 11 Labs. Wait, are those actual Google Cloud Speechify? I don't know, I don't think it's working.
Key Guy says. I heard Stephen Hawking is in the building.
I don't actually know if I can change it. Now that I think about it. I have no idea how to change it. Maybe someday. We'll figure it out.
Precipire says. We can speak.
I was gonna copy paste swatch of Stephen Hawking quotes. We all could have learned black hole quantum physics. Oh, jeez. I want to make a quantum black hole in games. They get paid hourly to sit there and do text to speech, exactly. Took me out back and realized their Second Amendment rights.
Roger Random says. Took me out back and realized their Second Amendment rights.
Those are all AI voices. You may need a sub for that or something. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care. There's probably some way to change it. This is like an open source program, so I would hope that it has some nice open source options. That would be my preference.
Key Guy says.
Key Guy.
Stephen Hawking, once threw a party but sent out invites after it was over. Thus proving time travel is impossible.
Nice.
Precipire says. Key guy.
It sounds the same. That's what it said. Alright, where's it at? Well, it's not going to be less than 0, so it should spawn another pair. Time travelers just don't like him. That's a fair theory. Oh, we spawn in pieces, baby. Yes. Oh, now you guys, since I adjusted the volumes for the text-to-speech, now you can hear all the game sounds better. Yes. We got gameplay. Well, we're certainly not gonna beat the level playing it this way. We're gonna need to do a little better than this. It's a bunch of duns. Wow. I don't think this is hard. Okay. I don't think I could be worse at this right now. But first of all, no character spawned in. So that's not good. What level does it say we're on? So the pieces fell. Okay, wait a minute. Just wait a minute, game. Give me a second. Okay? Let me study what's happening. Gameplay state updated to pre-gameplay. Updated to main menu. A piece fell. What? Oh, all of the pieces fall. And then so like at the beginning, all the pieces are falling. And so it's in the adjusting state. Gotcha. Checking if all pieces on the floor, they're all on the floor. So then it starts checking for matches. It clears them. It then checks to see if we should go to the next level. We shouldn't, so then it spawns a pair. Okay. I need to figure out when these actually happen. Sounds actually cool. Characters at the time travel party. A time travel party? That sounds so messed up. It reminds me of like a gender reveal party or something. Like they have they're like notorious for like messing up space-time and stuff like that. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna spawn in these pieces, these preset pieces. This is such an important part of the game. I have to figure it out. New gender reveal party idea, time travel. Oh no. It's actually probably the most ethical gender party reveal. You go see what their gender is like in like 80 years and then you reveal what it turned out it was. That's the way. But there's a lot of, but then the flip side of that is like, oh no, they're not alive at 80. Okay, are they alive at 70? They're not. Are they alive at 16? You just find out they like die in childbirth. All right. That's so bleak. Why would you say that? Okay. Those gender reveal time travel parties, they are fraught. Gender reveal, my death reveal. No. No. All genders are dead. All genders are dead. Assign gender at death. That's okay. All right. I mean, that's unfortunately kind of a thing. If you think about it. They gotta put something on the death certificate, and they may not put what you want. Depending on your features. What they think about those features. Here's what I think. You know what? I don't think I will think about it. I think what's gonna make the most sense is if we just spawn them from the sky, and I'll set up code that just lets me say, okay, how many pieces are gonna be in column 1? How many pieces in column 2? And 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And then when it's time to add them, it just like inserts them in, and then they just all fall down. I think that makes the most sense. Think about this, you're in control of your blinking. Why have you done this? You didn't have to say that. I don't like that. Like, I don't wanna have, I just wanna like keep, okay. Why would you do that? You didn't have to do that. You did not have to do that.
Dungeon Martian says, you are in control of your blinking.
Messed up. Okay, so I'm gonna write code that spawns these. I think it's actually the best option. So, great, now I get to do that. I'll put that on the level script. I'll put this on the level script. And we'll, so what was the moment that I wanted this to happen at? I forgot. Oh, I do remember. Right here. So we're gonna say, oh, it says add preset pieces. Excellent. Great. So I'm gonna say for I in range 5. For I in range 5, could you just we do have to pick a position to spawn them at for Iron Team. Oh, I have a better idea. Because we could set, this is easy. Okay, all right, I know what I'm gonna do. For Iron Team, that's funny. That's really funny. That could be merch. I'm putting that down as possible merch once I get my LLC all approved and everything. Dude, I'm doing that. I'm stealing that from you and selling it for money. It's true. It's really true. Absolutely stolen. Credit Dungeon Martian. If bug don't, pray it happens. Here comes 20% of proceeds. Well, I am setting up tipping for mods. I haven't actually launched it yet because of reasons, but in theory, it could be part of that. It could be part of that somehow. I don't know how. Doesn't really make sense, does it? Now that you've said that, we're in a legal pickle. You know that, right? I know. I'm like, okay, all right. Well, and you know what? That's why I put the credit in there. That's why I put the credit in there to remind me. Wait a minute. Maybe don't. I know you're joking. I know you're joking. But that's also why the LLC, that's what an LLC is good for, right? Because let's say Dungeon, which she wouldn't, but if she did, I would be able to say, well, no, you're not suing me, you're suing the LLC. That's the point of it. Which would mean you're not going to get much, you're going to get whatever the channel makes, which is, well, you know, because you guys give me the money for the channel. So so you're just gonna get that back, I guess. Refund. Free membership. $7 million. $7 million. It's not $7 million. It's like, I think in grand total, I've made like $1,500. And I say I've made, the channel has made, because I have spent none of it. That's actually just from YouTube. From Patreon and Humble Bundles included, that looks, it might actually be more like double that. And that money I've used on things like microphone stand, cables, things like that. RAM upgrade. Yeah. Different things. Subscriptions. Domains. Super boring things. I'm still here. A little later tonight because I started a little late today. So. There's only 8 days left of this channel. Actually, it's probably less than 8 days at this point. Was I gonna add something here? What the hell is a zip packer? What was I doing? Oh, we're gonna get rid of these preset pieces. Oh yeah, okay. Got it. Oh, so if we go to level, I think what I want to do is I want to create, actually let's do it on globals. I want to create an array. I want to create a, we have the preset scenes. No preset scenes. This is preset data. No more seeds. 7 days and 17 hours. We better consume it. I know. I'm going to be streaming a lot over the next week. Over the next week. I said or two. Over the next week. Get used to me. So this is not pack scenes. It's actually going to be an array of arrays. So if it's level 0, it's nothing. If it's level 1, there's going to be 6 total. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, you could do 0. That would probably be better. And level 2, I don't know, maybe 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or something. Something like that. Now, if there is nothing, the levels won't be infinite anymore unless we could check and we could say if the index doesn't exist, you know, just make it blank. Bug solved. In your game that isn't for this jam, no time. Understandable. Resources are so weird sometimes. Resources are so funky. I've like barely used resources. I am actually very affirmed that you guys say that they're funky and weird. And problematic. Because look. I've never used them. I mean, I use them because Godot uses them, like material resources or whatever. Like, but not like in the sense of like what I think you're talking about. Where you're like storing data and swapping it around and like an alternative to dictionaries, nested dictionaries or something. I've always felt that it just like abstracts everything too much. Where it's harder to like search and go through. They're so good. Okay, all right, understood. And I'm just like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. That looks like hard to manage. But, all right. It's worth it. I don't know what I want these other levels to be. Maybe like, I mean, this is getting very hard very fast, I would say, probably. Probably making this a little too difficult. Wait, that's not 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, but then I don't have one in the middle, and I can't make middle designs. That's stupid. hate that. That's okay. I have so many problems with updating data in it, and it resets itself. Weird stuff with no clear cause. It would reset if there's nothing usual using it anymore, right? Is that how it works? Oh, there you go. You're just starting to properly use them. Nice. That's probably it. Oh. There you go, Pressy. Let's go. Empty or main menu. Squirrel, jerboa, spider. For now. I want more characters, but I only have 4 right now. 4, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4, whatever. For now. And then beyond that, I mean, I'm just gonna, like, put a bunch of empty ones so it doesn't, like, freak out if I do too many. Is there a way to say, like, if an index exists? Do size. You just have to do the size of it. Right, but then if it... What happens if... No, that doesn't make sense. Right, so if... I mean, it's kind of dumb to just write all that. Just make it a fixed amount of levels. I think it would be cool to do, like, an infinite one. And it could just, like, spawn random blocks on, like, a curve or something. But I don't really feel like it. You're getting an issue where you weren't where it wasn't resetting, and you stopped using it, and you had to totally unload the scene before restarting it. Dang. Another problem you're having elsewhere was totally that reset thing. Let's go! Alright, we're just gonna assume that's enough, and if we run into a problem, we'll find out what happens. You could also just have it like generate. Anyway, don't. So we're gonna say for amount. Still super useful. Okay, that might be, maybe that'll be a learn along at some point of some kind. It's just like figuring those out, because I really am not endeared to them. But maybe I probably just need to get over it. For amount, now that's gonna be, you don't want to say amount. The first thing is going to be for preset level in globals level preset data. If, well, you don't even have to do that. Not yet. Wrong. Come up here, say variable preset level. You don't have to do that. For amount in globals levels preset data bracket globals level. So for every single one that spawns, or one that's supposed to be in there, well, if it's the first one, it doesn't matter, just any of them. Do this for me. Take a position, spawn position. We also need to have the grid referenced, which we can do. That's easy. It's easy. Spawn position integer, no, vector 3 equals no, do we have that on globals somewhere? pair spawn position is at 313.0. So it's at 0. We're gonna want it to be at either... I mean, this would be maybe something like 20. And then we would just put the number... Well, no, this would be at 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so that would be the amount. No, not the amount. The iteration number. In the array. So you still... Yes, you're not using the 2D rate correctly yet. That's looking at the level, and there's an amount. What does that print? Can you just tell me what the heck I'm looking at? Because I'm confused. I'm confused. Just tell me what it is, so I can move on, and not use my brain. Brain is hard. At preset pieces happens on tween levels that finish. So we need to go to the next level. I think we still have a next level button. So I'm actually going to come back to my main scene, and I'm going to get rid of all these pieces that I added in. I don't want them there anymore. We're ignoring them because we're going to try spawning them. So I should be able to start the game and then go to the next level. Okay, I mean, that decidedly didn't work. Imagine you have a node, but it doesn't go in the node tree, and any number of scripts can access it at the same time run its code. Access variables. If you have a node that doesn't go into the node tree, and any number of scripts can access it at the same time and run its code. That's some of what custom resources can do. Why would I want that? Why would I want it to not be a node in the node tree? What's the advantage of it not being in the node tree? Node tree is awesome. I love the node tree. I have no problem with the node tree. I guess I could only imagine that being useful if I needed to interface with a file system for some reason. But even then, I could just use singletons on autoloads. Why would I want the data in the resource? Okay, just use a global autoload. Why not use an autoload? What's happening? I'm confused. Why can't I move to the next level? Debug. What, I want an autoload for every enemy character sheet? I don't know. I don't know. Every enemy character sheet. I think I would make a class or a child of a class and then define it all in that script and update that script as needed. Towers and tower defense games. Right, that's what I did in my tower defense game. Class stats, card games thrive off resource-like objects. Yeah, I would just make a scene for that. I don't know, I don't get it. Resource would let it be way more modular. I think that's your opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but that sounds like an opinion. I am not convinced, and I'm not prepared or interested in being convinced right now, but I am interested and prepared to be convinced someday. Because you guys are often right about these things. I'm often wrong. And I know that. But I also know that I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of convincing to really understand and appreciate why it's so much better. Probably I would need to be in a situation where what I'm doing isn't working well, and that is the solution to my problem. would be that's what convinces me more than anything. Is did that fix my problem? Can you please update, can you please say level transition? So when we press it, it runs level transition. Okay. So what? Level transition connect. You don't know if I'll get to that point? Custom resources are just a better way of doing some stuff. I might get to that point because I might be trying to do it without resources, and you or the internet says resources would make that easier. Or I'm like, just like, oh my god, this is such a nightmare. I'm dying. I hate this so much. That's possible. But heard. Understood. Well, yeah. Okay, let me at least add it to the learn along list. So that way there's a chance beyond me running into a problem that to actually try it out. Because you might be right that maybe I wouldn't run into it. But also, I still feel it sounds like an opinion, you know? I'm not hearing anything that makes it sound like it's not an opinion. You know? It's just better. Like, okay. Okay. It's just better. Make the next game like a card game, and we'll def run into it. Totally. There is gonna be a card game like Jam. There's a 100% chance that there will be a card game like Jam. It won't be the next one because I promised that the next one will be absurdly easy. And I do think the card game is easy, but not as easy as some other options that I have. But there's this year there will be a card game. Let it be known. I made classes for every card for my mod. 500 unique card classes. Oh, so you've seen that side of it. Damn. I mean, 500 is a lot. That's a lot. I've seen streamers using resources, and you know, it seems nice, right? So they'll come in and they'll pull up something, you know, just like this, right? And they'll start tweaking. They'll say, okay, it has this much health. It's like this. It's like that. It's like this. It's like that. And it does seem really nice. It does seem really nice. Although then I just say, well, why not use export variables? Why not use export variables? I don't know. I'm sure you're right. I'll see it when I believe it. That's not how the saying goes. Okay, let me make sure I add this. Resources in godot. Cards, units, dictionary nest, alternative, etc. Put this here, put it there. I don't need to recommend any. I think that was just, oh yeah, okay. Dungeon says it's better, press the Pyre 2, to an extent. Okay, press the Pyre 2. Okay, better than not using them. E.g. classes. It's easier to access a resource than a specific value in a random class. That sounds true. That sounds very true. Oh, we already did this one. Delete. Things like textures and materials are resources. Right. A Sprite 2D node is kind of like a wrapper to display and modify the texture resource. We can use this same idea to make modular systems in our game. Right. Right. But we don't have to. I can just load the path. That's true. That's true. That makes sense. I can just load the path to the resource, and it's the same one that's shared by everything using it. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know. I can't. I'm open to like hearing something that makes me go, oh, come to me, resources. But I'm just kind of like, either I don't quite understand or can appreciate it, or I feel like I'm totally comfortable in my inferior alternative. We're definitely doing a card game, and I found a Godot version of the card game that we're gonna do eventually. And they used resources. So that's probably my best chance to actually try learning it, besides to learn along. It's a bit better for some stuff. It's not like that shining moment. All right. I'm not gonna confirm. I will neither confirm nor deny what the game is. I will neither confirm nor deny. Okay, so when the level transition occurs, it checks if the global's level is greater than 1. If it's not, okay, well, it will be. But it's not actually adding the next character is the problem. So what does next character do? Makes life easier when used correctly. Cuts down on headaches not related to weird resource quirks that we don't talk about. Okay, alright. Like, that convinces me more than anything, is that there are, you know, that it feels... Because there are a lot of things that are frustrating and confusing and irritating, and there's, like, little issues, and so... You know, just knowing that it's like a quality of life upgrade for building a game. That's a big selling point. What script am I on here? The character script? Okay. On next character, if the global's level is my level. Interesting. Then it's gonna print that, oh yeah, and it will play the enter sound. So that'll be, let me see what that says. It's a great way to put it. Quality of life for dev is basically what it is. Okay. That's a big selling point. I can get down with that. Okay, character shows up. So you can see here it says character 1 entered on level 1. So now I'm gonna do next level. It made the sound and it said character 1 entered on... It's just... It's not actually... I think the level isn't increasing. And so it's not moving us to the next level or increasing the level. Okay. I think this is starting to make sense what's happening. So if we look at globals, the level is 0. We start the game, it goes to level 1. If I press next level, it's staying at 1. It's never increasing. Now, if I increase it, we're gonna have a bit of a problem because and again, this is just a debug button. It's not something we're actually supposed to be implementing into the game, but it is a very useful debug button, so I would like it to exist. Would be ideal, would be my preference. So when we call on level transition, it's going to see that, oh, it's not greater than level 1. Since it's not greater than level 1, it's just going to run next character, which just makes the little sound and doesn't do anything different. And it spawns a piece. That's not quite what we want. Now, if I increase the level, I think we're going to have a problem. Because if I increase the level, once we get to tween level change, it increases it. Here's what I think. Pull that out. Get rid of that. Come up here, say if global's greater than 1, level transition happens. It won't be greater than 1. So that is to say we are on level 1. At that moment, yes, please increase the level. Tween level change, put that right there. So now, no, but that's a problem. No, it's not a problem, because now, I'm actually confused again. I got confused. Wait. Can we maybe a set get would be good here. I think this is a really good use case for set get. Oh man, my brain is tired, dude. I don't know if I can do anymore. My brain is broken. My brain ain't working good. It ain't working good. I can't do it. Yeah, maybe I'll use a set get. I think it might actually be really useful here. It's just kind of blurring. It's like I look at it and it becomes like 2 sets of code. I don't normally feel like I need a break, but sometimes I do, believe it or not. On level transition, if global's level greater than 1, then it's going to do the tween level change, which I do want to happen. What we need to make sure is that the transition runs after we've increased the level. So here's what... No, because otherwise it's going to skip too many levels. I don't actually know what the best way to do this is. Put it here. Put it right there. Put it right there. Put it right there. Put it right there. Put it there. Put it there. Always increase it. Right? Okay, so come over here. I think. We're on level 0. Start the game. Oh, it went to level 2. Okay, hold on. Search for globals level plus debug. No. See, that's where we're wrong. Do not increase it here. I fixed it. I knew it was just like some little thing. I'm not tired. It was just confusing. I am tired. But I must persist. It's a game jam. It's what you do. Okay, globals level 0. Start the game. Level 1. Beautiful. Next level. Level 2. Now, obviously that looked wrong and everything fell apart. Oh no. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Okay. Alright. I have broken all of this somehow. Good to know. Good to know. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. So where's the like reparenting part? It worked. Great. Oh, great. I've got like soot all over me and my hair is going different ways. Yeah, that's how it feels. We do a level reparenting right here. When does that happen? Tween level change. Dang. Okay, I need to look back at GitHub here. Some octopus related doctor. Yes. Exactly. I need to watch it. I do. Okay, specifically show me the level script. What did I take away? In the ready function of the level script, we changed the level. That is not all that I changed. I mean, clearly I've added a lot. Is this the right script? Oh, okay, there we go. I gotta scroll down. That's very confusing. In the ready function, change level connect on change level. Still ends a lot sooner than I thought it would. On change level, first character boolean false. Now that was, I think, the same thing. That was the whole tween. Where do we have tween rocks down? That's now in this tween level change, which is the new one that I've created. Is tween level change. Oh, I see. This gap is for all of this. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So we got rid of that function, and we added all this in here. Can we zoom that? Oh, hell yeah. We also added in these game states signals. We added on level transition, which checks to see what level we're on. We also do level checking to make sure that the player beat the level. This should be 0, so the player should be beating the level, which makes sense because it lets us move to the next level. I created the new function, level change. This is all the same, this is all the same. I removed globals +1, which is fine because we put it in a good place. I removed signal bus level loaded emit. Okay, I think, did we clean that up? That's probably potentially a mistake. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's purged. We murdered that. That's dead. So that might be important. We do add preset pieces. Add preset pieces. What did level loaded do? I don't know. I don't remember. I burned it down with abandon. I abandoned it with fire. No, just the .gd, not .gd.uid. Why are you like this? Oh, is that what people were upset about when Godot made the UID change? That it would clutter up their version control? I remember people, I was like, who cares? And now I'm actually annoyed by it. Okay, credits list stuff. I'm not worried about that. Main plugin. Oh, no. There's so many UIDs. It's a bit silly. I never quite noticed how annoying it is. And you don't want to ignore them. So it's just like, you're just stuck with it. That is such a valid criticism. It's a mess. Piece mesh, that's boring. Layer debug, we did change a lot there. What did next level used to do? On level pressed, it would just establish the next level and then run change level. Hey Jord, welcome back. I'm game jamming. My brain is tired, but I don't care. That doesn't matter. In character, we just changed the print, so that's not important. We're running on next character, so that's the same. Obviously, I got rid of level loaded. In globals, we only added things apparently. Oh no, we removed things. I removed on begin story. Oh, that was, yeah, dude, I'm jam writing hard. That was important. It's a load bearing print. I don't even remember what that's about. Spawn piece pair. I mean, all it's doing is increasing the level and running next characters. So that's not really doing much. Unless begin story was doing much. Piece place. Oh, we murdered piece place. That's dead. It's never coming back. Game states. Not important. Game scene. The whole thing's falling apart. If you remove this print, I don't know why. Comment out, the whole thing falls apart if you remove this print. I don't know why. Oh. That's actually a print? If you remove a print, isn't that just a comment? If you remove a print, the whole thing falls apart. That's a silly problem. Wonder if you can make the game crash. I don't know, I'm like trying to think how that would happen. Like somehow depending on a print. There's a Valve game that had a load bearing PNG or something. Oh no. Whoops. I guess that can make sense. Like if the resource isn't available or something, like some debug thing. We removed level loaded from here, so that's not a clue. That was made up. Ooh, Dungeon is spreading misinformation. I can hear Dungeon right now looking it up. What are you talking about? This is real. Mixed factuality. Oh, okay, all right. No, she has receipts. A mixed receipt? It wasn't that picture, but something. You can remove so much of Team Fortress 2 without it crashing. They atoned for their rumored sins. We've changed level and level loaded here. So I would say this is very relevant. Place node added. Change level, clear grid. Oh, we're not clearing the grid. For whatever that's worth. I definitely need to put clear grid back in. I just forgot to put it in. I just didn't. I didn't put it back in. That's important. Not the main cause of my problem, but it's important. Spawn a pair. Level transition. On level checking, where do we want to clear it? I believe in tween level change. I would say if it's greater than 1, you'd probably want to just do it right there. Game scene, ref, clear grid. That's what I think. Just get it out of the way. A total myth. It's fun, you know, even if something is a total myth, it's like fun to know what captured the like collective consciousness, you know? On level loaded, signal bus, spawn pair, emit. Okay, that's not doing much at all, actually. All right, and then there's the level script, which you already looked at. So what's the problem? Well, what definitely isn't happening is the level isn't, the background isn't changing correctly. So we start the game, we move to the next level, that character leaves, the next one comes, but as soon as it does, the last level isn't queue freeable. Coconut.png. All for a coconut. Okay, so what are you trying to queue free exactly? On tween levels up finished. Last level. What is the last level? The level to remove. New level -1. Oh, I did change how new level works. That's probably where my issue is. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. If you set new level there, what if you do this? But then we have a problem. Nope. First of all, that's a different problem now. This new level thing is silly. You don't need to do the new level. It's not necessary. It is the new level. You already have the new level. The new level, it only runs once the new level has been established. So we could just say variable new level integer equals globals dot level. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's it. There we go. Now the character isn't. There's some weird things happening here. I think the characters are spawning out of sync or something. So that timing is now off. Unstage last character, next loaded level. What is that? What is the next loaded level? Okay. Is nothing? That's surprising. It must be something. Well, I'm confused. It just is never anything. Oh, here. Next level. I just couldn't find it. So that's a number. No, that is incorrect. It is supposed to be globals level +1. I think you just need to establish the new level somewhere else. Oh my gosh, what a silly thing. Okay, but now that's not working. So, all right, hold on, because you're already adding, stop this in at once. Stop. Next loaded level is next level +1, right? Wait, what? Oh, wait, next level is being, oh, redefined. It's not a number. I see. Why is the timing for that all off? Oh, I messed this up bad. It used to look really good, and now it looks really bad, and I can't remember why. I'm gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. So it should, the character is supposed to move with the level. The character is actually supposed to get reparented. But it isn't. Getting reparented. Here. Unstage last character. So the level... If Global's level is set to my level, this must not be true anymore at that moment. Yeah, reparent is awesome. It's super, super useful. Yes, yes you can. So reparent is just gonna function on the node, in this case, that it's attached to, and then this tells us where I'm putting it. Yeah, it's super useful. I feel like we'd want to potentially say, it's just a hunch. It's just a guess. I could look and prove it, but I just have a feeling. Yeah, I love reparenting nodes around. Especially in this case where I want that squirrel to follow the thing that moves upward. So that's why I'm reparenting it. Yeah, it's a fun thing to play around with. Bam! Now we're cooking. Okay. Perfect. Whew! Okay. Start it. Squirrel comes in. Goes away. Next one comes in. All is well. Okay. Good. You better commit that right now. I swear to God. Refactoring, level loading. I have filter. No, no filter. The filter will actually choose what not to commit. Interesting. Yeah, I love reparenting. I often use it for like object pooling. So things that I don't want to have to instantiate, I'll have them like off screen somewhere on another node, and then I'll reparent them when I want them to be somewhere. Really useful. Now, what am I doing? Right, I want the pieces to spawn. Brain's a little slower, that's okay. Add preset pieces. Okay, so we're here in this for loop. Oh, is it printing stuff? That's the whole reason I wanted that. Yes, it is printing stuff. Okay. We're cooking. So, I've got all these amounts. These are supposed to be the number of pieces that spawn per level. Now, I am noticing that it's skipping the level 1 pieces, so I do need to make sure that it runs on level 1, so that way we get, you know, the pieces that are supposed to be there. But it is working on level 2. So it's amount is actually carrying the data, not the iteration. So I'm gonna do size. And then I'm gonna say I in there, and then what this should print out is gonna be the number. And the position that I want it to go at. Now you're going to be instantiating, so you need to have func spawn preset piece. And maybe this could call with the X position, which is going to be in. Let's make it a float. Yeah, but then you're gonna have to convert it. Okay, alright, I'm not gonna do that. You know what, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not gonna deal with it, I'm not gonna do it. Aren't you risking some riskies though? I don't care. I think it'll be fine. This isn't a floating point error situation, right? Right? Oh, they're not even typed. Okay. I mean, I guess I could add a point after each number, but it's untyped. So I think I don't actually need to worry about it. I can't type it anyway, so forget it. I wonder if I could force this into being a float. Exposition float or amount index. And the exposition, so it would run spawn preset piece and I would specifically want the exposition to be I, except we don't want it to be 0. That's the thing. That's the thing. So we have to say variable exposition equals I plus 1. And then we're gonna pass exposition down. Plus 1 point. And then it also needs to call with the amount, which would be all of this, and specifically I, not exposition, but I. And then we want to pass amount down. So amount, no, amount is not a float. Amount is an integer. Amount is an integer. So we're gonna need another loop in there. So this would say for I in amount, or like a range amount. Is that correct? I don't know. I need to go to globals, and I'm gonna set up a constant for preset scene, preset piece scene, spec scene pieces, preset piece, come back to level, we'll create preset piece, which is going to be a character body 3D. And that's going to be globals preset piece scene instantiate. So we want to add child to game scene ref grid add child preset piece and we want to say that preset piece position equals vector 3 or not 0 x position 0 0. I have a feeling I've done something wrong. So we're going to find out what that is. Now, this isn't going to run on the first level, which it's supposed to, but whatever. Let's just worry about that in a few minutes. Start the game, next level. Whoa! That, like, weirdly worked. And it also caused a lot of problems. One problem that I would say is timing. Namely, we don't actually want to spawn the pair just yet. So it's right after it finishes that for loop, it's spawning a pair. That feels a little hasty. I mean, I guess I kind of want like a timer or something. Let me try something before I do that. Well, no, I actually think you could remove this. I think you can completely remove that, because once it falls and it hits the ground, it's gonna start adjusting anyway. You did the wrong X or Y position. Set it to 20. So that should make them fall from the sky. And I think that once they hit the ground, they should trigger spawning a pair. I think. Yes. Hell yeah. Okay. Excuse my scary sound. Next level. Oh, that's sick. That is not the number of pieces that I wanted to spawn, but at least it kind of did it. And we got errors galore, so let's find out what those are. Can't add child's character preset piece to grid. It already has a parent grid. What? Oh, I guess I need to create a new preset piece. I see. Okay, my bad. Excuse me. Put that in here. So it's since I created the preset piece and then I tried to instantiate it multiple times, it was like, you already instantiated that. What are you talking about? So I need to instantiate it the multiple times that I want it to spawn. Okay, next level. Show me the bunches. Oh. Okay, alright. Little problem. So when it spawns multiple, it's colliding them into themselves. They're spawning them on top of themselves. So there needs to be a delay of some kind. Okay, let's try this. Let's say variable y position, and it's an integer, and it's going to be set to 20 by default, but every time it does an iteration, so we'll put this on y position, every time it does an iteration, just increase it. Then I don't, in theory, have to do the delay. So we're going to say y position +1. Let's cook. Oh, I guess we already cooked. Let's eat. That didn't work. But it's less broken than it was. Let's see what went wrong. Out of bounds. I guess because it's colliding. Okay. All right. I think I might understand what's happening. So, okay. +2 then. I don't know. I don't know, like, I feel like it might be, like, still touching, and so it says, oh, I'm on the floor, and it tries to record that as its position. Nice. Oh, yeah, baby. Wow. Oh, it looks so good. Wow. Neat. Yeah, thank you. Wow. Okay, let's get level 1 working. So, we still want to do spawn preset piece. I guess we'll do add preset pieces. But we just need to make sure that timing is correct. So I think that would be like after next character emit, update gameplay state, spawn pair. Don't do that. Let the character appear, and then run add preset pieces. What happens? Yes, success sounds. Whoop whoop. Yes, yes. I got levels, preset level pieces loading. Look at that. Next level. So this the object of this is going to be to clear the pre-existing pieces. Wow. Oh, it's cool. It's cool. The weirdest thing is seeing like the shadow suddenly appear, but I can let it go. It's just like darkness. So like you can kind of see them like instantiating. Nice. Alright, let's see if I can non-debug go to the next level. I haven't actually tested the code, but technically, if I clear all those pieces, we should go to the next level. Now, a very important quality of life feature for the player. Thank you, Guy. A nice quality of life feature for the player is going to be to tell the player which pieces are the preset ones. Because I've played a Puyo Puyo-like that has this. In fact, the original Puyo Puyo game has this, and it's very frustrating, the one before the one that we're doing. And it's very frustrating to not know which pieces are the ones you're supposed to try to clear, because they just look like your regular pieces. So maybe some kind of special shader that makes them look a little different. I could also just try to actually make different textures for those blocks. I haven't decided yet. That will be a Monday member stream activity. But for now, I'm gonna try to do it without necessarily remembering which ones are the right ones to clear. Maybe we can probably do a simple outline shader real quick. Now, I haven't tested clearing in a while, and combos in a while, so we'll see if that's actually fixed at this point. It wasn't. Great, we got other problems. So, by the way, the whole reason I set that level stuff up was not because my other problems were resolved, but because I was trying to build all the states, and the preset pieces are crucial to those states making sense. So I'm gonna need to figure out what's going on there. What is going on there? Do any pieces trickle down? It doesn't look like it'll be that hard to solve. Okay, so just the pieces aren't falling anymore. That actually makes a lot of sense, I think, because like I reconfigured the adjusting phase, and I don't think I've finished doing that. I mean, now that the states all go in, we're kind of okay. Now we can start figuring that out. Okay, adjusting. It moves so fast, I can barely see what's happening. Match checking. Okay. Let me look. Just wait a second, game. Give me a second here. Oh, this is the collision overlap print, which is just popping off. It's not really popping off when I want it to pop off. So I think we have some issues with that collision overlap thing. So I'm gonna just kind of comment that out because it's ruining my prints. That was something from Camwin to help debug getting collisions to not overlap, but it's not really happening when I expect it to. So we're just gonna comment that on out for now, and we'll circle back. We'll circle back. Okay. In the meantime, let's figure out why the pieces aren't falling. I'm just gonna start it over and just get a log from the output. Wait, we've got extra things. It's okay. No, just don't worry about it. Just do it. Get a log from the output to just study about what's happening here. I'm just gonna move that there. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Pause it. I hate when that happens. When this visually like unloads, I find that so annoying. Why does it do that? Buggy. Side note, I just discovered Pocket bookmark / read it later service is shutting down. Oh yeah, Pocket. I remember that. I used that a long time ago. I remember that would integrate when I used to use Evernote. Was that even like part of Evernote? I used to use Evernote years and years and years and years ago, but I stopped using it. And then when I came back to wanting to take notes, I was like, Evernote was just like barraging me with like so many paywalls. I was like, I gotta get out of here. And so I started using like Notion, Milanote, and things like that. And I remember Pocket would integrate, so I could like save a web page and then export it directly from Pocket to Evernote, which was like, at the time, really exciting. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I definitely have some old things in there. But I think I exported them all to Evernote. So I'm probably good. At least maybe there's some integration. There's probably alternatives at this point. Oh, I'm not using a declaration. Wait, why would I? Okay, alright, yeah, throw it away. Xpos has no static type. Whoa. Why would you do that? Float. Amount. I can't believe I did that. That's an integer. Okay. Output log. What do we got here? Wow, so many things happened. Okay, so a new pair spawned, and that's kind of what I meant to stop it. It's kind of all cut off. It kind of sucks. Let's do this. Okay. There's the last spawn pair before the most recent one. Oh, you can't see it. A pair. Spawned a pair. We're in pair movement. The piece was placed. Then we were in the state pair separating. The pair was freed. Slammed it down. Now we're in the adjusting phase. See, I feel like there's not a proper adjusting phase happening later. So the adjusting phase happens here. That's like when we can see the piece separating like this from itself. It hits the ground. We stay in adjusting because since it hit the ground, it now tries to adjust things. It says all the pieces are on the floor. Now we're in match checking to see if anything matches. It does that if there's matching or not. There probably was matching, so it cleared them. It certainly was, otherwise it wouldn't have cleared anything. And then it started adjusting, and it said everything was on the floor. I think it might be... It says everything's on the floor. It then checks again. It cleared. And then it went right to level checking. From match clearing to level checking? Is that an intended behavior? No. Match clearing should always go to adjusting. The only thing that goes to level checking is match checking, if no matches are found. So there's a state skip happening. Integrates with a lot of stuff. Pocket has been around forever, acquired by Mozilla/Firefox. Oh. Sounds like they've got a scope down. We're the only major browser not backed by a billionaire. They are backed by billionaires, though. But I know what you mean. I can export out to somewhere else. Got until October. Nice. That's sad. No, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. I get that. I'd be disappointed. Honestly, that's like a whole thing with like software as a service kind of stuff. Is that what software as a service means? I think that's what it means. Maybe not. But, you know, it's like things can just get shut down at a moment's notice. I don't think that's software as a service. But like, if I think about like Godot, right? If Godot Foundation folded and there was nobody somehow ever maintaining Godot again, someone would fork it and keep it up and it would still be there and you'd be fine. But for example, I use Canva, right? A lot. Or even if you use like Photopea or something like that, right? Some kind of online service, some kind of online, like it's like a program, it's like software, but the entire software is hosted online. If that site goes down, it's gone. Like, that's it. There's no more accessing it. There's no more using it. You're kind of out of luck. Which sucks. So I try to avoid using those things, but I don't. I mean, I use Notion. I'm saying that, but that's not true. I use Notion. I use Milanote. Both of those things could shut down by October, and now I have to get everything out of there. I try to avoid it, but do I? Do I, though? And there's so many startups and so many little products out there, you know. You never know what to stick with. I mean, I used to use Google Music. Right, we use Spotify now. I used to use Google Music. That lasted a very short time. And it lets you upload all of your own music tracks, which Spotify doesn't let you do that. Spotify lets you locally reference your music. But Google Music would actually let you upload to their servers your music, and you could keep it there. Only you could access it, but it would be there. And when it was shut down, I had to re-download it all, which was annoying, but whatever. I used to have a Google domain name. There was Google Domains, that was a thing. And then Google Domains went away. And so now I lost that domain. You just can never trust that stuff, which is always disappointing. So I feel that frustration for sure. It's harder to use / find truly open source stuff in every case. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Because even if it's an online only thing, if it's online and open source, there's the chance that someone could fork it, or you could still use it in some way. Yeah, exactly. The server maintenance costs with all this stuff. Yeah, right. Well, right. Having an open source server is not a thing, but yeah. Google shutting stuff down is a meme at this point. It better be. Alright, let me do one more test before I decide I understand what's happening here. And my pieces are floating. But I'm pretty sure we're missing an adjusting phase. Okay, if we could just only spawn match pieces. Okay, now spawn this one. Okay. So it's gonna clear and it's gonna float. Pause it. Oh, it does that when I make this bigger. That's silly. Okay. So we spawn the pair. Here. Pair movement, extra movement. It's separated. Pair seems free. It adjusted. It checked for a match. It cleared. It adjusted. It said they were on the floor. It then rechecked. Well, no, they weren't on the floor. So actually, here's the issue. I mean, it's still weird that we go from clearing to level checking. That still is interesting. But I think the problem is it thinks they're on the floor, but it isn't on the floor. I think that's another timing issue. Now, I did remove a lot of stuff. I removed just fell. I don't know if I removed just fell. I removed the adjusted or adjusting variable. So I think that when we're in the state adjusting, it's not actually doing enough to make sure that all the pieces fall. I'm still a little confused, but let's see if I can make sense of it. So on piece single, we connect match checking, but we never connect adjusting. So what is it even doing? How do I want to search this? Oh, we could do adjusting connect. One place on the game scene. And also all that it does on is adjusting is it checks to see if they're all on the floor. Now, how do you think that they're on the floor? it's obviously not on the floor. It's floating in the air. That's no type of floor. I almost wonder, I mean, but also, wait, why is adjusting? That doesn't make sense. Why would adjusting be when we're checking for floors? I'd want to check for, I almost think this should be a separate one. We should adjust and then check for floors. Right? I mean, in theory, it's happening simultaneously. We could see if that works. If separated and it's on the floor, it will be separated. It's not going to be on the floor. So we do make piece fall. If not just fell becomes true. Wait, what the hell is this? What do you mean? Why wouldn't it just do that? And then become false again? Was something supposed to be here? Uh-oh. Okay, now I need to go look at what I've changed. Before, it would check if adjusted piece fall, and then it would check for floors. Okay, curiosity. If I say something to the effect of signal bus, check floors, emit. Then come back to the game scene. Signal bus, check floors, connect, on check floors, and instead of doing this on adjusting thing, say on check floors, go to the signal bus, create it, does that change the timing a little bit? Like nothing was happening. Something has to happen. Okay. Oh, that's gonna match. Oh, now we're stuck in infinite adjusting. Interesting. Very interesting. We update to adjusting on piece single if all the pieces are separated and on the floor. Which kind of makes sense why we check the floors at that point. Okay. So I guess check the floors again. It's kind of weird, but you know, we're just experimenting to try to understand some things. Or whatever. So we're still stuck in the adjusting state. And this is not falling. This is perfect because now I can examine what is the story with this piece. What is your deal? It is separated. It just fell. And its collision is not disabled. Well, is it on the floor? Would be my next question. I don't know if I can tell if it's on the floor or not. Unless I add a breakpoint. Now we gotta do Cam's trick. We're stuck in the adjusting state. Bam. Breakpoint. Okay. But I just gotta make sure I'm on the right object. That might be hard. That might be a little tricky. That's a preset piece. But maybe if we continue, we just gotta keep going until I get to the right piece. It's separated number 3. Okay, continue. Check it. Body 6. This is a great trick, honestly. Okay, it's gonna be called separated 3. Continue, click, hover, continue, click, hover, separated 3. Okay, we found it. Okay, so it doesn't actually report whether it's on the floor or not, which is inconvenient. What if I put the breakpoint here in this if statement? What do we get if it's on the floor? Dang. Well, we know it's on the floor because, look, it wouldn't even go here. It would skip over this if we weren't on the floor. So it definitely thinks it's on the floor right now. How could you say something like that? Why would you think you're on the floor? I know I can't quite show, but I assure you, it is not on the floor. Why would you say that? That is such a lie. That is not on the floor. Move and slide. Move and slide must not be running. That's the only explanation. Which is weird. Is it weird? It doesn't look that weird. It looks mad correct. Where's move and slide? There's no move and slide happening here. What if, like, check floors ran move and slide? Or even adjusting? I mean, it's supposed to be doing... That's so weird. Check floors, connect, on check floors. I feel like there's something like obvious I'm missing here. I don't know if I care. Oh no, adjusting is back. I'm run back adjusting. What? I thought we got rid of adjusting. Apparently it was necessary. I just found out. Huh. Guess I should have left it all along. This is probably a mistake. Or isn't it? Seems okay for now. Oh! That's the mistake. Because adjusting isn't being set to false. So we'd have to make sure that after the adjusting state, so let's say we spawn a pair. So in this case, I think we could add adjusting in here. Instead of doing check floors. So just put this kind of back to the way it was. On spawn pair. I always feel like I'm saying something in French when I say that. On spawn pair. Then we would want adjusting to become false. And in theory, back on the game scene, forget this signal I just made. This check floors thing. Just put it back to on adjusting. Connect it again. Okay. Oui, oui. Parlez-vous godot? I don't know. I must have been so wrong. What does the text-to-speech do?
Key guy says. Oui, parlez-vous godot?
Oh. It said oui, right? Parlez-vous godot? That sounded so good. Okay, make sure we can't Nice. Okay, that's good. It is French. I fixed it. I broke it. Oh no! Why? What's... Non-existent function set on base nil. Oh dear. That's not good. Update grid array. On match checking. What? Match grid array has a size of 6, as does the color grid array. I need to print it. I need to see what it looks like. The highs and lows encoding within 0.2 seconds. I fixed it. What? I need to very quickly print the array after such a thing. What if I do like normal clears? What happens? Okay. Well, I have the opportunity to do something else. Well, let's try it. A clear that doesn't drop something. Oh god, that's gonna be double clear. We're gonna get all kinds of issues. Print it. Okay, I printed it. Pause it, hold on. Whoa, it's still checking if pieces are on the floor? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Wait, what state are we in? Oh god, I can't tell. Wait, it's never leaving the adjusting state? We got problems. Okay, let's check all the pieces. They're all still adjusting. They haven't stopped adjusting. Adjusting never became false. Well, it was supposed to, once we spawned a piece. So that would explain some problems. We clearly have some kind of loop here. We don't need adjusting to be false right there. I mean, honestly, if adjusting, just make it false right away. I don't see the point in keeping that true for a long period of time. Like, why do that? You know? It only needs to do it once, right? No, because move and slide has to keep going. So actually, I don't think that's gonna work. I think it will get stuck again. If you do that. Prove it. Oh. It didn't get stuck. But then we got that problem again. And it's still... Okay. Alright. And is everything like adjusting infinitely again? Okay, adjusting is false. So that's progress. Although it sure does do quite a lot here. That sure does run quite a bit. When we spawn a pair and we're doing pair movement, then it thuds. Then it adjusts. That's correct. That's actually correct. Why is it checking so many times? I mean, on adjusting just must be running. I must have some kind of loop here. Oh man, I got issues. I got issues. It's confusing. It sees that they're not. I wonder if it's checking. I think it's checking. Oh, I know what's happening. It's checking the paired pieces because we need to make sure. I know what's going wrong here. Hopefully I didn't do something I didn't need to do. And actually, let's even take that out for now. If adjusting needs to only be happening if separated. Because otherwise it's going to check the unseparated piece. Unseparated piece means that it's a piece pair. So that means that is constantly checking, which is going to probably cause problems. At least that's going to cause problems. We may have other problems as well, but that definitely is going to cause problems. I need a way to slam down after the fact. Okay. Dang. But, oh, it's still checking on the floor? Which... That didn't fix anything. Grid array index -1 is out of bounds. -1? So clearly it's happening on match checking is when it's updating the grid array. And at that moment is not a good moment. What sets off match checking? Oh man, I've broken things. Match checking. Here, can we search for update gameplay states? Okay. There we go. One place, right here, on game scene. It checks that over and over again. If it's checking for floors and everything's on the floor, that's when it starts checking matches. That makes sense? It's checking for floors, then goes to false. I mean, I feel like it should go before. Probably not a big, doesn't seem to matter though. Okay. Once everything's on the floor, it starts checking matches. So that should mean that everything is settled. So it kept checking, everything wasn't settled, everything wasn't settled, everything wasn't settled. Then it was settled. Then it says, okay, now I'm checking matches. And at the moment that it does start checking matches, it finds something that is -1, that is at the -1 position. Why? Now it's happening on different pieces? Like similar pieces? That one's bottom piece. That one's also bottom piece. So it's the same piece. But that's in the piece pair. It's trying to check a match with a piece that hasn't separated yet. That's incorrect. I think this is where we actually use the power of our state machines. What state is it at? If I place the piece pair down, it needs to separate itself and then become a normal piece. After it's a normal piece, it then would run match checking. We don't want to run match checking if everything is settled, unless the piece pair is separated. So it's not just if everything is on the floor, go to match checking. If everything is on the floor and the piece pair is separated. But, well, we know, look, wait. Pair separating? Hold on a second. We already have a state for pair separate, so it should already be separated by then. It should be separated before adjusting happens. Oh. That's very interesting. Spawn a pair, pair movement, pair separating, pair scene freed, then it adjusts. But it seems like when there's match checking, match clearing, something isn't, the state machine isn't state machining. Something is not getting set back to where it needs to be. And it's a little confusing to figure it out. So like when it's correct, spawn pair, pair movement, pair separates, it starts adjusting. If all the pieces are on the floor, it checks matches, it clears the matches, it adjusts again, checks matches, it adjusts, it clears matches, it checks if we've completed the level, if there's no more matches, then it spawns a pair. Pair movement, and then suddenly it's checking if pieces are on the floor mid-pair movement. It needs to wait until a piece is placed. So somehow, in the middle of pair movement, it started checking if all the pieces are on the floor. What was that about? Why would you do that? The only way it could do that is if adjusting is happening. But the gameplay state never gets updated to adjusting. How is that possible? How is it possible that it goes from pair movement to adjusting? How can this be? You what? This is ridiculous. State gets updated to pair movement. And then it checks if the pieces are on the floor. That's a bit mystifying. Is there anything else that could make that happen? Only if is checking for floors is true. That's the only way. Is checking for floors is true, by the way. When the error happens, which is ridiculous. It's okay. So is it not becoming false? Is that the problem? I've been looking at it being true. When does it become false? In one place. If everything is on the floor. Okay. So then there would have to be a checking if all pieces are on the floor, and then it never went to everything is on the floor. For this to be made to make sense. When was the last time everything was on the floor? Checking if pieces are on the floor, everything's on the floor. Checking everything. Checking, everything's on the floor. Checking all on the floor. Checking everything on the floor. We gotta check and everything on the floor. Check. Looks good. Everything's on the floor. Checking. And then it goes to, look, right here. Checking everything. You don't have to look. I'm looking. Checking if all pieces are on the floor. Game state updating. And then it goes to match clearing. But it never confirmed that everything was on the floor. Why? What is that? Why would you do this? And what do you become after that? Match clearing. Okay, what makes match clearing happen? Why are you clearing? It wasn't even checking. It's checking. Wait, why would it be checking? So I think this is... I'm confused. Piece separated, it was freed. Hit the ground. We're in adjusting, it's adjusting, everything's on the floor. It checks, it clears, it adjusts. Checks if they're on the floor, they're on the floor. It checks. It doesn't clear, so it goes back to adjusting. Why would it go from checking to adjusting? Why would you do that? You're not supposed to go from checking to adjusting. That's weird. we do have something that lands. So we have a problem. We're checking leads to adjusting mysteriously. And then clearing fires before everything is on the floor. So I need to check out what's going on with match clearing and match checking, because those got issues. We got problems. Okay. And update gameplay state throughout the project. Match checking and match clearing are updated in one place on the game scene. Okay. Match checking happens if everything is on the floor. Match checking only happens if everything is on the floor. Okay, so that does make sense. Okay, this makes sense. This actually makes sense. Now, how would that lead to adjusting? So somehow something thudded? What thudded? Would be good to know. Something moved, but I didn't particularly need it or want it to move. You know? So why would you do that? If it's on the floor and it didn't just fall, it thuds and then it starts adjusting. Oh, you can't see, sorry. If it's on the floor, not fell, it thuds. I'm confused. This is hard. I'm just saying, I feel it's hard. Alright, I don't really know what to think here, so I'm gonna go look at the other place. I'm gonna go look at match clearing. What makes match clearing happen? When we free all chains, if all chains size is 0, if there were chains whose pieces are now popped, it goes to adjusting. And I'm seeing that it's going from adjusting to clearing, which I'm finding weird. If it freed all chains, we're currently clearing everything. So things are clearing. After everything is cleared, it's going to say, oh yeah, actually there's still something left. So we wouldn't want to go to we would want to go to adjusting, and I'd want adjusting to lead to checking. If adjusting is happening, I would even say so when it's adjusting, it starts checking for floors. So it's looking, are there floors? I'm not like utilizing the state machine because I'm not really using the state machine. Like, the state machine exists, but I'm not saying, hey, if this state, don't allow that other one. I'm not doing any of that. And I do need to kind of figure that out. Where I would want to implement such protections. So it'll clear them. Once it's done clearing them, it's going to adjust to make sure that things don't need to resettle. And then this happens. If everything's on the floor, then yeah, you don't need to check anymore. And then we say we're match checking because everything is adjusted. But that should not lead to adjusting. That just doesn't make sense. So what happens with match checking? Match checking connects on the game scene. And that starts the pop timer, which is deciding when it should clear things. If it needs to clear things. On a single piece, when it's match checking, it updates the grid array, and this is where we get the error. I think you don't want to be checking things, or you don't want to be running the pop timer until after we update the grid array? Perhaps? But that's on every single piece. So how would we know that every single piece has its grid array updated? Well, instead of running it on match checking, I think you might want to consider running it. I don't know if it's going to fix it, but try running it before you do the pop timer. Because this isn't really match checking. This is kind of its own state, which is like checking the grid array or updating the grid array. That feels like a very important state unto itself. And it should be separate somehow. And it could be a good signal. So against some better judgment, I'm gonna wedge in a new state. I'm making a new state. And this state is going to be before match checking, and it's gonna be called grid updating. Make sure I put that everywhere it needs to go. Gameplay states, grid updating. Gameplay grid updating emit. Okay. then it's still a little tricky because how am I going to make sure one happens after the other? I would have to know that they've all had their grid updated. Well, I think you'd want to run a loop to check to see when they're all grid updated, and they would need to say, I've updated my grid. Or my place on the grid, basically. Which feels like a lot for something that I don't know if it's actually going to help, truth be told. But it's probably not a bad idea to separate this out anyway. So... So I'm gonna say updating boolean equals false when on grid updating begins. Updating becomes true. Then it runs the update grid array. When that's done, updating becomes false. On the game scene, I'm also going to connect this grid updating on grid updating is checking for updates equals true. I have some problems with this, but I don't care. It's gonna be false by default. We could easily make this a separate function. Check for floors. If is checking for updates. Check for updates. And what's that gonna do? That is going to let me know that it's happening, for one thing. Checking if all pieces updated are updated on the grid. For node in grid get children. Oh, okay. If the node is not updating, if the node is updating, return and then finally print the game scene says grid is all updated. Grid arrays are all updated. Okay. want is checking for updates to become false. Now, before, when checking for floors, that leads to match checking. What does this lead to? I forgot. Match checking happens. I want this to do... I don't even know. I don't even remember. I mean, I said it's supposed to be happening before match checking. So we normally were doing adjusting. So when all the adjusting is done, we then want to do grid updating. So when do we... I already forgot. When do we switch? Do we switch? I don't think I even set this up. I did not. So when do we actually do the grid updating? Well, once everything's settled. So before we used to do match checking, which was the adjusting. Ah, I see. So on game scene, actually, I'm just gonna organize it for my own sanity. We actually want to check the floors first. Just makes it easier for me to just understand how things are organized. Check for floors first, then we check for updates. Because once everything's on the floor, instead of going to match checking, we now go to grid checking. Or grid updating. Then, once we confirm that, that's that. I don't know if that's actually going to help anything, and I feel like I probably forgot something. But let's see. It's probably a good state to have, even if it doesn't fix it. So, here we go. Okay, so I need to... Perfect. Alright, here we go. So that's gonna clear. Piece is gonna fall. Now I gotta see if we get an error. And we do! It didn't help! Okay, so let's look at the printout to see what we got. Why didn't it help? Does it at least eliminate a possibility for what's going on? Spawn a pair. Bring this down. Spawn a pair. Pair movement. Extra movement. Extra time started. Then the piece gets placed. It separates the piece. The pair scene is freed. It adjusts the pieces. Adjusts the pieces. Checks if they're all on the floor. They're all on the floor. Now we're on grid updating. Checking if the grids are all updated. They are. Then it's going to check for matches. It found a match, so it cleared some stuff. Then it was adjusting, checking if the pieces are on the floor. They're all on the floor. Checking if everything is updated on the grid. It's updated. It then checks matches again. It then clears the matches. It checks if we've completed the level yet. We haven't, so it's gonna spawn a new pair. We move the pair, we drop the pair, and then it adjusts. Is this normal behavior? I feel like this is where it gets weird. It's after we do this. I wonder if it's level checking. No, it's not quite level checking. Hey, Kai, I am still... Yeah, I started later today. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I am good. Yeah, you know, just like a suboptimal brain trying to solve problems that require a little more brain power than I actually have. But you know, I'm here. I like doing my hyper focus sprint, and so I'm doing what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thanks for checking in, Kai. Staring at output. Grid updating, checking if all pieces are updated on the grid. Grid arrays are all updated. Mesh checking, match clearing, level checking, spawn pair, pair movement, adjusting. So normally we do level checking, then it spawns a pair, pair movement, pair separating, adjusting. Here we do spawn pair, pair movement. It's okay. Yeah. You didn't break it. I could just choose not to look at it. Right? It's not as hard when I'm not as tired. Or my brain isn't tired. And it just keeps checking if all the pieces are on the floor. Why does it do that? Why does it check so many times? Why is it not sure? Pair movement, thud, adjusting. Pair movement, thud, extra movement. Well, that was a different kind of situation. Pair movement placed. Something is weird here. Pair movement. Okay, there's pair movement thud, but that was extra movement. Something is weird. I'm just gonna slam a piece down. Now let me check it and see what it says. Pair movement, piece placed, pair separating, slam thud, it thudded. So that's not a slam thud. The thud happens when the timer times out, the extra timer times out. So if I come here and I let it fall, okay, hold on. There's the extra movement time, pair movement, thud, extra movement. So that's interesting. Adjusting, grid updated, checking, clearing, spawn pair, pair movement. Okay, we actually are right in the situation where we can test it if I can rotate it in time. Okay, we got there. Okay, just tell me right now what's going on. Where are we at? Okay, spawned a new pair. We're in pair movement. This, somewhere in here is where things must be getting weird. I mean, we run into the error later on down, and it starts checking constantly if pieces are updated on the grid, which is weird. You got I'm doing an easier game the next time. Yeah, if easy enough, maybe time for you to jump in and try Godot for it. Yeah, I promise you guys, it's gonna be easy. Like, I pretty much know what the game is gonna be. I have a couple contenders. I think I know what it's gonna be. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I'm basically certain I know what it's gonna be. Yeah, and I promise you, I swear, I solemnly swear, it is going to be really, really easy. Okay, I solemnly swear on the good book. All right, I solemnly swear on the play for which Godot is named, Waiting for Godot, that it will be the easiest game-like jam game yet. Okay. Solemnly swear. You can hold me to it. The good book of Godot. Exactly. Okay, so there's the last pair spawn. We had pair movement. Slammed it down. We had extra. I didn't really slam it down. I'm actually already a little confused by this. Why does it have thuds there? Oh, because I was dancing around, flipping it, rotating it. That's why we had all these other thuds. Because in the extra movement time, I was spinning it. So that's what these are. Okay. Then the piece gets placed. And now we're in pair separating. The pair scene is freed. I slam it down. It makes a sound. Then it's adjusting again. It's adjusting. All the pieces are on the floor. The grid updates. It checks if everything is updated. It is. It checks for matches. It finds matches. It clears the matches. It adjusts again. Now, is that the way? Is that correct? Is that intended behavior? I think so, because after it clears it, we need them to adjust. So yes, that's correct. Everything gets on the floor. Now it's going to update the grids. It updates the grids. After the grids are updated, then it's going to check for matches. That is correct. It clears some more, and then it goes to level checking. It should not clear and then check the levels. After it clears, it should adjust again and update the grid. It should go clear, adjust, grid update, match checking. Match checking should lead to level checking, right? Monty Python and the Holy Hand Grenade? Probably because there's words that are connected. Match clearing, level checking. Match clearing should not lead to level checking. Period. Bottom line. That's ridiculous. That should not be happening. This is wrong. How does match clearing lead to level checking? So what makes level checking happen? Let's do update, gameplay, state, level checking. That's the only place the state gets updated. And why do you get updated? What makes you do that? What makes you be what you are? If there weren't any chains who didn't get bothered to be popped. Okay. If there weren't any okay, so that makes sense then why it goes from match clearing to level checking. But I don't think it should do that. It needs to readjust again. It has to. It needs to go back to readjusting. And match checking needs to have a path to level checking. So, in fact, it doesn't matter about the size of the chains. The size of the chains should not really be that important, truth be told. It just shouldn't. Man, could be bothered to pop. Let the player have them points. Move along, move along. Some may write. Some may write. I just, you know, I decided to finally type a fun comment. Instead of always being so serious with my comments. I couldn't be bothered. But something ain't right. Back to the truth. I actually think I'm going to lose that. We're going to lose that fun thing. Because I don't think we need any kind of check here. I think just as soon as the clearing is done, get back to adjusting. And if we want match checking to take us there, well, match checking gets set up here when we are checking for updates. And what does that run? On match checking starts the timer, which is going to see if there's anything to pop, which kind of ends up being a bit of an infinite loop, doesn't it? And when are we ever, it's just going to keep checking and adjusting. When do we do the level scan? At what point? If no matches are found in match checking. If size chain is greater than, the chain size is greater than 3, all chains append. Right, well right there. Well, actually, after this for loop is done, I think you'd want to say all chain, if, this is where you want all that stuff, if all chains size is greater than 0, then we want to do this. Otherwise, check the levels. Right? Wow, that was like a needle in a haystack, and I still don't know if it's gonna be fixed. We gonna find out. First, can we just do like a regular match? Okay, no? Alright, whatever. Go for it. Get crazy. Dang! Okay. Alright. Dang. I mean, logically, I feel like it makes more sense. So maybe this is still getting me closer, but it needs more than that. Okay. I might have to do a mega hyper stream tomorrow. So there's technically 3 membership tiers. There's true hypers, mega hypers, and executive hypers. Nobody's ever been an executive hyper before, and I don't expect you to be. Executive hypers would get an accountability live stream, where I would literally give you an accounting of the channel on a monthly basis. Business talk, basically. But mega hypers, I do like spontaneous live streams, at least, and behind the scenes stuff of what I'm working on with videos, shorts, website, things like that. I think I'm going to need to do a mega hyper stream tomorrow to finish this. Finish. Tie up some loose ends. Of course, true hypers get the Monday member stream and a slew of other perks. That'd be 3 days in a row. That's a lot. But this is game jam crunch time. Spawn pair, pair movement, extra movement, pair separating, adjusting, grid updating, match checking, match clearing, adjusting, grid updating, match checking. No match is found, so it does level checking. It spawns a pair, pair movement, adjusting, and then infinite adjusting. Or not infinite, but way longer than it ever should be. I would love to know, like, if all pieces aren't on the floor, like, who isn't on the floor? Who's not on the floor? Who's holding it up for this long? And then somehow everything does end up on the floor. And when everything does end up on the floor, the grid starts updating. And then we got the error, because that's where the error happens, is in grid updating. And the problem is, in this case, so it tries to do index -1. What do you mean, index -1? What does that mean? The size is 6, so that means it's X. So X is somehow being input as -1. I think what's going to help this make more sense is if I can visualize what the heck is going on in the array. Checking for every grid space. I mean, it's looking for, so X is defined, good question. X is defined as, well, look at that. It's subtracting 1. So actually, it makes a lot of sense where a -1 could come from. But X should never be at 0, so that means, what it means is that a position, it means it's 0. It means that it thinks there is a piece at 0. This is supposed to be, yeah, it thinks there's a piece at position 0. But 0 is supposed to mean, yeah, so some piece is at position 0. Why is a piece at position 0? On the x-axis. How does that even happen? Could it be the preset pieces? Is it when I like clear preset pieces? Is that what's going on? It is! Right, because wait, okay, I don't know. Because preset pieces, I don't think, yeah, adjusted, good question. Adjusted position is the position of the piece plus its relative mesh position. So relative mesh position, I should have studied the error. And I did end up making all my code better. Okay, relative mesh position is set from the top piece. Now remember, the preset pieces never have a top piece. They don't ever have a top piece. So when we rotate it, we set it to its new collision position. But by default, it's 0, which should be fine. A lot of pieces can be 0 in their relative mesh position if they never rotate. but I feel like somehow their position is getting set. Oh, it's so confusing. What I need to do is I need to see. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We need to print a bunch of stuff here. So, I mean, I probably could because we have. Do we know if a piece single is a preset? We do. Oh, piece types. Preset piece. Open this up. Piece type pair. No. This is a preset piece. I don't think we use piece type anywhere. For anything. This is old. If piece type is set to, what is this? Wait, in adjusting. Well, but this is, so this is saying. I think that those pieces weren't getting deleted correctly. I think that might have been it. It is a complicated game. It is. No, thank you. You helped me so much. You were being a straight rubber ducky. You were helping me debug real hard. Oh man, I am like so out of time tonight, which is so frustrating. But I'm busy. A document? Oh hell no. Hell no, I ain't making no document. That's too much. But I see what you're saying. Okay, wait a minute. Let me try this. Okay, put that there. Okay, we still have the issue. Alright, I gotta come back. I feel like this is so close. It's something to do with this. It's something to do with that. Look, I know that I am just on the precipice of figuring this out. There's been a lot of progress tonight. I am really proud of it. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't save VODs over 11 hours and 54 minutes. So I gotta get out of here. It imposes an arbitrary limitation on me streaming too long. I know I'm so close to figuring this out. I know I am. But that just, you know, what am I gonna do? I gotta come back. I gotta come back tomorrow and do it. Thank you, Kai Guy, for being so helpful there at the end. That means a lot. I got a lot of work left to do, but I'm gonna be here tomorrow. If you are somebody who's a mega hyper, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be working tomorrow. We're gonna keep going. I don't know what time it'll be. It's impromptu. That's the mega hyper curse. 7 hours and 20 minutes left. That is it. I'm really proud of this progress. I am, because I've got a proper state machine set up. I had a great time hanging out with you guys. It was such a pleasure. I am going to be back tomorrow, and then Monday for True Hypers, I will be here working on art assets, whatever I need to, adding more characters and stuff. And then next Friday and Saturday, I will be live streaming publicly. If you're watching it after the live stream, please consider tapper clicking in the bottom left to see the last time I worked on this project. Don't look at the one on the right. Tapper click on the right to see the next time I'm gonna work on it. I hope I see you there. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Thank you guys so much.